Hey guys, what's good? Wow, it's like, wow, that's crazy. Whoa, that's crazy. Whoa, hey guys. Whoa, sorry, I was 17 minutes late to stream. Oh, this is, wow, wow, Hey guys. Hi Amy, what is that car? Muyo was bullying me in Roblox and she just DM'd me on Discord saying my car sucks. So... what just happened? Don't worry about it. Hi everyone. Thank you 7475. Lishai. Lishai. Oh, and if you don't know, I have this red nose on because of Hina. Is this the right one? Yes. I deleted the other one. I mean, what other one, huh? What? Huh? Hmm? What are you talking about, huh? Oh, I'm curious. Anyways. Hello. Hi. So, I'm just gonna have this fucking schnoz on for the entire stream. Hope that's okay. Amy, I bought coffee. I hope you get points. I got the points. Thank you, thank you. This is giving me deja vu. Deja vu. Okay. Alright, time to play of the devil, yes. Yes. Very festive, yes. It is ultra low latency, right? 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 What if I kill everyone and then myself? Sorry. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna switch on over to... that's the wrong one. That's the wrong fucking one. Alright, okay. Alright. They're right next to each other. You can't blame me. Wait, while I'm here. Oh wait, it's the wrong chat. Hold on, I have to replace the chat, CSS. Oh fuck. Where is chat? Okay. Anyways, while we're here, do you guys want a sippy of hot cocoa? Have some sippy of hot cocoa. Dude, come on. Come on. Are you getting it? Slurp, slurp, slurp. Yeah, okay, whatever. Whatever. Okay, no. You're getting it. Slurp, slurp, slurp. You do your best. I believe in you. You can. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So we're festive as fuck. We're super jolly. It's time to merrily play Of the Devil episode 2. What's the flavor? Hot chocky. Hot chocky. Please help. Oh, I have no mouth, but I must drink Eimi Isami's hot chocolate. Ooh. Ooh. Alright. Enough Christmas music. We're bringing in the big guns. Salty, thank you. The memory lives on. Thanks, boss. Night, night. Night, night. Please stop working 15-hour shifts several days in a row. Thank you. Okay, I forget how the UI is in this game, so I'm just gonna have to fumble placing myself when we're jumping back in. Right, this isn't RPG Maker. I don't press Z. I actually left click this time. Episode 1? Nuh-uh! Nuh-uh! How come I can't hear anything? Is my output device... Oh, there you go. Okay, my output device was not set. Okay. You guys can hear it? I'm sorry, I'm not gonna lie, I just really like this sound. Okay. Testimony insight. I wonder what that means. Fonts. Low vision? Dyslexic. Whoa. Color mode. Oh. Ooh. Time sensitive choices. Phone opacity. I think everything that I've already done is pretty okay. Like, I don't need to change anything.
Noah, happy 1 year! A whole year! Yippee! Yay! Yay! Yippee! Yippee! Yippee!
Alright, now how do I get Morgan to get off the windowsill and start aura farming outside? Is the Yuri toggle on? Yes. Wait, I forgot, I'm on high roller mode? Did I not? Wait. Did I not download it? Hold on. I just got this! Hold on, wait! I thought I downloaded it! The new DLC for... Okay. Yeah. Is it not install? Added today. Yeah. Amy, start via new case. Oh, okay. But my phone charms. My phone charms Desu. My buddy girl Reyes. Fuck. 7475, thank you. Insert cash or select payment type. Your charms will be there. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Holy shit. Can you imagine fucking Evangeline Morgan walking around and then Detective Reyes is like, what the fuck is that on your phone? Like, huh? Oh, is this? Gulp.
High roller mode! High roller mode!
The minimum ante for hands will be increased. The minimum maximum penalties. Yay! Yes! Yes! I need more phone charms! Yes! I'm a gambler! Okay, wait. Do I just hide down here? I think I hide down here. I think this is a good spot. Okay. Oh, I miss you.
Yes! Yes!
It's been a while. I'm gonna keep the tutorials on. Well, maybe not. Actually, I think it's funnier if I disable them. Yes, yes, yes. If I remember correctly, you hit the patent 45-degree Amy angle. But I fit pretty snug here. I should be fine down here. Is this a Danganronpa style detective game? I'd say it's more of like Ace Attorney with Danganronpa pop. Also, if you're just finding out about this game, this is the second episode / chapter, and I played the previous ones. So you're gonna get spoiled, but if you don't give a fuck, hi, hello. Alright. First question's an easy one. Wait, can we do like a freaking pre-continuation freaking recap? Let's do a recap. Alright. I'm gonna spoil the entire game thus far if you haven't indulged. I think it's pretty worth it. I think it's pretty worth getting into it yourself. Or maybe watching my VODs, which are in the description. Or you can get the first chapter for free in the description on Steam. But let's see. So Morgan, lawyer. Cyberpunk, world, city, place. Morgan, very cool lady. Morgan, defend guy. Guy didn't do it because Morgan did it. But no one needs to know that. Because she's aura farming on the daily. And also, there's the police detectives. Reyes and the other guy, I'm so sorry. London, there you go, London. They're there. They're the detectives Morgan's gotta work with. And the Morgan defense attorney. Morgan go face to face with Emma Rockford? Is that her name? Yes, Emma. Emma's hot. What? Emma's cool. What? Emma and Morgan have Light and L crazy things going on between them. Madunami, thank you. Hi, Amy. I watched 12 hours worth of VODs today and prepared for stream today. My brain is absolutely cooked. But did you have a good time? It's been months. Oh my goodness. Although I remember last time I played, I cosplayed as Morgan, but unfortunately I'm in the jolly. I'm contractually obligated to be jolly, and I hope this counts as being jolly. I have the hat, and I have the jolly ham, and I have the red nose and everything. They should give me the points, but so fuck. So that was the prologue. And then chapter 1, or episode 1, Morgan has college friend. College friend dead. College friend leave robot daughter. You adopt robot daughter because college friend's fucking dead. And give robot daughter to Morgan. College friend David Asher, kind of father of robotics or whatever. David Asher kinda sorta made sentient AI. David Asher kinda sorta fucked up royally. David Asher had doomed Yowie with musician. David Asher gets murked by Helen Young. Good God. Wait, there's an Of the Devil wiki. Surely they have good summaries, right? fuck my life. Uh-oh. They do not have a synopsis. Okay. Oh god. Okay, yeah, so androids exist in this world, but David Asher made kind of crazy sentient androids, and we're like, okay, but you have to pretend that you're a regular android and not, like, you know, real. And then he let his android friends free, away, dispersed into the world so they don't get caught. And Young was very, very mad about that. And, fuck. God. God damn it. No, all the nuance. Fuck! I'm forgetting so much of the nuance! This will be on the test. Fuck! Fuck! Can I open up the menu here? Phone. Oh. Fuck! My prized possession. Hello, detective. Oh my god, she's so beautiful! Oh my god, look at her! Holy shit. Okay. I can't look at anything right now. I'm not allowed to look at anything. Except my... Okay. Sarah on the clock? Wait, she gets a... Ah! Wait, oh! I can get bunny robot daughter? I hope she's wearing a maid outfit. That'd be really cute. That'd be too moe for my heart. I have enough store credit to just get all of these, like, right now. She looks so angry! Oh my god. Oh yeah, and our fucking android trial judge is, oomph. I don't know who that is, but that's cute. Oh fuck, she's so hot. What? Sorry. God, I need her so bad. What? Oh my god. Okay, anyways. Oh god. Fuck my life. Okay. Okay. Alright. The nuance will come flooding back to me. I think I got most key points. Yes. Alright. First question's an easy one. Who's your senator? Ugh. Mathings? Piece of shit still trying to lie to our faces. Mathings is our senator, man! What? Still? Shit, hey! Wake up! Ugh. Where the fuck am I? Oh, that's a bit bloody. Ooh, you should probably put that... You should probably put it in the other... From the top, I guess. What is your name? Ikari. Yeah. What year is it? 2086. What did you say last time? 2027? Maybe this stuff's finally working. Dog does know how to shake. You can go ah! Again, in the head. One thing I said, one thing I asked, anywhere but the head. Not my fault he's got a punchable face. So, we calibrated yet or what? Nope. But we're as close as we're gonna get with equipment this old. You want to get to the real questions, or does he need more softening up? I just said I won't soften him up in the head. How about it? You still with us, hound? You're gonna feel a migraine hit you like a tram in a few seconds. Do me a favor and hold on to the pain. Let go. And the Barbitocene? Barbitocene? Barbito? Himebitos? Beto reference? We'll drop you like an anchor. Don't want you a vegetable, right? Yeah, that's a spirit. Knew you were a fighter. Question 1. Do you know why you're here? Because you were too spooked to do this over a line? I'm always the right amount of spooked, Red. Oh, hello. When I tell you there's heat, I mean it. I know, and I always listen. See? Breathable layers! Oh my god, hi! Ah! Sorry. Unk still got it. What do you mean you have the 2-piece tank top with the boob window? Who taught her to dress like that? Ah! Ah! Oh my goodness. God damn it. You laughed. Doesn't mean I conceded the point. You're lighter. You memorized the math? You kept it pretty vague, but... I think I got the gist of it. I don't get it! I didn't watch enough Monogatari for this, bro. This is just too stylish for me. Imagine playing this never having watched a single scene of Monogatari. Being like, oh, what the fuck? Hold on, let me go. Options. Let's do... Okay. Was the audio just fine, or do you want me to lower it? I don't think I've actually watched it besides clips. I fubbed it. You think it was fine? Okay. Alright. You're that worried about a paper trail? Proactive Analytics just won a state contract for new trawling algorithms that can de-end on an entire city block's crumbs in less than an hour. I have to collect all my little terms again? Okay, good thing I've already read all of these. Unless they changed the flavor text? Okay, that should be the same. Okay. Didn't you read the financial section today? I'm more of a Sudoku gal. Oh my god, me too! We can't all be as well read as Maynard Diamani. I'm sending the links. Read them. And the rest of the news, too. Proposition 492 is gonna be on the ballot this year. You shouldn't vote on it blindly. For a guy who makes the majority of his living operating outside the law, you sure take your civic duty seriously. Information brokering isn't illegal, but people choose to do with my advice. Do you declare the income for it on your taxes? Sorry. I promise to take a look at what you sent over. I'm gonna look at it right now! Public Works construction headed to ballots. With elections coming up, a number of measures related to infrastructure, public works, and funding for cities' programs will be on the ballot soon. Read on to get an overview of some of the most hotly anticipated issues you'll be able to vote on in the coming months. Proposition 436-2D, petition for City Council to commission cost analysis on public schooling, sponsored by Aaron Houston Myers. For the last several decades, all education has been handled through private institutions, typically associated with one or more corporate benefactors. While this has eased the expense of childcare and pre-university education for many families, some citizens regularly voice concern over children being treated as customers first and students second. There are several schools throughout the city that accept students at no cost to their parents, but these are reliant on government subsidies, introducing the potential for waste and corruption, and are generally seen as subpar environments for learning. If enough voters say "aye" to this petition, City Council will commission a study to evaluate the cost and feasibility of reintroducing direct public schooling to the city. They don't have public schools? What do you mean they don't have public schools? Proposition 492, 1A. Funding of Atlas Pillar Rejuvenation Projects. Sponsored by Chopin, How Industries, Wickham. Isn't How Industries the Android people? Voting aye on this measure will direct City Council to fund the renovation and reinforcement of multiple Atlas pillars around the lower wards, paid for by a % increase in sales tax within city limits. Atlas pillars act as stabilizing points for the city's canopy, super infrastructure, and house all the largest public transit elevators that allow foot traffic to seamlessly flow between the canopy and street level. The measure is generally viewed favorably by representatives from the lower wards, who acknowledge that the necessary construction will be disruptive, but point to language in the proposition that guarantees easing of zoning restrictions around the pillars as vital to reducing unemployment in the target regions. Previous comparable proposals that renovated city pillars north of the park have been touted as successful examples, and studies have shown that poverty is down and citizen satisfaction is up in the surrounding areas. Some number of city council members representing uptown districts have voiced skepticism about these economic benefits, but none have argued against the architectural reality of the canopy's need for additional structural reinforcement. Which exactly of the city's older Atlas pillars will be targeted for this rejuvenation has yet to be disclosed. Past experience has shown that, due to the nature of vertically integrated real estate, vertically integrated real estate is crazy. Property values in the lower wards can either skyrocket or even drop into the negative based on which pillars are rejuvenated, and the city is wary of disrupting the real estate market in the lower wards with rampant outsider-funded speculation. Proposition 493 1A. Remaining Atlas pillars to honor local community figures, sponsored by Danford, Johnson, Sungho, Wickham. Nicknamed the Pillars of the Community Project in the headlines, Prop 493 seeks to rename the Atlas to Pillars Around the City. Rename the Atlas Pillars around the city after local leaders and national figures, replacing the current system where pillars are given alphanumerical designations based on the streets they are built atop of. Few members of the City Council have spoken explicitly for or against the measure, but polls show general support among the citizenry, with some questions about how the new names will be chosen. Atlas was originally an internal name for a super infrastructure construct, but leaked blueprints and contractor word-of-mouth spread the moniker, and it has become rooted itself in the culture in the years since, despite having what the mayor at the time reported described in private as an ominous ring to it. Prop 527-3B, Commission of Report on Victims of Acid Snow. Oops. Sponsored by Hernandez, Lang, and Mohammed. The acid snow incident sits prominently at the forefront of the public conscience following the Grey Fall documentary that premiered earlier this year. Previously underreported on, while the industrial accident did not create snow and did not, in fact, add acid to the atmosphere, the film's eyewitness accounts of the scarring children received that early morning nearly 2 decades ago as they played in what they thought was an unseasonable snowfall have spurred public outcry. What? Flapu, thank you. Happy 20 months, ma'am. I left your present under the tree, Perk 30 shaped. Okay, thank you. I'll try to look real hard for it so I don't accidentally step on it and, you know. These are crazy. If this proposition receives enough eyes at the ballot box, the city will commission a full investigation into the victims of the incident, including assessment of damages for what could one day be a public fund for medical treatment. Hello? Critics of the proposition argue that after 20 years, few of the victims will still be residents of the city, assuming they can be found at all. Others point to the state lawsuit Gendu Chemicals settled 15 years ago as sufficient compensation for the victims, though as one of the conditions of that settlement, Gendu did not admit any fault or wrongdoing on the part of corporate leadership. Dude. What the fuck? Okay. Hi, Miss Morgan. How are things going? Shit's fucked. Oh, okay. Yay! How can you be this calm? A chance like this doesn't come around. Well, ever. Frankly, I'm still surprised they were willing to put up the funds it took to commission this thing. What do you think changed? Nothing ever changes in the lower wards, is what I would say if I was feeling dramatic. Heartbreak made organized crime look like a bunch of cowards hiding under rocks, is what I would say if I was feeling comedic. Yeah, laugh it up, Morgan. Yeah. Don't joke about heartbreak before sending a woman off into the lower wards by herself. 'Cause you're such a delicate flower in need of protection. Hi, Morgan. Hi. Goodness gracious, your bobbies. Sorry. I feel like nothing has changed, right? Likes power washers, lamb chops, prime numbers. Dislikes lectures, felt, the violin. Plays blackjack, Texas Hold'em, CeeLo. Green? Mahjong, E-card. I hope they introduce a Mahjong minigame, for no particular reason. Favorite flower, the funny-looking red ones. Licorice radiata? Eggs, fried and runny. Oh, shit! It's almost her birthday. Guys, Eimi Isami gets tortured by fucking Leah on Morgan's birthday. Yes! I'm being executed! Yes! The red spider lily? Oh, she likes the spider lily? Oh, shit. Yeah, I bet you would like the spider lily, wouldn't you? Oh. Man, fried and runny eggs. Oh, sorry. How about you start feeling analytic and give me a real answer? Fine. In my humble opinion, the Rust made the first move. Demand for the products has gone up, so they set to work with their syringes and cleavers and vans. Mobile chop shops hunting for product to fill the supply gap. Supply gap? You can't spit without it landing on a Vitruvian clinic. How is the biggest it's ever been? What mods aren't being printed to demand? Right, just... yeah, body mods. Okay. It's replacement parts, not the mods that the Rust harvest. Vitruvian, How, and all the others aren't interested in helping you fix a faulty pump. They just want to sell you a whole new model. The Rust might not always be pretty to look at, but even law-abiding citizens will gladly swallow their distaste for a discount that steep. A lot of modders are veterans, not easy prey. Correct. Hence, the Rust stockpiling weapons, and in response, the Blue Blood sensing escalation. But that's just my hypothesis. I forget, androids bleed blue. I ever get pulled into an alley and wake up missing a kidney, we'll call it a formal theory. Okay, yeah, what the fuck? Who the fuck is the Rust? The domestic criminal organization known as the Rust is more accurately described as a loose collection of smaller gangs, sets, and racketeering operations that formed out of necessity rather than any particular shared value. Broad powers granted to the state and law enforcement to address civil unrest during the 60s meant that small to medium-sized criminal organizations could not survive on their own, as virtually all their members could be detained indefinitely if one or more member was suspected of racketeering under new laws that classified gang activity as terrorism. While the Rust has evolved since its chaotic initial formation, the spirit of it lives on in the highly diverse culture of the Rust's component cells or pods. Law enforcement officials disagree on whether the Rust meets the definition of a criminal organization, as many argue that the gangs that make it up are capable of operating completely independently of one another. Some hypothesize that the Rust serves merely as a shadow on the cave wall, intended to make smaller gangs' patterns of violence seem like well-organized planning. As it stands, the Rust is known for its black market operations in illegal and illicitly sourced mods, offering military-grade or foreign-produced mods to civilians. They are particularly known for regularly assaulting and ripping mods out of their victims for resale. Oh, okay. Historically, the Rust has been associated with elevated levels of gang violence, earning themselves a fearsome reputation that has fortunately limited their ability to assimilate themselves into other segments of society. However, in People vs. Harmony K Systems... Okay, so I've never read this before, right? This is like a completely new one? Okay.
Thank you, 7023.
The state alleged that Harmony K had, on numerous occasions, employed the Rust as a kind of extra-legal mercenary force when pursuing aggressive market negotiations with their competitors. Oh! The case is ultimately settled out of court for an undisclosed penalty amount, but misinformation has persisted ever since, claiming that the Rust has endured despite its violent tendencies due to being sheltered from consequences by corporations who contract the Rust as deniable mercenaries. Okay. Alright. It's not like we're talking about a weapon of mass destruction. What makes the Blues think they can win a gang war with it? Maybe they found the right soldier to wield it. The idea lingers in the air for a moment as I gaze out the window. Windows in neon and advertisements galore float up past us like bubbles of air as we make our descent down into our beautiful city's scenic lower wards. How's this part go again? Through me, the way to the city of woe. Through me, the way to eternal dole. Through me, the way among the lost. Inferno! Canto 3! I've read Dante's Inferno! Welcome to the underworld, Dante. Sometimes hot, sometimes misty, sometimes choking with poison. Always dark. That the official forecast? More accurate than whatever's on your phone. Between the skyscrapers, the generators, the turbines, and the canopy. Every city block's got its own climate down here. 9 circles of fresh hell. Yo, developer name drop! Sorry. Isn't it nth circle? I'm kind of stupid. That's like a completely different number. My bad. If you get the reference, say something. Don't make me feel crazy for 5 minutes so you can feel smart for 5 seconds. The smog of the lower wards lingers on your skin long after you make the climb back out. This space clings to you. Unwanted, cloying attachment. But there's an honesty to all human interaction down here that makes it trivial for me to navigate. It's got a nightlife rife with opportunities for someone with my particular interests. Sorry I couldn't get you anything else to work with. It was short notice. I know better than to bet against you by now, Red. But still. It's sweet of you to worry. But this is a surefire thing. Spoken like a true addict. Are we gonna go gambling? We're gonna go to the CD mahjong parlors, yes! I mean it. I'm here for business, not pleasure. Aw, man. I don't plan on leaving anything to chance.
Oh boy! Oh boy!
Avoid the populated streets. Turn away from brightly lit spots. Follow the trail of graffiti and broken cameras, past food stands and steam vents, down the rabbit hole. Beep, 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 beep. It sounds more complicated than it actually is in practice. Yeah, thank you. I have a question for you. If a guy gets reincarnated into a fantasy world as a girl and has sex, is it Yuri or is it straight? Depends if the guy fully embraces womanhood, or is still clinging on to his previous sense of identity. Does she embrace her new identity as a woman? Or is it legitimately you're stuck in a woman's body as a male? It's very dependent. You're asking level 5 Vogue here. In front of my of the devil, okay. And it also depends on how the partner perceives it. Cause she could be thinking, oh, this is lesbian sex. But the other one could be thinking in the same lines as you. It's like, does this count? I don't know, because they don't, the concept of exploring your identity is like foreign to them. Level 4, you lost a level yesterday? Fuck! What did I do? Don't answer that. Okay. Don't answer that. Alright. You didn't lose any level? He's lying? Okay. Okay. Yeah, sure. It sounds more complicated than it actually is in practice. It's easy to end up on the wrong side of town as long as you're trying to. Reynard's map narrowed the search a lot more than I expected, but I'll be on my own from here on out. It's gotta be one of these 3 buildings. So let's go over what I know. I'm looking for a base of operations for a mid-tier kind of pod. Rougher than a storefront, not as fortified as a headquarters. A location that makes customers feel safe, not trapped. Of course, if I just start knocking on doors, they'll probably find me, with weapons drawn. So if I want to be smart about this, I better use all my senses. Okay, maybe I'll lower the sound effect, volume. Okay. Alright. Alright. Okay. I mean, let's just go. I feel like it'd probably be that one. But let's look at here. A bit cleaner than the other buildings around here. Could be someone spending money on upkeep. Or maybe this one's just been torn down and rebuilt the least. There are a couple of bodies lingering around inside it. They don't exactly have that organized criminal associate edge. Organized criminal associate is the label most widely used within law enforcement for individuals who are members of criminal organizations. Supplanting terminology used during the first half of the 21st century in accordance with changes to the organization of, recruitment for, and internal culture within organized crime. Frequently abbreviated with some artistic liberty as orcs, or the more common orcas. Law enforcement professionals often use related nomenclature when discussing organized criminal activity in informal settings. For example, an orca may also be referred to as a killer whale, KL or KW. A group of orcas may be called a pod, while a known gathering place may be labeled a den. I really like that. Actually. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. A lot of pods will pay civilians good money just to keep their eyes open. It's certainly dark. But there's a camera out front, and it's not broken. Overall, it's probably just a mechanic garage that shuts down the power to save money at night. I don't want the correct option. I want the incorrect one. I hope it's the middle one. The windows are all dark, like no one's home. But they're all shut too. So it could be that they're just tinted. Alley's clear. Fire escape's still there for the most part. Could pass for an alternate exit if need be. And that door looks sturdy enough to bounce a bullet off. Someone's been renovating. Oh, okay, so I had to look at them all anyway.
Yay!
Well, this place just looks like shit. Looks more like a haunt, just dry enough for users to pass out and than anything else. It's plenty inconspicuous, but a dealer of the level I'm looking for would consider a made man respectable. I doubt they'd be willing to have to step over trash constantly just to keep a low profile. Okay, might as well pull the trigger. Dingy, but not a shithole. Some secure features, but the paint's not too shiny. Goldilocks takes it. This is my best bet. But why? Why do I feel like I'm being watched? Oh. Hello. Owlish looking freak. Hey. Kid, question mark. Great acting. You supposed to be the lookout? You're like 3 apples tall, what the hell?
Red Hood.
What'd you say? People come down here to be anonymous, or the closest thing to it in the modern day. It's considered poor etiquette to stare at anyone for more than a moment. It's faux pas to make an effort to remember someone. Commenting on another's dress isn't a slap to the face, but it is odd. Go away? At least they can take direction. Whatever. A lookout being around just confirms that I picked the right building. Time to try the door. What will make them open up? Money. I have money! Actually, I have a dark card. That was correct! Wait, I thought that would be the funnier option! No! Fuck! I placed my hand against the door absentmindedly, ready to move to plan B. And I feel movement. Locks being checked, perhaps a doorknob palmed. Anxiety and curiosity pit against one another by an onlooking greed. How do you enter a closed room? Alright, let's not go there, Beatrice. First you try pushing. Okay, Battler. When that doesn't work, naturally... Okay, Erica. Forget it. I'll find some other... No need for master keys or any other trickery. If you know what you're doing, doors will open for you. Like magic. Ah-ha-ha-ha! 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 The door's not the only thing that's been reinforced around here. This apartment building, motel? Whatever it used to be, someone's made a lot of effort to file it down. The hallways blocked off with chicken wire and stripped furniture, access panels ripped out, doors bolted shut. They took a maze and ground it down into a one-way street. Or maybe a shooting gallery. With blaring musical accompaniment. Don't get any ideas. Got no vacancy. And here I thought I'd found my dream home, Mr... Call me Trey. And too bad, we're closed this month. Hello, Trey. Date of birth, April 2nd, 177 centimeters tall, 62 kilograms, O positive blood type. Freelancer, likes vending machines, skate parks, ice chips. Dislikes rich kids, fried food, cops. You don't like fried food? Loitering. 3 arrests, 0 convictions. Larceny, 2 arrests, 1 conviction. Truancy, no incidents on record. I really like these. I like how, aside from occupation likes and dislikes, the bottom 3 are just like whatever the fuck they want. This is good. I like that. Wait, you're serious? Do you rent these out? Of course we do. This is a business. Right, and, you, see a lot of demand? This is the lower wards, bitch. He sighs the word without emphasis, like a subconscious honorific. Okay, my bad. I read it wrong. I was about to say, like, don't call them that! I'm not honored, but I can't find it in myself to be offended either. Tons of stray ducks will pay top for a site to lay low a night or two. I can see why. This is the hallway. The rooms are clean. Sure. Look, the doors are heavy, the locks are all physical, and it's quiet. So this is a safe house for rent. Safe rooms for rent. But like I said, we're not open for business right now. Curious. Come on, up the stairs already. And no mask when we get up there. And curious, sir. A good mask is like a good pair of boots in the lower wards. Keeps you clean, keeps you moving, makes your journey a dozen times more comfortable. And if you leave the house barefoot, you can expect to bring back something unsavory attached to you. It's not odd for him to be barefaced, but demanding that I not wear mine is... Seriously, stuff it in your pocket now.
La la la.
Forgot I was wearing it. Why so serious? I mean, why so nervous though? We're not... I mean... I ain't nervous. Nothing to worry about then. Yeah, but you need to lose those gloves too. So that's their game. This isn't a power move, it's insurance. If this place ever gets busted, evidence of my visit will be all over the place. They're giving their customers extra incentive to make sure this shithole remains a hidden gem. A reasonable idea on their part, but it doesn't change my answer. Yay! Yeah, that's not happening. Bitch! Whatever. Have fun explaining to the boss why you can't follow basic instructions. That does sound fun! Watch it. You're a guest here. A guest? I'm a paying customer. And if you try to get me to remove any more articles of clothing, I'm leaving a scathing review. You haven't paid yet. Come on. Right behind you. She's so cool. She's so cool. Through here? Yeah. Hey, I'll get the door. Huh? Yeah, these look like the bunch. Howdy! Okay, Morgan. Alright, okay. She thinks she's so funny. She thinks she's so fucking funny. Where the hell did you find her? Must have fallen out of the canopy like ripe as shit fruit. Because if she didn't fall out of the goddamn sky, that'd mean Trey opened the door for her. Right, Trey? Thanks, come on, How hard is it to not open a goddamn door? Well, she is... Shut up. The others aren't fazed by his volume. This is normal. The big guy's always like this. But his outburst is giving me a moment to take in the scenic view. Brings a tear to the eye. You. Me? Who else? Hit that. A cigarette? It's laced with drugs. Or don't. I'd love an excuse to kick your ass back down those stairs. They think I'm a cop? They think I'm a cop and cops can't use drugs when undercover? I could quote them the exact law that invalidates this legal defense, but I gather that wouldn't assuage their concerns. Well, what's it gonna be? I don't want to be drugged. Tanks. Born August 11th, 191 centimeters tall, 101 kilograms, A negative. Occupation handyman, likes parkour, spray paint, stainless steel, dislikes beer cans, water stains, cops. Assault, 2 arrests, no charges pressed. Grand theft, auto, 3 arrests, 2 convictions. Incarceration, 18 months, juvenile correctional campus. Nah, I'm good. That was in your mouth, man. What? Sorry. It's not that you're bad looking, it's just... Trey! Who the hell is this? Red bitch! You trying to jinx us? She's a customer? I know she's a customer. We get customers every other day of the goddamn year. Why'd you have to bring her in here tonight? There we go. This is it. I found the place. Well? Creek, she's got... Look at me! Don't talk to Creek, talk to me! She's got a dark card! Nope. I ran the cereal downstairs. Scanner got hot like a hand warmer trying to crunch it, so... It's legit, right? Dark card, huh? Alright, Creek. Born November 10th, 178 centimeters tall, 76 kilograms. Oh, negative. Entrepreneur. Likes making money, making friends. Dislikes doctors. Grand theft. Case dismissed due to lack of evidence. Extortion. Case dismissed due to witness recanting. Pronouns. Any. Glad to hear it, Creek. Glad to hear it. Okay. Alright, thanks! This is awesome. I nod. Hard not to start playing a little more conservatively once you know the stakes. Whatever the specifics of their leadership structure, they're all looking to this Creek right now. But I don't know his rhythm yet, so I can't exactly match it. For the moment, silence is golden. Yeah, but... Tonight, Creek? It was all the other shit we're expected to shovel?
Hey, shouldn't make talk like that in front of the customer.
Customer. You'd think the word was old toothpaste the way he spat it out. Translation, outsider. Yeah, thanks, Miller, I know. Born October 6th, 177 centimeters tall, 69 kilograms, B negative. Tradesman. Likes horror films, bubblegum, terrariums. Dislikes bookies, gin, cops. Vandalism, 4 arrests, 4 convictions. Okay, you gotta do better than that. Extortion, 2 arrests, 0 convictions. Littering, no incidents on record. Oh, impressive. Heavens, Miller smiles. Huh. Lakers, Creek, Kristoff. Like the guy from Mace Attorney. Anchor Tanks Tan. That's a crazy name. Songmin Trey Trench. Alright. All the more reason we should tell this bitch to get slagged. Look, she's here now. So why not take her money? Know what? I got a better idea. The loud one. Tanks? Is pressing a barrel directly into my forehead. This is so stylish. Oh, this is so good. If you can't read it, the asterisk says apply directly to the forehead. Why not take her for all she's got? The metal feels cool on my skin. Reminds me of a stethoscope. Breathe in. And try not to sigh at the theatrics. Instead, I make eye contact with Creek. Hey now. You can put that away. He reholstered his firearm without so much as a click of the tongue. Mid-tiers, like I thought. They've got something approaching discipline. Mind the safety. Get screwed.
So we good?
We're good. We are good, right, Creek? Threading a thin needle, lady. A lot of moving parts neath the surface here. Give me a minute to clear my schedule for you. Make yourself at home in the meantime. Just don't hover, yeah? Course. You won't even notice I'm here. Oh boy! Oh boy! Time to observe. Oh wait, auto find, right? Oh wait, what? Okay, I did not mean to do that. What? Nothing, you're just kinda glaring at me. It's my job to glare at suspect bitches like...
Tanks is just superstitious. Though I wouldn't call it a superstition until it stops keeping you alive.
Am not! Did I pass a black cat on my way in or something?
It's your clothes!
Again? Didn't know your fine establishment had a dress code. It's not a code, it's just bad goddamn luck to wear red.
Bad luck to see red, man.
Same thing.
Nah, you see the red hood, then you fear for your life. Cosplaying as her is weird, but it won't doom you.
Do they know? Great, it'll only doom us.
I don't think I've heard this particular ghost story, boys.
Really? You were blending in so well.
The Red Rider Hood, the Shinigami, Grim Reaper of the lower wards. Spot her on a misty night, end up dead by morning light. Come on, Krieg, don't start that shit when you don't even believe it.
Don't have to believe it to have heard the rhyme.
You never heard of the Red Rider Hood? Little girl in the fog in a big red raincoat? Misted in the crossfire of a shootout between pigs and robbers, wanders the wars seeking revenge.
Hold on, let me Google this real quick. Mist, slang for shoot, destroy, kill, especially against living things. A slang term meaning to shoot or to kill that originates from the bloody spray produced from when a modern firearms projectile makes contact with living tissue. Yeah, okay. I mean, I figured as much.
Thought even Uptowners knew this stuff. You gonna tell me you never heard of the Cyberpunk or the Little Lord next?
Okay, hold on, let me just check my phone. A mythologized countercultural icon or way of being. Originally a term coined in short science fiction story, and later having grown into a genre all its own, cyberpunk or cyberpunk historically has referred to countercultures centered around the themes of underdogs resisting powerful corporate or government forces through digital guerrilla warfare. While the genre has persisted to modern times and evolved in numerous ways, over the last 2 decades it has taken on new meaning as a kind of mythologized way of being for the adolescent or disaffected to aspire to. A code of conduct that emphasizes anti-authoritarianism, community organizing, corporate disengagement, and socioeconomic consciousness. The so-called singular cyberpunk has become the 21st century man without a name, a wanderer with their own rule of law. Cultural critic Simon Essentia summarized the appeal as thus: there's no such thing as a 21st century hero. Is it any wonder the most vulnerable among us turn to the past for guidance? Users also frequently search for, "Get ready with me, cyberpunk." The 99 Man explained, "Are co-ops illegal?" Are they? What do you mean? Okay. Guess I don't have a good ear for this kind of thing. Or maybe you're just not as smart as you think you are. Says the grown man sweating because of a ghost story. How about I take extra care not to walk under any ladders for the rest of the night and we call it even?
Walk under any... Where would you even find it? Oh, did you mean a stepladder?
Case in point, this isn't Danganronpa. This is Ace Attorney. Now who's afraid? You look pale as shit. Because for some reason, I just got the horrible feeling that I lost a bet. Is this like a fucking... Guys, how many episodes it takes till Morgan gets hit with the stepladder discourse? It's like, no, we're trying to stand on our own. We don't need stepladder discourse. We don't need the reference. I'm sorry, Morgan. It's just too good. It's too good. That door's nearly as sturdy as the one out front, but a lot more slapped together. What was it originally? That, walk-in freezer or something? What? No, we had an agreement about hovering, yeah? Yeah. It's barred from this side.
Oopsies.
You doing inventory over here? Ouch. This have caught you on the worst night of the quarter.
Quarter? This ain't a mag operation, lady. We take our inventory daily.
Derogatory slang for mega corporation or one of their employees. I feel like I already know this one. But I'll read it out loud anyway. What's the stepladder discourse? It's just a reference to like funny flavor text in Ace Attorney, where Phoenix and Maya go into a verbal sparring over whether a ladder is classified as a stepladder or a normal ladder, if there's even any difference between the two. That Reyes is distracting me. Yeah, eyes on the screen. Eyes on the screen.
Sorry, Tsunade, thank you. Oh no, I'm trapped on the roof. Help me, stepladder.
I can't. I'm actually a normal ladder. Meg is a derogatory and hateful term used to refer to so-called mega corporations or anyone who works for them. Yeah, didn't they like legally classify Meg as a slur against corporations? It's so funny. There are numerous unverified explanations for how the term originated. Some say it is a natural evolution from the slang word shark, which was used to refer to ruthless individuals or businessmen in the late 20th century. Others claim that Meg was originally short for Megan, a sort of archetypal individual that defended the contributions that corporations have made to society. Yeah, okay, I remember this. Tired of having to read anti-industrial sentiment on the net? Check out our auto-censor tools that replace harmful words like Meg with family-friendly alternatives like job creator or patriot. Yeah, okay. Torture. You gonna suggest you put it all down a spreadsheet, get everyone to sign off every hour? We got a special name for anything with more than one signature on it. A cricket case. Combating Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Criminal Organizations Act. What? CRICO. Huh. The Combating Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Criminal Organizations Act provides for increased law enforcement powers and impunity when investigating and prosecuting organized criminal charges. The CRICO Act allows for prosecutors to link multiple individual charges of racketeering, contraband, smuggling, or other smaller infractions into criminal conspiracy charges against the entirety of a criminal organization. Though much of the law is built off of previous legislature designed to assist prosecutors in fighting organized crime, the CRICO Act is distinct in that it makes clear the distinction between criminal organizations and corporations that may be operating in violation of the law. Oh, okay. Considered necessary to adapt to changes in the drug trafficking, gambling, and sex work industries. Before the CRICO Act, prosecutors would at times seek to designate corporations engaging in aggressive market or cartel-like behavior as criminal organizations, arguing that their structure does not significantly differ from what might be called a mafia. Post-CRICO corporations with legal business charters registered with the state are effectively immune to criminal conspiracy charges and are instead prosecuted through the trade courts. Some of the more liberal-leaning members of the judicial system have argued that this emboldens certain aggressive corporate behaviors and complicates attempts to prosecute criminal organizations who make some amount of their profits through legally registered and operating businesses. Others point to the relatively higher penalties in the trade courts as sufficient deterrent for criminal activity on the behalf of either corporate or mafia parties. In criminal courts, sentences for individuals can be as severe as life in prison. But in trade courts, guilty verdicts can result in entire companies being deregistered and all of their assets being acquired by the state. Users also frequently searched for How to Avoid CRICO Charges Easy 2086. Prisoner's Dilemma explained. Is it illegal to gather with people? Okay. Alright. Prisoner's Dilemma is crazy. Okay. He's corrupting the CRICO acronym a lot, but his risk assessment isn't misguided. Paperwork brings down more criminal organizations than guns ever will. Give a half-decent accountant one thread to pull on and they can rip apart the mafia in less than a business day. Hey, what did Creek say? Don't hover! It's only hovering if I'm bothering you. Am I bothering you? If you were bothering me, you'd know it. Okay, yay. Fellas, is it illegal to hang out with HB? They don't know that! They don't know that! Did I interrupt the game? What's your poison? 5 card? Full blind? Monaco rules? Are those games? We just screw around with whatever we got to kill time, lady. You know your stuff. You ever play around here?
Now and then.
The hell? You go slumming for card games?
Now and then. Oh, Damon, thank you! In the transhumanist community, we call those who die life cucks. People who got cucked by life. There are two kinds of life cucks. Indeads, which are involuntarily dead, and voldeads, who volunteer to be dead. It's embarrassing to be a life cuck. I thought with transhumanists, I thought we were gonna go in a completely different direction. I thought we were going robots. I thought we were going full clanker. But this is fine too. This is fine too. Alright. You can't say this C word. Get bent! Have I seen you on a game before? Maybe up by the 30s? Sorry, must have been some other redhead. Damn. Thought I'd finally gotten my second chance at getting that beauty's contacts. You practice that one a lot? Sartic being timed out by 7023 is really funny. Okay. Is it woke to be anti-clanker or pro-clanker? It's woke to disengage with the clanker joke entirely. Because at the end of the day, the joke has ran its course, and I'm surprised people still derive some sort of amusement from it. Practiced it a little. How's it working? Keep practicing. Alright. Let's see. Okay. You good, buddy? Looking a little sweaty. Well, that's just because I was exercising before you showed up. Uh-huh. Bitch, you don't believe me? How do you think we defend what's ours down here? I assume the gun I was acquainted with just now played a role. Think we can afford to break the bank on bullets? It's easy to buy a gun, pulling the triggers. Also easy. Like kissing it goodbye. It'll rat you out first chance it gets. Skill issue! An aversion to firearms would explain the relatively low fatalities for gang-related violence. The big names can afford to buy a new gun every week, but for everyone beneath them, it comes down to crowbars, clubs, knives, and mods. Well, I'm sure you all do very well in your fistfights. Fistfight is juvie. Sounds like recess shit. Sorry. Fisticuffs? Laugh it up! The first time you hear the sound a steel arm makes caving a skull in, you'll get exactly how we operate. Right. Sorry. Alright, come here. Pull up a chair. Let me ask you something before we get started. What was your first job? Waitress? Waitress. You remember this feeling? 9 p.m. Diners filter out, doors close at 10. Y'all start turning off the grills, taking out the trash, settling down. And then some mouth breather comes in at 9:40 with big blank eyes expecting you to find him a table. Yeah. Asshole behavior, not breaking any rules, can't arrest him, can't shoot the guy, even if you wanted to. So, related note, you're here to buy. A paying customer, happy to have you. Just read the room, okay? Sure. And no haggling. Now, what are you here for? Okay. I forget. Wait, maybe I should have quickly read through the prologue and chapter 1 again, because, like, I forgot Morgan had, like, a backstory about, like, back in her college days. Did she do that? Did she do that? And then Creek's trying to play a power move by saying he knows what she did? Or like, was that something else? She did a favor for fucking Asher. She hasn't revealed too much about herself, I don't think. Yeah, but I forgot what that last, like... There's a last flashback of her in college. Being a little freak. I forget. Ah, fuck. With Asher, she killed his stalker. Okay, but how did she do that? Fuck. How did she end up doing that? At a veterinarian clinic? Did she do that? Okay. Trash compactor. Okay. So I'm just drawing lines where there aren't meant to be. Okay. Okay. I got confused. Alright. Well, can't be honest about that. Time to build a story. This Creek seems less high-strung than the others. He must have a few years and a couple promotions under his belt. He might be on the 3rd floor at the moment, but in spirit, he's still on the street, earning. Everyone above him is in more managerial positions. He's in between crowds, isolated. And he seemed entertained by my poke at the big guy. Putting that all together, I'm not actually here for myself. Truth is, I can't hear anything over the damn screen. I grabbed the remote sitting on the edge of the desk and turned off the screen. That's better. The hell do you do that for? It was too loud. We like it loud. Screws with bugs and wires and caps. Are you a cop? Keeping it at that volume could damage your ears. You'd end up yelling all the time. Relax, Tanks. Like I was saying, I'm actually here for someone else. My boss, to tell you the truth. That sucks. Does your regional manager want a made-to-order heart attack at his retirement party or something? You're not that far off. His son's turning 18 and he wants a party. An organic party. How's that supposed to mean? Hell if I know. But a coworker let slip that I smoked a few times in college, so boss goes and hands me his dart card, slaps me on the rear, and sends me down here. Told me to get everything his son needs for the best graduation ever. That's rough. A pretty lady like yourself shouldn't be stuck running errands at this hour, not in this part of the city. It's not safe. Speaking of which, Miller? Stand up, raise your hands. I oblige, but the lanky one keeps staring at me oddly, looking me up and down. It's not complimentary. He's searching for something. See, normally I would never be this poor of a host to such a nice customer, but bosses, right? Yeah. Mine have been real micromanaging lately. It's kind of becoming a problem. So, we're taking a little more care around new faces. Tucked inside her jacket, round the left pocket. His eyes aren't modded. Did I give it away with my body language? Something you want to share with the class? Forgot I had that, maybe? Yes, I have a knife on me. Should I have declared that on my papers? Would have been the polite thing to do, yeah. Sorry for the poor manners. But a pretty lady like me, this part of town. Guess I was just being careful around new faces. Alright. You're letting her keep it? I got you here to protect us. Whatever, man. I have to wonder, though. Why'd a high-power corporate mover shaker come in person? Why come to us? Why not cross the skywalk over to the nearest Ikaria-owned dispensary? Ikaria? Ikaria? I can't believe Jinx and Hatsune Miku are bullying us, dude. Cage it tonight, aren't we, boys? The hell are they so suspicious for? And who is a Icaria? That name sounds vaguely familiar, but... Well, I can read between the lines. There's a competition. So if these blue bloods are being this cautious around a paying customer, I can shame them over it. Oh, they're not blue... Oh, the blue bloods aren't referring to androids? I just made that up? Okay. An international criminal organization known for extorting corporations through shipping ports. Oh my god, she's so fine. The international criminal organization, most commonly known as the Blue Bloods, originated in the early 21st century as an offshoot of Eastern Hemisphere triads that subsumes various dock workers' unions. Oh, okay. Loosening international corporate regulations and decreasing job opportunities at the time made it difficult for traditional unions to gather and maintain bargaining power. Simultaneously, many triads struggled as increasing nationalism around the globe, combined with improvements in border security, made the profit margins for smuggling smaller and smaller, even as demand for foreign goods went increasingly unmet. Historians and criminologists debate on the exact origin of the Blue Bloods. Even among ex-members, there remains debate about which side approached which, or when the Blue Bloods became a distinct identity. What is agreed upon is that by the mid-21st century, the Blue Bloods were a significant presence in every major trade port around the world, smuggling goods across borders and extorting multinational corporations by threatening to withhold or destroy merchandise as they entered the country. Domestically, the Blue Bloods seem to have given... Domestically, the Blue Bloods seem to have given serious consideration towards legitimizing their activities for a time, acquiring legal charters of business for many of their shipping and security operations during the 2050s. This same time period also saw a cooling of hostilities between the Blue Bloods and many of their rivals, with gang-related violence dropping precipitously. Civil disruptions and suspected change in leadership during the 60s, however, reversed this trend. While the Blue Bloods remain a major player on the global criminal trafficking market, their status of criminal concern was officially downgraded to moderate by the state during the 2070s. Most criminologists agree that their national presence is now relatively weak, and it remains so far long enough that the organization's broader global leadership is likely uninterested in expending the resources it would take to change the status quo. I want you so bad. Can I just look at it a bit more? I'm sorry. She's distracting us. She's distracting me! Oh my god! Yay! Okay. So if these Blue Bloods are being this cautious around a paying customer, I can shame them over it. I mean, sure, everyone knows Icaria has taken the lion's share of the city. I just didn't realize that they had a monopoly, too. Hey, get it straight! The Icaria won't be on top anymore once we... Never mind! Can we not do business? No one said that! So, what'll it be? Well, I don't want any of these kids choking on their own foam. Even if it'd be funny to watch? I figured I'd just buy a bunch of the downers and maybe a handful of uppers. Let half of them get high off the atmosphere. Downers, huh? We got the new titration of lime. Lasts for hours. Yeah, they can stir it into their watered-down beers. Wait, new titration? No one's gonna shit themselves, are they? No. Not until the morning, at least. Alright, well, I can live with that. What have you got on the other end? Got plenty, as long as they don't mind hippos. Hypodermics. I feel like these baby shark types would get nervous around needles. You got anything they can inhale? They love vaping. Well, got a lot of nerve. Fast bump, high plateau, and a smooth ride down. Our bestseller. Sounds great. Unfortunately, it's high in demand, so... I get that he's selling me drugs, but does he really have to sell me drugs? Nirvana! Meta Hex Phenylyl? Metahexphenylyl is an illegal stimulant sold in black markets as a recreational drug under the street name Nirvana, sometimes shortened to Nerve. Wow, you watched Evangelion? Nerve. This shit's so stupid. Okay. Alright. When taken as an inhalant, it is a euphoriant. Soy point! Soy point! Soy point! Soy point! Soy point! Soy point! It is a euphoriant with mild hallucinogenic properties. In recent months, its growing popularity has led many to suspect that the drug is being assessed for legalization by the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight. Okay. Boner? The boner? But B-O-N over? You're forcing it. Stop. That's what. Okay. minus one woke points. The process of considering a drug for legalization is kept strictly confidential in order to prevent rampant speculation in the pharmaceutical market. However, increases in the sales of the precursor chemicals for making metahexphenyl seem to indicate that producers are anticipating its legalization nonetheless. The relative obscurity of said precursor chemicals has made the uptake particularly noticeable, and supply has not been able to keep up with this elevated demand. Possession, production of, use of, or trafficking in metahexphenyl is a crime. Even when a drug is legalized, previous violations of narcotics law are not granted amnesty. Bono Amy, yeah, but I was trying to force it into being like boner, because it's like bone oversight, so it's like bone. Okay. Hey, it's not my card anyway. Charge it. Gladly. Typing away at his tablet like this, he almost looks white collar. It checks out, right? The cereal's legit, so... Yeah, man. You already said that. It's encrypted, Trey. It's not meant to be a one-tap purchase. Dark card. The gold standard of untraceable fund transfer among the criminal and financial elite. Your average citizen wouldn't recognize it as anything special. Looks like any other credit or debit card. Only reason I recognize it is because they got flashed all the time back in my apprenticeship. Mostly for drawing lines, but sometimes for purchasing. Hard to convert the funds back into cash, but if you want to buy or sell on the black market, you couldn't ask for better. So what the hell's going on? I'm dangling some very enticing bait here. An amenable mark, spending money that's not her own, they should be salivating over me. Instead, they're practically x-raying me. Why? Because you're wearing red! Interesting decor. Finally, someone notices. It's nice, right? It's called cherry wood. Redid the paint myself with the finish I had imported. It is a nice piece of furniture, Creek. But I was referring to your paperweight. Oh, yeah. You like it? No. Sorry, can't say that I do. It's a bit martial for my taste. Have you considered giving it a polish? That'd be a crime. Oh? Polishing off the battle scars from a hard-won prize. Prize? It's not yours? Something I picked up on the job. Ooh. A masculine voice, muffled, possibly gagged, and stifled as if pained. Seems like I'm not their only guest tonight. Really wish you'd left the music on, lady. Sorry, you say something? I completely spaced out just now. Didn't hear a word you said. Okay. That's okay. I didn't say anything. Guess you aren't so stupid you can't even mind your own business. Speaking of my business, how are we looking? Card's still processing. Sorry about that. Guess it takes time to snake a wire through enough pinholes that even the almighty state can't track it. Takes power too, apparently. Batteries plummeting. Dark card. Almost more trouble than it's worth. Definitely didn't do its previous owner any good. Before I palmed it off his corpse. Morgan, you're gonna get into aura depth. There's too much aura. You gotta calm down. Your boss must be a careful guy, delegating you to come down here with this. Yeah, maybe. Not very smart, though. He has no idea what any of this shit costs. Ah. If I treat myself after I finish here, it's not like he'd ever know the difference. Good on you, ripping off the bastard. A woman after my own heart. There it is. Now I just need 2 thumbs and a password for verification, and we're golden. There a problem? Yeah. Is there a problem? No, no problem. Sorry, it's just something I heard. And what's that? That the Blue Bloods they've gotten something special in recently. Can't trust everything you hear out there. Or read. Or see. No, no, of course not. But is it true? A no mask? Like the man said, you gotta be careful what stories you listen to. Come on, what could it even cost? A couple thousand? I wouldn't know. I'm no art appraiser. But I do know that it's rare. Fun fact, no means talent. But I don't think that translation does it justice. Less than a dozen people on the planet who can make them. What's so special about it? I mean, them. If they exist, which they, don't. If you want a mask, you've already got one on your chin, lady. State puts up cameras, we put on masks. State adds layered scans, we wear helmets. High-tech climbs higher, low-tech punches lower, back and forth, up the escalators. But a nose mask got tech that can't be answered. Scissors sharp enough to cut rock. Anti-facial recognition fractalized active defense. Any camera, scanner, or ad looks at that mask, they'll see a face. Within a face, within a face, within a face, until fatal error. Forget hiding from cameras, searching for blind spots. With a no mask, you could just walk down the busiest street in the city and break every camera in a half kilometer. You know your stuff. Okay, yeah, I get why she's here now. Oh, classical Japanese mask dance drama. No is translated literally as ability. It's a world-renowned form of Japanese dance theater with traditions and codified performances dating back to the 14th century, strictly regulated by the Iemoto system, in which a single heir inherits all authority, mastery, and secret techniques of their predecessor. No strict adherence to tradition and seniority have made it difficult for the practice to spread and flourish during the 21st century. Performers wear archetypal costumes and masks and must convey emotion through precise movement. Their masks are masterfully crafted such that a single static mask can convey sorrow, fury, joy, or terror by merely angling the head differently. Huh. Maybe they mean the performances, the codified performances themselves are dated back to the 1300s? And then automated dependent. Hey! We already know what you are. Alright. You know your stuff. Buyer beware. But if this mask could do half of what you think it could, anyone who got their hands on it wouldn't part with it easily. So, how much? More than you can afford, that's for sure. I don't know about that. I've got pretty nice stock options. Maybe you do have the money. That's not the issue. I can't sell it. It's already been spoken for. An end of discussion. Well, sure, you can't sell something that's been spoken for. But things get misplaced all the time. Delivery carriers showing up at the wrong address, missing packages ending up in the backs of storage facilities, merchandise falling off the back of the proverbial truck. You weren't sent here on some errand.
Shit.
What is it? Take a long look, boys, because you may never get another chance. We're breathing the same air as a genuine consultant.
She's some kind of Mega Meg spy?
If I was, I couldn't exactly come out and say, now could I?
Oh shit!
Is it really this easy?
Yeah, that's real smart talk. Now give me one reason I shouldn't paint your brains onto the wall.
Because I still haven't paid for my purchase? Definitely got the nerves of a consultant. They teach you that at some fancy uptown corpo school? Or was it something you were born with? Something I was born with? Probably. But believe it or not, I'm glad we're having this conversation. Honesty always speeds up the negotiation. So in the spirit of cooperation, why don't you start being honest too? How's that? You don't want my money, traceable or otherwise. Only reason you'd entertain a customer while in the middle of whatever bottleneck you're keeping behind that door is because I have something rare that you desperately need.
Don't assume desperation or need.
How about want? You want the dark card account itself, not whatever shitcoin currency it holds. And why's that? To steal from your bosses.
You don't know what the hell you're talking about. They're the ones stealing from us.
Yeah, I'm sure you have very legitimate grounds for a wage theft suit, but I don't care. Whether it's for running away, skimming off the top, or just as insurance, you want a wallet they don't have eyes on. And since your tall friend hasn't misted me yet, it seems like you're willing to barter for it. So, the card for the mask. Not even close. The card plus 2 quarters worth of my salary. That's nearly... Nah, sister, you don't have the cash for this purchase. And it ain't the kind of thing you can get a loan from the bank for. I don't like it, but... Not cash, then. Might as well try it. What about information instead? I'm not gonna say it's impossible, but it would have to be one hell of a piece of intel. I could give you heartbreak.
What'd she say?
Funny. That is funny. Heartbreak, the most famous anarcho-terrorist in the country, at some Meg's beck and call. Upgraded to anarcho-terrorist now? Ugh. She's so cool. Lots of people were laughing very hard, having shorted the right stocks before each of his kills.
Hold up, seriously?
No, why do people buy this conspiracy shit so easily?
I don't get the joke. Why would we want heartbreak?
To learn from him, make an example of him, hire him. You blue bloods have been fighting the Rust, the Euphoria, the state, and everyone who wants a peace for decades. Yet heartbreak's gotten more notoriety than all of you combined in only a few months. There's really nothing you'd want to say to him? Nothing you'd want to ask him? If he was sitting right in front of you? The following scene contains loud noises, flashes of light, depictions of violence and gore.
Hell of a bluff, I'll give you that.
Thought it was worth a try.
They'll never believe her, bro. They'll never fucking believe her. God damn it.
Sorry, just procrastinating having to go back to my superiors empty-handed.
No, it was good. Good effort. I mean, I'm still interested in the dark card. It's just...
that mask is a death sentence, crafted specifically for one very special customer. I'm just the one given the honor of hanging on to it until... sounds like you've got your own office politics to worry about. Getting pulled in every direction. I know the feeling.
Well, that was a bunch of drama for nothing. She gonna buy or what, Creek?
Oh, I'm still buying. Not for some kid's party, obviously. plan is we're gonna spike the competition at this meet and greet, make the customers think they're drooling idiots. The mask was always a long shot. I was just personally curious. Curiosity can get you into trouble down here at the bottom of the world. Don't worry. I like to think I know a thing or two about discretion. I can see that. Let's wrap this up then. Your password and your thumbs, please. Sure. I'll just take off my gloves here. Oh yeah. I make a snap with my right hand as my left extends towards the desk. Viewer discretion advised. Okay. Okay. Real quick, before I forget, do you have a bag for all this? Yeah, actually, got a few in it. The hell? Only needed to distract him for a second. Less than one heartbeat. I did tell him to mind his safety. Oh. The big one made a small noise as he looked down to see that his own gun had blown a fist-sized chunk out of his torso. Holy sh... He jumped up fast. I was expecting to blow his head off. From behind a motion, a shape charging towards me. Spinning left, I draw my knife, exhale, and lower my shoulders. There. A loudly broadcast haymaker swinging in from his right. Bad instinct. He must have gotten used to those sparklers making people flinch. I step in, and his bicep smacks dully onto my shoulder as I place my knife directly into his carotid. He's gripping that knife with all the strength he has left. Wait, is he really gonna try to pull it out? Someone's been stabbed! What do? When applying first aid to a puncture wound, removing the foreign object is not recommended, as this can greatly increase the rate of blood loss. Another bad instinct. Oxygen cut off to the brain, already losing vision. Red! And dropped with all the grace of a garbage bag hitting the bottom of the dumpster. So that just leaves... Hasn't moved a muscle. Newest member, weakest in the pack. Personally, I wouldn't have given the new guy guard duty, but hindsight's 20/20. The gun's double-barreled, 2 shots spent, and Miller still has my knife in a literal death grip. I'll have to improvise for this last one. What the hell? Why not? Oh, shit! Though, come to think of it, how do you use this thing? Aim for the bleachers, I guess. Oh, fuck! She's so cool! She's so fucking cool, bro! My god. His due. Episode 2! Yay! Yay! Barely got 3 centimeters into his neck. Must have hit a vertebrae and stopped dead. Still got the job done after a few whacks, but... Well, it was my first time with a sword. And I've never been very good at anything the first time. I've always needed lots of practice. Okay. The music should have deadened the sound of the gunfire, and that gun was heavily modified. If it somehow still has its tags, they can't possibly be functioning properly. So I've got a window of opportunity. First things first, gloves back on. Shit! Oh wow, someone's lively. You... Who the hell? Some kind of mod keeping him alive? A cruelty under his circumstances. I could hear that slug tear his intestines apart. The pain alone should have knocked him out cold, yet his fingers are limp, his eyes sharp. Paralyzed. There are rules! I thought... Blood's pooling fast, ugh. You got 4 minutes. 4 minutes? For what? Everything. You're no meg assassin, you're too talkative. Who sent you? Fox? Grey lady? I thought that said gay lady. All that red should have... You the rust's new rabid dog? Caribou? It's cute how you all give each other nicknames. You're... civilian? Where's the mask? Go to hell! You just looked right at the desk drawer. I thought you said you played poker? I need your keys. A civilian thief? Theft is victimless. It's robbery when violence is involved. So you're just out of your goddamn mind? I'm the last person you'll ever talk to, Creek. Your choice, but do you really want to be rude? You seem like you can take it. The key clicks into the small safe, and I pull upon the door to reveal paperwork. Page after page of spreadsheets and diagrams and text, all printed in red. Is this important? So considerate. Nah, just throw it anywhere. Okay. I was joking! 3 minutes now. Sarcasm will cost you time you don't have. There it is, a gleaming darkness at the back of the safe. So that's it. You. All this, all of us. For that? Just for that? I get asked that question a lot. Stop aura farming! You don't need that much! Would you feel better if I killed you for a different reason? If I had a good reason for blowing a hole in your stomach, would it have hurt any less? You've still got more than 2 minutes, plenty of time. I could spin up whatever fairy tale you'd like to put you to bed. I bring the mask to my face, and for a brief moment, the surface seems to writhe. Is it trying to adjust itself to me? Suppose it makes sense you wanting a mask so bad. If I was as hideous as you on the inside, I wouldn't want to go barefaced either. Hit a nerve? Must be the worst kind of feeling. Being seen. Seen by someone you can't even hurt anymore. Will I see you? Heartbreak. Yeah, big, bad, faceless heartbreak. I'm just a dumbass pug, but don't flatter yourself. It's not that you're particularly perceptive. I just don't have anything to hide when the corpse is talking. First honest thing you've said. So what gives, HBK? You're clearly not an idealist. All the terrorism, rebellion theories out the window. You go around killing cause your daddy smack you around? Your mommy not hug you enough? My father never laid a hand on me. My mother hugged me. A sufficient amount. So what the hell's your excuse? I don't make excuses. Then what the hell's wrong with you? Less than a minute now. I could spend that time making up a diagnosis if you'd like. Or would you prefer I just came over there and squeeze? How many? Another question straight out of the greatest hits. How can I put this? How many times have you eaten bread? Never! Got a gluten thing, bitch! Whatever, point is, I'm not a collector. This is not my hobby. I do not keep count. There is no code. I do what I want as often as I want to. Do what thou wilt, whole of the law, is that it? Don't know what you're referencing, but from where you're sitting, do I really look like the law-abiding type? I bring the mask back down to my face and feel it briefly writhe. Forget it. At least I know you deserve what's coming. I've heard a lot of empty threats in people's last moments, Greek. They're never that memorable. Told you that mask was a death sentence that was spoken for. Get up. They called in a huntsman from overseas. Home turf. Huntsmen can become anyone, go anywhere, kill anything. supposed to come over and slaughter the rust. That mask was part of this payment. He'll be looking for it. Possession is 9/10 of the law. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Finders keepers. Forget it, I don't need to scare you. Huntsman, hunter. Too much meaning lost. Always thought better translation was pelt taker. He'll find you, flay you alive, wear your skin, then go and murder everyone you've ever... What a face. Should have taken you up on dipping out early. Anything beat dying. Staring at a face like that. So, a huntsman, come and get me. Nah, the dead and the dying make for stronger bluffs. For strong bluffers. And I've seen more than a few of them try their hand at improv. Time to move. I need to scuff things up a bit more, make this look more like an orca shootout than, well, a visit from me. Wow. Hey, so what about the thing behind the door? Oh my god, is Morgan gonna adopt another ad? It's gonna be crazy. You're another one of David's fucking androids, aren't you? Cool. Gonna start a whole big family. Gulp. Okay, well, I need my knife back. Weapons are inherently disposable. I can kill with anything, so I'd never bother to retrieve one from a dead man's grip. But I might have need for a knife again shortly. So I'll be taking this back, Miller. Ugh, I had to pry. Why is it that the dead are always grasping? Dang. The sword was not worth the effort. Lesson learned. But now I have to remove it for this next part. His eyes. Can't tell the model from the outside, but I can make a strong educated guess at the price range. If they back up any data, it can't be more often than once an hour. It'll be 10 o'clock soon. I'm gonna need something with heft to it. Skull. See no evil. I really like that one. Well, the bat's definitely spent, but his eyes are no longer a problem. And the sword is fine where it is. Not gonna tempt fate and risk nicking myself with it. That's all the burning issues addressed. Time to take care of the chores. I had to remove my gloves to convince them I could use the dart card. That means I handled all the murder weapons with my bare hands. Obviously, I'll need to wipe my prints off this gun and my knife, but I put my gloves on before opening Creek's safe and cracking Trey's skull. So what does that leave? Focus, no mistakes. Right. The keys I took off of him to open the safe. The Blue Bloods are going to find out I took the mask eventually, but I see no reason to give them any hints. And on the off chance the police get here first, I'd rather they not investigate this as a robbery. All that's to say, you can have these back, Creek. Huh. The card. The dart card played its role as bait perfectly, even if it's the reason I'm gonna have to go around wiping off prints. I'll never be able to pull funds off it, but I might be able to use it again if... it's stuck. Creek must have dropped it harder than I realized. Getting shot in the stomach doesn't help with handling delicate electronics. No way I'm gonna risk taking the whole reader with me. It could have any number of pings and strings leading back to the manufacturer or even the Blue Bloods themselves. No, I'll wipe the dart card off and then set the whole reader back on the desk. For all anyone knows, Creek's pod mugged it off some slummer and we're trying in vain to get beer money off of it. The remote. This is the remote I used to distract the big guy. I needed to wipe my prints off it, of course, but should I turn the music back off? No, it was playing when I first walked in. Best to preserve continuity. And besides, what was it he said? We like it loud, screws with bugs. He was right about that much. A little smoke screen never hurts. Okay. The sword. I gripped the handle with both hands when I brought it down on his neck. Thinking back, I dragged the tip across the floor, didn't I? Shit. Probably got Miller's blood on it. That's sloppy. And stupid. Why the hell did I... Nope, forget it. 'Cause you were aura farming! There's nothing I could do about it anyway. Fingerprints can be wiped, but there's no cleaning agent on Earth that can hide blood from a modern forensics team. And I'm not looking to do an encore performance of my reaction to those goddamn fickle bobbies.
Is that really it?
Okay, I guess that's it. Okay. I can't exactly spend all night on this. Am I good here? Oh, but I gotta think again. What else is there? Oh. Remote? But I already clicked on it. Oh. What about the gun? I think she kept it. I don't know. The sound? I didn't... But... I don't think there's anything left I can click on, Desu. I'm hovering the bodies. I'm giving a loving caress to the screen right now. I'm doing circles. I'm doing circles on this shit. Yeah, there's nothing, Desu. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. This feels like the scene's been set. And I got the reward, so I got everything. It's a strange sensation, erasing your own presence. A sense of supremely private accomplishment, like placing the last piece into a milk-white jigsaw puzzle, and then throwing it in the trash. It's not unpleasant, but I can't linger here any longer to savor it. Time to draw this to a close. Uh-oh, Morgan. Uh-oh, you're gonna have another child. Thank God for the mask. I can still tell it smells goddamn awful in here, but it's bearable. Rehydrated sweat and vomit, scents full of adrenaline and sickly heat. Unfiltered, I'd be at risk of getting sick if it weren't for all the blood. Right. What to do with you? Blindfolded, gagged, it tits out, hands bound above him with plastic ties and linen wrappings, beaten bloody, and drugged. These syringes. They wanted him to stay conscious. Not very popular, are you? Still, you're not dead. And with these kinds of injuries, you won't die soon. Not without a push. That might be the most charitable thing to do under these circumstances. He must have wished for death at least once during all this torture. Too bad. The bat that barred this door is now in splinters. Anyone walking in after me won't realize that this room was locked from the outside. If this captive had somehow gotten his hands on a blade, there'd be nothing stopping him from stepping out of here and butchering his captors. The Blue Bloods will want someone to blame for the death of 4 of their men. And unlike the police, they won't bother arresting an innocent man and putting him up for trial for the world to see. They'll wrap things up for me. Hold that thought for me. As for the gun... Oh, hold that for me. And as for the gun... What's it the... All I did was tuck the gun into your waistband, pal. Oh. Okay, I can see how that would be distressing under the circumstances. Well, you can relax about that. It's not loaded. A few minutes from now, you're gonna wish it was. Out again already? Rest up while you can. When you wake up, you'll want to start running. Dang, that must suck for that guy. 3:35 p.m., August 14th, 2086. But how does she not get blood on her clothes? Oh, Sarah, I'm home! Oh shit, it's okay!
Like I practiced. Irashai!
Why did they got her doing manual labor? Pardon? Keep working on it, kid. Bar Kintsugi? Okay. Oh, wait. Ah! Okay. Didn't mean to interrupt you in the middle of training your new employee. How's it working out? It is a she, right? Never worked this close to an ad before. She is unbearably forgiving, so I doubt you'll get sued. She's fine. Good at cleaning, precise with her mixing, knows a hell of a lot of trivia. Popular with the younger crowd, I think. This is the place with the android bartender? They talk like I installed a new karaoke machine. I didn't know you had a younger crowd. Funny. What's that make you, Grandma? More of a learning curve to her than I was expecting. Did you cheap out on her bass installs? It's like I have to teach her everything. Trust me, there's nothing cheap about Sarah. We're just Sarah, look away! Don't look at the detective, okay? Look away! Okay, this is for mine! This is mine! This is for me to just look at, okay? Oh. Occupation, paralegal, apprentice at Kintsugi. Like split field diopter? Wing Chun, folding clothes. Dislikes mops, fire alarms, variety packs. Useless talent.
I can do a full split, but that is not useless.
Favorite quote.
As you think, so shall you become.
Confession.
I tried to use Adonai's makeup and broke a lipstick.
Oh, fuck. I miss you so bad. I miss you, baby. Welcome home. But yes, she can take a minute when learning the ropes. Grin and bear it a little while longer. Once she does find her footing, she'll have you worried about your job security in no time. Keep it up. I didn't have to do you the favor of hiring her, you know. Favor? Plenty of people out there who would kill to work at an up-and-coming bespoke establishment like Bar Kintsugi. I think I hear them pounding on the door now. Technically, legally, you didn't hire anyone. I generously agreed to loan you my android during the hours when I have no use for it. These kinds of arrangements aren't uncommon. Androids can, in theory, work 24 hours a day indefinitely, but their users can't. Parents come home from work, people go to sleep, staff take holidays, offices close for the night. The end result of all that slack is that a lot of androids spend a good portion of their operating time waiting around. So the more enterprising owners loan them out during that downtime, ideally to businesses with complementary working hours. There are plenty of apps and HR software to help arrange it all, but Sarah's apprenticeship wasn't on the books. After the fallout around David's death settled down, I came to realize exactly how shortchanged I was in our paralegal agreement. She's handy for research and rote work, of course, but she barely sleeps, rarely eats, finishes paperwork at lightning speed. I was spending more time finding shit to keep her busy than I was actually working. And of course, I value my alone time. It was on one of those long walks of mine that I recalled Reynard was having trouble getting this bar up and running. It takes a village to keep the world's most advanced android busy. Yeah, alone, whatever. Sarah's the one who clocks in and out, does the work, cleans the bathrooms. She's the employee. If she was an employee, you'd have to cover her benefits. Not in my current income bracket. I checked. 3 times. Wait, you're not taking her paycheck, are you? It's not a paycheck. Don't lawyer me on this shit. Sarah can't earn a paycheck. She's not a person. If she walks like a person and talks like a person and works like a person, the Supreme Court disagrees. By 13-0. Yeah, well, Supreme Court's been wrong about that kind of thing before, haven't they? Do I hear a... Touché. Sarah, Tell boss here what you spend your salary on. Oh, I get to look at Diamani's profile. Born June 15th, 184 centimeters tall, 85 kilograms, A positive. Occupation, owner-operator of Kintsugi, likes libraries, boating, fast learners, dislikes marketing, solicitors, signing things, collects ancient coins, pet peeve, web pages that take too long to load. Don't mention speed at which Kintsugi site loads. Okay. Alright.
I have started purchasing cases of wine.
What? Wait, that's what those deliveries were?
As the wine appreciates, its resale value will increase, especially if I can predict which vintages will be in high demand. Since I don't have a bank account, I can't earn interest in the traditional sense, but if I stay up to date on the sommelier reviews...
So you'll resell the wine at a profit, and what'll you do with that money? Stop it, you're making her depressed.
I did also purchase a cachet of sheet music.
Do people say cachet or cash? I usually only said cash, but like I don't know why I wanted to say cachet this time. It's just cash? Okay. What? What for?
Practice.
You're muttering? Forget it, none of my business. Speaking of business, the place isn't exactly packed. Well, are you volunteering to help with that? There are lawyer bars, right? Where all the lawyers go after trials? Kintsugi could be a lawyer bar! Yeah, those lawyer bars are usually close to the courthouse, though. Just don't. Everything's signed and paid. I can't think about what ifs on location anymore. This is the spot that was available, and I need a soda water with all this stress in my stomach. Sarah, 10 bar.
Ahem.
Hmm?
What are you buying, stranger?
What was that?
Boss has been teaching me his barside manner. He says that his clientele expect a certain degree of maturity when they come here.
And so you're using a deeper voice?
Is it not working? Please let me know when you're ready to order.
Oh, Sarah. Ray must have searched for months to find affordable underground real estate that wasn't flooded, or already filled to the brim with server farms. Putting Sarah on cleaning duty was a good call. If any of the tiling in here starts to grime up, it could start feeling like a subway station bathroom real fast. Huh. Read. Did someone leave this behind after their lunch break? Wait, did I miss another file from the previous location? Wait! Could be trouble if they left anything work-related on here. I'll help them out by throwing it in the trash. After I'm done reading. Actually, no, I feel like the article they gave me last time was a freebie, so this has to be the one for this time. Sirius debuts new fuel named in new lawsuit. Last month, Dr. Sirius made waves in the scientific community for the dozenth time in their storied career when he announced that they had patented the process for distilling a new helium-based fuel, one intended to replace hydrogen in combustion engines, ranging from personal vehicles to full-size freighters. Only a few days later, they made headlines again when that patent was leaked to the global net. Now, Proteca, an investment firm and longtime financial backer of Dr. Sirius, has filed a lawsuit alleging not only that Dr. Sirius failed in their responsibilities to protect their investment, but actually allowed the leak to occur. We sat down with Dr. Sirius to ask them to respond to the suit's allegations, and to question them about the recurring legal woes. For those who may not be familiar, what makes your process for distilling helium fuel so valuable? In this world, if you're not plugged into an outlet, you're running on a battery or you're burning fuel. Batteries are useful, but they scale poorly. A battery-powered phone is light enough to be weightless in your pocket. A battery-powered plane couldn't generate enough lift to get off the ground. Now, aside from a number of closely guarded national reserves, there are no fossil fuels left. The wells were pumped dry years ago, so after we were forced to adapt in a rather abrupt period of growing pains, hydrogen has become the global standard for fueling long-distance machinery. Therein lies the problem. The plane I took to get here runs on hydrogen. It produces nothing but water vapor. What's the problem? The problem is, the laborers fueling your plane before it took off had their fingers crossed the entire time, afraid that if the absolute grounding field failed, one static spark could blow up the whole airport. What makes helium superior? The helium-2 fuel we've developed is not pure helium, to be clear, but near enough. Unlike hydrogen fuels, what we've created is non-combustible. You could fire a flamethrower over a tank of it and remain perfectly safe. How does a non-combustible fuel power combustion engines? Oh, how does a non-combustible fuel power combustion engines? Helium-2 is non-combustible, but in the presence of our specialized catalyst, it can be ignited to generate force comparable to, or in some tests superior to, the horsepower exhibited by hydrogen engines. What's the catch? So far, it's expensive to distill. And the catalyst materials are even more expensive to produce. We have yet to even simulate a profitable commercial flight, for instance. That's a pretty serious catch. Steel wasn't profitable before the Bessemer process. Things panned out for the steel tycoons just fine. Are you hoping for someone else to do that? Improve upon your process? I know where you're going with this, but the answer is yes, of course. I'd be overjoyed for someone to improve upon what we've built. That's essentially what Proteka has accused you of doing, isn't it? Leaking your data intentionally so that others around the world are free to start experimenting with it? I don't think it's legally wise of me to try and summarize Proteka's lawsuit against me in my laboratory. Listen, energy is limitless. It cannot be expended. By that virtue, there cannot be a scarcity of it. You will never have a monopoly of it. Since it is infinite, the correct market price for it will, over a long enough timescale, trend to zero. I don't think I'm being cynical when I say there are people who don't like that very basic math. I'm gonna stop you there because you're getting into our next topic, your politics. Do you consider yourself a political person? No. Are you or have ever been a member of the Communist Party? No. Do you believe science should be apolitical? Yes. So why is it that you are so frequently invoked as an example of the liberal bias in the sciences? Science is not political. Science is progress, moving forward, learning more about our universe, deepening our understanding of its mechanics. And that process will never be conservative. Science doesn't move backwards. Calling all conservatives backwards is not what I said! But you're free to interpret it as you like. What's not open to debate is this. What makes something science has nothing to do with who works with it. It has nothing to do with class or power or money or even majority rule. Science is reproducible, sorry. No miracles required. Miracles are prohibited. If one person can do it, anyone can do it. And so, science is inherently egalitarian. If someone feels that because of that, science has a bias against them, then that speaks only to their own politics and not the failings of the scientific community to log in to your Review Plus account with your passkey or net provider to finish reading this article. Fuck! I said, not what I said. I said I liked pancakes. I know, sounds like commie talk to me. Everyone can be a scientist? I don't know, you sound like a fucking communist, bro. I'll respect your pronouns, your they them pronouns, but you're sounding very commie-like. I think we're gonna have to take you out back. For a pop-sci figurehead, Sirius sure keeps busy. Guess I don't have any evidence proving they aren't legitimately brilliant, but I can't take seriously anyone who guest stars on TV that much. Can't deny they seem to be making progress with new kinds of... more sources of renewable energy, yay! Could have solved that issue a century ago if you kept boiling water with uranium, but I guess that's why it's a bigger deal that Sirius is developing new fuels. Wait, I am dumb. No, I'm in high roller mode. I got the question wrong. I'm killing myself. Ah! It was fuel. Yeah, it was fuel. I clicked on... I'm stupid. Reset the run? Would you guys be willing? Would you guys wait here for me? If I reset the run? I'm gonna get several things wrong. I would? Okay. Okay. Alright. Here we go. Amy, please. You can literally skip most of it. Exactly. I can literally skip most of it. Oh my god, hi. Oh my god. Dude, shorts with tights? You've got to... put down to AliExpress, bro. Okay. Alright. Alright, so we're just gonna, we're just gonna, tee okay. Yes. Okay, now that I can do this, I can explore other options.
Meganami, thank you. Don't worry, Amy. This run will be a what? What does that mean?
Hey! You open? Maybe not for me.
Personal best.
Okay. No answer. Should I have tried knocking in a pattern?
Shave and a haircut.
No, that would be silly. Okay.
Peanut butter. All right. Peanut butter. Yay! Okay. Now, I don't think there were any, hidden things here.
I can't believe I failed my first reading comprehension check. That's so fucking ass. They were talking about fossil fuel, bro. Why did I think renewable energy?
Ay, ay, ay.
What was this again?
Alright, here we go.
And then we gotta go through Morgan killing everybody again, because that's what she does.
Okay.
Gotta get my knife back. Okay. And...
there you go.
Halt. Remember everything Morgan handled? Better try. The police don't miss fingertip. Oh, I forgot to turn off tutorials. Oops. If you're sure you got everything, you're good to move on, right? Okay. Return keys. The card. The remote. Can probably turn it off in settings, probably. The sword. Okay. And I think that's it? Pretty sure that's it, that's it. Yes. Yes, I'm pretty sure that was it. Yes, 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 yes. Call it here. Okay. And we gotta look at the motherfucker with her tits out.
Yay! And we get Sarah being cute again. Yay!
Yorick, thank you. I'm trying to find a Final Fantasy XIV group to grind open world fates, and all I can find in the party finder is 18+ roleplay groups. Help. Have you tried consulting the Leocons? Have you tried getting recruited in Limsa Limosa by visibly putting out, "I'm a newbie, someone please"? Leocons with ERP harder? Fuck. Okay, let's read this again. JK, I'm not reading all that again. New fuels. Some of the only new fuels you've seen in decades. Could be decades longer before it's actually practical, but any new fuel has to be less volatile than hydrogen.
Please don't throw that data pad out.
Okay, but choosing the wrong answer would have been a really funny insight to what the fuck happened with uranium.
Its owner might come back.
Perish the thought. Though, now that you planted the idea into my head...
A self-fulfilling prophecy.
Okay. Alright. Okay, yes, we read that one. Cat? It's a lucky cat.
Yeah. Did you say something, Adonai?
No.
I suddenly got the strong impression that there was something you wanted to say.
Don't know what you're talking about.
As you say,
What do you mean, unlocked? Hold on. Oh wait, I have to click on these again? Oh fuck, I have to unlock these again. Okay. Okay. Alright, time to learn these again. Alright, now.
Fidget Tubby.
Is it...
What did I unlock? I don't know. I don't know what I unlocked.
I was listening and thought you were role-playing that. No, that was actual game dialogue. What do you mean I unlocked Neko? Was Neko Morgue there? Yes, yeah. Oh yeah, turn tutorials off. Thank you for reminding me. Okay.
Oopsies.
Oh? Oh, that was just that. Okay. Okay. It's a well-stocked bar. Got tea and coffee too, if that's what you're into. Nice ambiance, soft lighting, warm on a chill night and cool on a hot day. Now all that's left to do is wait for the customers to stream in.
Hi. Sandrine, happy 9 months. Yippee! Of the devil.
Also, I'm late to stream. Crap, you missed a lot of Morgan aura farming. It was pretty awesome. Any day now. I think I'm ready to order.
Of course.
Nah, I'll take this, Sarah. Go wipe the tables for a bit.
No one has sat at them since I last cleaned them.
Then pretend to clean them like a normal employee.
Understood.
What's got you so tense? Take a wild guess. Did Sarah ask for a raise? Be serious, Red. What happened last night? Your information was accurate, for the most part. A pot of mid-level blue bloods had it. Seems like they were told to sit on it. And were they willing to sell? No. Laughed at my price, called me a spoiled Meg, and kicked my butt out the door. They weren't curious where you got your information from? Honestly, no. They rushed me out of there pretty fast once they heard my offer. Were they expecting more company? I got the impression they had work to get back to. Okay. Anything else I should know? No? Anything you want to ask me?
How did you two meet?
The tables! I fucking love this song. Well, is this like a fucking Fidget Tubby's cousin? What the heck? The tables!
On my second day, you told me not to over-polish them in order to keep things lofty.
Lo-fi.
Is it that inappropriate of a question? You lived in the city for decades, boss. But Adonai didn't move here until she started her apprenticeship at Masters and...
If you're gonna tell people my whole life story at every possible opportunity, I'll just shred my resume and start mailing you around instead. How we met, huh? Well, that story is not very good. I'll skip to the end and cut to the heart of our relationship, Sarah. I pay Reynard a finder's fee, and he tells me where I can get into high-stakes poker games. It's not a lie. Now you know my terrible secret. Oh, what was that? Sorry. Disappointed.
It's not illegal to gamble.
I don't go on my phone and wager my paycheck stubs on point spreads. I gamble. And since I can't afford the entrance fees from one of those anonymous masked ball cult vibe blimp casinos the rich go to, I count on your boss here to find me tables to play at. Guilty.
So you travel to the lower wards to gamble illegally. Truth be told, I've had my suspicions. Seeing you go out at such odd hours without so much as your phone.
You gonna turn me in?
Irashai! Or is it more firm? I.
Two firm-looking men in finely pressed black suits, with shades tinted so dark they must need modded eyes to see from behind them. Despite the subtle color palette, they stand out. It's hard not to enclose that look that expensive. Clothes with some kind of pin on them. Matching pins. Suit noir, shade slick. More emphasis on the raw.
Oh, thank you.
Think I just heard the delivery drones bumping around outside, Sarah. Would you check out the back? Your vintages might have arrived. Go on.
Please excuse me then.
Afternoon then, gentlemen. What can I do for you? Dr. Diamini. Pardon us for dropping in without first making an appointment. No trouble at all. Still getting the place cleaned up. I'm awfully embarrassed that I failed to realize the property lay within your borders. If you'd come with me to the back, I'd be happy to settle whatever debt. We look like petty landlords to you? If you owed us tribute, you'd know it by now. My mistake. Well, if you're here for information, I'll gladly wheel and deal, so how about you... We're not here to shop, either. We're here looking for Morgan. Nope. Well... That name ring any bells, Mr. Diamani, sorry? Right. Listen, boys, I'm not sure. Sorry. Had something blaring in my earbud. I'm A. Morgan, Esquire, specifically. How can I be of service? I mostly practice criminal defense, but I do offer a few other services. You two look corporate. I can recommend some good workplace attorneys. I've got a business card somewhere. We're not interested in that. Of course not. Well, I'm flattered that you'd come all the way here to find me. You must have already tried the home office. We can set something up for... You need to come with us now, ma'am. Hey, I thought you said there was nothing I needed to know. Business day is over for me, gentlemen. Can this matter wait until tomorrow? Does it look like it can? Great manners, this one. Time sensitive, then. My rate will have to reflect that. Send us the bill. We can afford it. Music to any lawyer's ears. So, who is we, then? You think you're funny. Compared to you. Morgan! These fine gentlemen are from House Ikaria. I'm familiar. You are? I've seen their name in the papers. plastering their name all over uptown opera houses and homes for the sick or whatever. Though I didn't recognize that name when those blue bloods were cursing it last night, so maybe that propaganda's working. Doesn't matter how generous they are at galas, they're still the richest and most powerful criminal organization in the city. Rich and powerful, why bother with the criminal qualifier? Sorry, might I ask about the nature of this engagement? The situation is developing, Mr. Diamani. We appreciate your patience. Is she gonna have to defend the guy she framed? Oh my fucking god, dude. This can't keep happening, bro. That's not what you want to hear. So I gathered. Your presence has been requested at the family estate, ma'am. For business, or... The Ikaria are always business. Shall we get you your coat? Such gentlemen! Knew those suits weren't just for show. I can see myself out just fine now.
Adonai? What's going on? Are you going somewhere?
That's why they pay me the big bucks.
These men are... very athletic. Perhaps I should come with you.
If they want to arm wrestle, you'll be the first to know. Call me when you get there, yeah? If I'm actually in danger, I won't even be conscious when I arrive, but I appreciate the thought. Oh boy!
Boss? Who were those men, really?
New clients for Morgan, really. Hopefully.
Hopefully?
Yeah, hopefully. Because if House Ikaria puts her on retainer, she'll be able to buy you as much wine as you like.
But what do you mean by house?
Alright, pay attention. If I'm gonna lecture, might as well try to teach. Start with ice. You want a lot of it, but low surface area, so never use crushed, okay? Starts to melt into the liquor, waters the whole thing down.
Understood.
1.5 ounces of vodka. And what do we look for in a good vodka?
Smoothness.
Correct. It's the mark of quality, making the bitter go down easy. So, the nobility. You know what that is?
Historically, the ruling class, as enforced through economic or military might and maintained by familial relations.
Juice of a full lime. Look for a little spring and a consistent color across the skin. Nobility. Old money is another word for it. And the older it is, the slower it moves. Only so much wealth you could accrue in one lifetime, collecting from serfs and selling horses. But the Industrial Revolution comes along, shows the world what real wealth acquisition looks like, then you get new money, which always dwarfs old money. Inflation and split inheritances will shave away at any generational wealth that's liquid. Now, new money and old money, they don't like each other.
Doesn't new money eventually become old money?
If the old money can help it, no one ever becomes old money. Triple sec, 1 ounce. My family was new money. Tried to make the transition. Join the right clubs, shake the right hands, make the right marriages. Laugh at the bad jokes.
Bad jokes can be entertaining in their own right.
Not the kind of bad I'm talking about.
I don't understand.
That's alright, you shouldn't need to know.
But what do you mean your family was new money?
Times changed. About 30 years ago, recession, depression, civil unrest, political upheaval. Most people, they were so scared they could barely think about tomorrow, let alone next year. But a decent man's chaos is a cruel man's investment opportunity. Hey, fucking man! Sorry. So while everyone else was panic selling off everything they could to buy food and water, a certain type of personality was buying. For pennies on the dollar, as it were. Give me a peel of that lime, as shallow as possible. Any white you see is just bitter. 1 ounce of gin. They were rough years, but they passed. And at the end of it all, some were left standing with a lot more than they came in with.
New money.
A new kind of money. A new kind of new money. The new nobility. Neobility, if you're writing a think piece. Hold on, I want to read a think piece. Slang term for No, oh, she's so hot. I'm sorry, her boobs are spilling out, man. Hold on. Okay, how do you pronounce that? I read that before. Okay, hold on. Nouveau. Okay. Nouveau. Thank you. Okay. How to marry into wealth, yeah. Okay. Unabashed oligarchs and devourer barons. When the governments of the world tried to reprivatize the industries they had taken over with emergency powers, they were there to snatch them. And they started at the bottom. Steel, fuel, grain, machine parts, medicine. Here enters House Ikaria. Or that's how they exited. They went into the Red Decade as the what? They went into the Red Decade as the Ikaria cartel, drug smugglers and extortionists, thieves and murderers. They came out as one of the richest, most respectable names in the country. Not that they actually stopped doing any of that thieving and murdering, mind you. Put the top on tight, then shake.
So, they are a crime family? Like, the mob?
This is the 21st century, kid. It's muddier than that. House Ikaria is not literally one family, not even one race or creed. They're simply the strongest criminal organization in the city, on paper.
But not in practice.
Practice is what they're lacking. Haven't had to get their hands dirty, haven't had to maintain a presence in lower wards in years. They make their profits from investments, blackmail, and more than a little insider trading. So they're criminal, yes, but their muscles atrophied. Time for a taste test. Ugh, that's not right at all. The hell did I forget?
Boss? There must have been other criminal organizations 30 years ago. Others poised to take advantage of the changing times.
Yeah?
So what did the Ikaria do to set themselves apart from the rest back then?
Stupid! Most important ingredient. A drop of grenadine. The Lady Maria.
Oh, it's beautiful.
This is nothing. We'd use a frosted glass if this was for a customer. Looks like a ruby in the right lighting. If you do end up helping Red work with the Ikaria, don't let the warmth of their golden furnishings confuse you. All that glitters is cold. Higurashi filter spotted.
Alright.
Oh, we're getting very Nippon here. It was quite an uneventful drive in the back of the limousine. The privacy, at least, was nice. But with Abbott and Costello riding in the front, I had no way of getting information out of them, not even passively. Or Castello, sorry. But instead, I spent the whole ride trying to play out all the different ways this could go. I haven't liked any of them so far. Fuck it, welcome back, Sotsujima. I suppose I should have felt relief or gratitude when we pulled up outside an imposing skyscraper instead of an alley. I suppose it's a good sign that no one's put a bag over my head or stuck a needle in my neck. But I don't feel like celebrating. For all I know, they really don't have a clue about what I did in the lower wards last night. But for some reason, they've placed their attention on me. And there's little I hate more than unwanted advances. I'm also I'm not a fan of being made to wait. Why am I just sitting out here? In here? We were too late. Only by a few minutes. He filled the time slot. Already? Then we've got no chance of... Maybe if his other meeting went well. Are we on hold, gentlemen? In the world's most expensive waiting room? Quiet. I take it he's glaring at me behind those lenses, but I'm more interested in the sweat glistening on his forehead. Somehow, of the three of us, I'm the most relaxed. This is becoming embarrassing. Can I at least take in the view while we're here? You can take photos if you like, so long as you're quiet. Really? No, your phone won't work in here. Go figure. Yeah? Check this out then! Fuck. If I weren't hyper-aware of the flickering sky hovering my head, this would make for a lovely watering hole. But those probably aren't even real fish down there. Literal children are capable of keeping goldfish alive. So of course, the 0.1%ers can't manage it. Maybe they'd spin it. When their pallid bodies float to the top because some idiot raised the water temperature 2 degrees, they'd certainly be easy to scoop out. If you're an impatient and undignified idiot, you could argue that it's an efficient way to fish. Wait, they were not kidding. My phone is not... Okay, never mind. Alright. Alright. My phone works. My phone works. Yeah, fuck you, feds! Sorry. Alright. The illusion wasn't unimpressive, I guess. Windows into the heavens, sparkling like raindrops across a puddle. It might even be appealing if it wasn't trying to be something it's not. You look up and see hexagons above you in the lower wards, too. Rich or poor, people just can't imagine themselves under an open sky anymore. Not even in their wildest dreams. Alright. Is there really— oh! Datapad! Is it trying too hard to look unconcerned if I sit down and start reading the news? Maybe. But my boredom outweighs my apprehension at the moment. Not my fault that they failed to be sufficiently intimidating. PSS propositions city ahead of next month's convention. Next month, the city will play host to one of the most competitive political conventions in recent memory, with Senator Mathings expected to face significant opposition from party outliers before securing his nomination. But while the broader nation eagerly anticipates the oncoming political circus, city officials are already under fire for supposed lack of sufficient convention security. The city has already approved a record high monthly budget for the police department, including fully unrestricted overtime for officers of all ranks. But a coalition of private security services, including White Adder, Fang, and Demico, has released a press statement urging City Council to consider contracting their services ahead of the convention. Heartbreak was bad enough. Now we're hearing that cops are dying in the lower wards. When are city officials going to say enough is enough, said Demico, head of press relations Arthur Gall. We have the utmost respect for all first responders. None of us are blaming the hardworking police for these failures. How could they succeed when political insiders insist that they try to apprehend criminals with one hand tied behind their back? Our contracted forces have world-class training in crowd pacification, preemptive de-escalation, and enhanced interrogation tactics. And any of the subhuman scum who empathize with anarchists won't dare to leave their mother's basements once we get our boots on the ground. That's a guarantee. Okay, yeah. City Council declined to comment when we reached out to them to ask whether they would be issuing a request for proposals on such services. A total city population is expected to swell next month as the national political spotlight draws lobbyists, delegates, political action committees, and voters in ahead of the 2-week-long process. Most of the community members who spoke to expressed optimism about the increase in economic activity and tourism the convention is expected to bring, but some, who refused to give us their permission to publish their identifying info, rudely and loudly voiced their criticism. 2 weeks for a convention when the nominee was decided 2 years ago? It's a joke! And we're the punchline! Footing the bill to pay cops to stand around outside parties full of thousands of do-nothing staffers and campaign managers? This article is presented to you advertiser-free thanks to the generous contributions of our donors, including Daniel Mass of Daniel Mass Foundation, Rebecca E. Jones of the Rebecca E. Jones Foundation, Jessica and Ronald McGuile of the McGuile Foundation, and the Arts and Sciences, and the Rockford Fund for Public Broadcasting, and readers like you. Thank you. Rockford Fund? Rockford Fund for Public Broadcasting? I wonder. I suppose it's less offensive than a bare advertisement or paywall, but why list your donors mid-article? All it does is make my eyes glaze over. Whatever, I got the important part. The city's hosting that convention next month, putting pressure on the council to vote on hiring mercenaries. Whether or not to bring in private security contractors on top of the massive policing budget. It makes little difference to me. Cops and mercs have different quirks, but they all share the same blind spots. I'll be just fine. How the average law-abiding citizen will put up with them clogging the streets for 2 weeks, though? Not like it'll be the least popular political decision made next month. Everyone knows Mathings will be the candidate that was decided years ago. The contested convention will just be him finding balance between how much public opposition he's willing to stomach against how many favors he feels like giving out. This country's already a circus without any bread. You'd think the least he could do is make the performances entertaining. What was that in the article about cops dying in the lower wards, by the way? Pretty heavy-handed to just make up that kind of thing, even when pearl-clutching and pitching yourself at the same time. Well, I've looked around at everything that caught my eye, and now I'm all I'm out of ideas. Everything except... maybe they don't know we're here. I'm gonna try knocking. What are you... Hey! Before I get the chance, creaking oak draws my attention to an alternate entrance on the other side of the water. Ugh. Sorry. Okay. Hello? Oh my god, did you guys hear my fucking stomach grumble? I'm so sorry. Stop staring and get a move on. If that's the kind of man walking out of this place, who's waiting for me inside? 409. Ikaria Tower, residential floors. You heard it that time? Oh, fuck. Grand Hall. Pomp and circumstance, ceremony and ritual. For some reason, I thought that the Mafia, of all people, would be a little more efficient in their execution. A little more honest about what they are. Evidently not. Artifice with every glance, costumes and makeup abound. Is this disappointment? That even here, in the supposed bowels of the underworld, there's no escaping the etiquette of it all?
She's the one.
Doesn't look like much. Huh? Suddenly, their posture stiffens even further. A true feat. Their necks suddenly turn to a pair of boots in the back, each of them attuned to some signal I'm not receiving. Be still. The young master returns. Okay. Okay, forehead. Okay.
You're late!
Hold on, wait. Young master, sir, everyone, slow down. We came as soon as we found her, sir. Traffic was... This is just some... sassy... lost child!
Silence!
Yes, sir.
What time were you told to return by?
4 o'clock, sir.
And what time is it now?
Permission to check my phone?
You're late! You are tasked with finding one woman and finding her here in a timely manner.
Sir,
You'll speak when I tell you to and not one word further, or else I'll have your teeth removed. By way of curbside.
Oh. Is this a prank? Am I being recorded?
He who wishes to fight must first count the cost. So says Sun Tzu.
Please let this be a prank.
And I don't think you can fathom the cost your tardiness has incurred.
If the lead up to my execution is some kid reading from The Art of War, I might just...
What is the #1 rule in this family?
Timeliness, sir!
When money gets wasted, it can be replaced. But time only goes one way. It's always running out. The loss is permanent. Every second wasted is a scar on this house's face. Timeliness is next to godliness. So say I.
Oh god.
So if you two ever waste my time, the house is time again? Expect to be dragged through hell.
I'm already there.
Now, both of you, get out.
Yes, sir! Thank you, sir!
Useless. You, red woman, you're being addressed.
Forget pride. I just want this over with as fast as possible.
You're the lawyer, correct? You may answer.
As fast as possible.
I am a lawyer, Morgan.
Criminal defense, Mr... How should I address you?
As all outsiders do, by my name. Makoto, of House Ikaria. You, Morgan Criminal Defense. I have the great honor of being summoned before me. Don't bother bowing. Once you start, you'll end up prostrated all day, and we have important work to do.
Right. Out of an abundance of respect for your time, Makoto, I should let you know that I still have no idea what I'm doing here.
Oh. I'll have them kneel on a bed of nails later, or some such thing. Mrs. Defense!
Mrs., really?
The house has need of your legal services.
Oh. Would you give me a moment to clear my throat? I need to switch gears.
Instant.
Right then, so you want to hire me?
One of our own is being slandered by multiple homicide charges. You will defend him.
You want to hire me, and I'm flattered, Makoto, but did you pull my name out of a hat? Pick a random page in a phone book?
I have many books on my phone, libraries full of esoteric knowledge spread across countless tomes. You will have to be more specific.
Sorry, I misspoke. What I mean is, this is House Ikaria. You must keep a small army of lawyers on retainer. Surely any one of them would be happy to help you?
True, we have lawyers. Competent ones, expensive ones, and some who are both. But the best of them are all preoccupied.
That's it? They're all just preoccupied?
Preoccupied means busy.
Thanks. But I'm still not sure how my name, specifically, was...
Do you have a customer survey you want filled out, Mrs. Defense? You were recommended. What does it matter how it came about?
Normally it wouldn't matter. But when the client I'm recommended to is one of the richest, most well-connected families in the country, it gives me pause. I don't have any friends in high places. Not anymore. That makes it hard to see this as a favor. Not when my employer doesn't even know my goddamn name. Of course, my apologies.
No doubt you have other questions? Very well. I'll permit you to ask them.
Such a gentleman. Oh, Lord. If I wasn't brought here because of what happened last night, then this is just another job. Meaning all this, starting back at the bar, has all just been their idea of a power move. Thank you for insisting that I get to visit your estate in person. It's beautiful here.
An oasis of old-world sensibility amidst a desert of steel and neon eyesores. Is what the house elders say.
I've never seen anything like it. It matches your family's reputation for class.
My family's reputation is power, not class.
I take it a step further and guess you're renowned for violence rather than power. But that's a moot point. Violence can be classy. And from how this house is talked about in the headlines I read on the drive over, the nature of your family's reputation seems to vary greatly depending on who you ask. Some think you've got half the gangs in the city under your control. Others think you've left all that behind and are no worse than any other corporate family.
Are you expecting me to ask you what you think?
What I think is that I'll need some basic information if I'm to adequately defend your interests.
We're financiers. Financiers?
You don't say.
Lending, investing, taking over, buying out. The Ikaria Financial Group was founded nearly 2 centuries ago. Loaning funds is high risk, high reward. But as you can see, our results speak for themselves.
Okay. The Ikaria Financial Group is a private investment company and one of the nation's most exclusive asset managers as of 2086. Hi, beautiful. We believe that investing should be accessible to anyone and that's best accomplished by tailoring their investment portfolio to suit their specific needs. Interested in working with us? Let's get started on your profile below so we can determine your options. Remember, even if you unfortunately aren't a good fit for IFG itself, we'll always be happy to set you up with one or more of our partners that are better suited to your class. Not interested in sponsored search results? See further with a premium account. Yay! Alright, Makoto Ikaria. Born February 27th, 100... I'm taller than this motherfucker? Blood type A negative. Occupation. Student. Heir apparent. Unemployed. No, student. Likes biographies. Shogi's. Amber. Shogi. Why did I say Shogi's? Shogi. Dislikes tardiness. Tarnish. Group assignments. Favorite figures. Saladin, Sun Tzu, Hannibal. Oh, okay. Favorite phase. Vae Victus. Literally woe to the conquered. Relaxes by building and painting models. Okay. Alright. Okay, kid. Ikaria Financial Group. Fancy way of saying they got their start as mobster loan sharks. It's not impossible to get this rich with loan sharking alone, but such unsavory work wouldn't get them into the ballrooms and boardrooms tiers of society. You've got to rip people off with mortgages to do that. Is lending the house's only income stream?
No. Through Arya, our holding company, the house controls any number of what a civilian like you might call legitimate enterprises. And yes, we did found the Renogen Pharmaceutical Corporation, but what's past is prologue.
Renogen? They're a drug company, one of the biggest. You're saying you've no relation to Renogen presently?
The company went public years ago, and Arya divested our shares not long after. We were given one seat on the board as a formality. That's the extent of it.
Given? A family like this only takes. Why is he suddenly so humble? He doesn't know the meaning of the word. If he's downplaying their pull with Renogen. Renogen is a global leader in pharmaceutical research, development, and distribution. A company that puts your health first before any other concern. Our groundbreaking research into combating modern medical challenges has helped millions live happy, healthy lives. And we're proud to keep fighting that fight as we pursue our corporate goals. Put our medicine in the cabinet of every home. Improve patients' lives and their communities. Minimize our environmental footprint through sustainable ventures. Operate with dignity and pride in our ethics. Deliver consistent steady growth to our investors. Shortly after our founding, our researchers developed Medinformulin, the first orally ingested treatment for type 2 abnormal diabetes, freeing millions of adolescents suffering from its effects from being subjected to painful injections. Since then, we've got to improve upon our formulation, and that constant dedication to perfecting our medicines has made us a national leader in pharmaceutical biosimilars. We're obsessed with perfection and driven by purpose. We'll never stop researching for the next step in the evolution of what it means to be healthy. Skip ad.
Oh, Leah-con! Leah Raiders! Hello! Hello! Hi! Let's take a hot cocoa break. Merry Yowie, miss! Anime Acumen, thank you for your super. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year, you goobas. Yay! Oh yeah, I forgot. I have a red nose because Hina made me wear a red nose, so I should be getting points for this today. Anyways, have a little sippy. Have a little sippy. Yum, yum. You have to take really big gulps at a time because you can barely reach the lid. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Alright, might as well, since we're doing a little break. Did you guys tune into the gnarly, the gnarly cover? Invaders, thank you for the super. Merry Yowie Mish! And a Happy New Year! Gnarly. Gnarly. Everything's gnarly. Not gnarly. Not gnarly. Not gnarly. Everything's gnarly. Hottie, like a bag of Takis. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. Okay. I'm sorry, what? What do you mean, Eeyore? Okay, no, you know what? I'm not gonna air out her business. It's okay. Okay. Sorry, I just read the most crazy conversation in general chat in the company Discord, but... Okay, alright. TLDR, Sakana came in with the scratching my ass message, and that's the only thing I'll say on that matter. Okay. Alright, okay. Anyways, hello, Leah Cons. What was Leah doing? It's spreading. No, he didn't mean it in the scratching my ass, like in the way you use it, and not in the way we use it. He was literally. Yeah, no.
Was Iori the one to start it? Yes, yes. Okay. Celebrating Mexican culture. She was talking about yaoi in Spanish. Was she? Whoa. Wait, where's my trash can? Oh, I put it over here.
Yeah. Dang it. Oh, but welcome readers. I'm playing. I'm in the middle of a story game, so I am in kind of like light spoiler territory, but I have played a lot of this game before. If you're willing to get into something new, I most describe this as Ace Attorney with the style and flair, whether visually or writing style, as Danganronpa and Monogatari. Take that as you fucking will. Amy, how are you gonna be tortured by Leah on Friday? Oh, the guillotine. You know, the one from her 3D debut, the guillotine. Yay! Yippee! Heads will roll. No head? Sorry. Yippee! Are you gonna be okay after dying? Yeah, I'll just grow it back. Alright. Alright. Then the house must have a reason to want to distance themselves from the company. Oh yeah, and it has crazy, like, cyberpunk world building. Fucking insane levels. You're being very modest, Makoto. And more than a little vague. It's only polite.
Also, this is a small child. It's unnecessary talking to your lawyer.
You aren't my lawyer, Mrs. Defense. But you will be working for me. So you'll have to be accustomed to putting your needs second.
He's deflecting, and if he's trying to be subtle about it, he's not doing it well. I doubt it's possible a company with as big as boot heel as Renigen has no relation to anything that happens in the city, but I'll drop it for now. Morgan introduced herself as a defense lawyer. Morgan, defense lawyer. And then this motherfucker thought that was her last name, so... I am in no rush to wade into boardroom politics again anytime soon. I'd like to know a bit more about you, actually. How long have you...
I'm the only son of Raphael Ikaria, and the only grandson of Daisuke Ikaria, CEO of the Ikaria Financial Group, patriarch of this family, and chairman of the house.
I gather that those titles are all one and the same?
As one doesn't secede the headship, commanding the family servants is my responsibility and my birthright. So if one of them needs a lawyer...
Oh wait, so if one of them needs a lawyer, it falls to you?
When our loyal men, women, or their families need help, it is my solemn duty to ensure that they are taken care of.
And your age?
What a boorish question! I knew that peasants raised outside our stratus had a little understanding of the finer things, but I assumed that one with a law degree would be educated enough to know what is and isn't appropriate to discuss. Just because I'm younger than some does not mean I'm any less capable of managing the people who work for me. Does it, men?
Sir, no, sir! Yeah, definitely command the respect.
That is no coincidence. One of the most frequently noted characteristics of great men who have remained great is loyalty to their subordinates. So says George S. Patton.
That's so interesting.
This is an important point. Perhaps another quote is called for.
I don't think that's necessary.
I'll grant you another. If soldiers are punished before they have grown attached to you, you will not prove submissive. And unless submissive, then will be practically useless. So says Sun Tzu. Back to back. Yes, a second quotation was called for in this instance. If only to emphasize to you that no one stays useless to House Ikaria for very long, one way or another.
Okay, I'll admit I was a little taken aback to step off an elevator and into your enclosure out there.
The gardens, yes, our groundskeepers work hard on them.
Does the illusion of the sky come from live recording of somewhere else? Or is it generated programmatically? That'd take quite the equation.
It is impressive, yes. As for how it works, I don't have the technical minutia in front of me at the moment.
That's okay.
Of course it is! A lion does not concern himself with the exterior decorations of the sheep.
He can get away with it. He can get away with saying the lion does not concern himself because... Oh my fucking god, he can get away with it! Oh my fucking god! Holy shit! It's your exterior and your decorations.
What does it matter anyway? If you want the specifics so badly, I'll have one of the servants put you in contact with the contracting firm.
That's alright. Something tells me the consultation alone would break my bank account. I do appreciate the warm welcome, Makoto, of House Ikaria, really. But legal consultations are usually more private than this. Are we certain we need the peanut gallery?
Let it not be said that House Ikaria is not accommodating of its guests. We're more than capable of compensating for this. Nut allergy, you allude to.
That's so sweet of you. But do all of these guards really need to be present for this conversation?
If you're referring to the additional security, it can't be helped, circumstances being what they are.
Circumstances?
And if you're referring to my retainers in general, then I suggest you step back into the garden and take a deep breath. Clearly, the city's fumes do not agree with your constitution. You must be lightheaded if you think that you're worthy to hold a one-on-one audience with the next head of this illustrious house.
He's a prodigy to be this insufferable at such a young age. Thank you for indulging my curiosity so graciously, Makoto.
Conquer the stingy through generosity. So says Buddha. Correct. Perhaps your education is not quite as deficient as I feared. But I should make clear that in this case, I was using the quote to subtly imply that you were stingy with your own graciousness.
Got it. Yep. Okay, shall we move on? I believe you mentioned a homicide.
Multiple homicides.
Tell me more!
My head of security was arrested by the police last night in the lower wards. They found him brutally beaten, drugged, and tortured. And instead of bringing him straight to a hospital, they arrested him for murder. He's been framed, and you must prove his innocence.
Speed trying not to laugh. She did it, you're an officer! Fucking... Oh my god. Okay. Un instant.
Is there something wrong with your voice? Why aren't you talking? Is this that peanut allergy you mentioned?
No, I just lost my train of thought for a second there. Can we have a really fun, gruesome flashback to the time earlier in the stream where she just killed 3 people? She was aura farming and using swords and shit, and and now this fucking brat is hiring her. 4 people, my bad. I'm not used to my luck changing this fast. One of the richest families in the city wants to pay me to prove a man innocent of a crime I framed him for? Right then. Might I ask why he was found in the lower wards? I get the impression that Ikaria territory is generally positioned more vertically.
This whole city is our territory. But it's true that our presence is felt more strongly in some areas than others. They captured him early yesterday. He was ambushed by cowards and dragged down to that stain of a neighborhood to be tortured senselessly.
Well, he was tortured, I can attest to that much. But I don't believe in senseless violence. There's always a purpose, and it's usually staring you in the face. People just don't like making eye contact. Do you have any idea why he was taken or by whom?
It was the Blue Bloods. They made no effort to hide it. In a worthy opponent, I might call that commendable. But knowing them, They're just too stupid to value deniability.
I'm sure.
And I'm...
Oh, wait, shit. And I'm sure there's no love lost between your groups, but kidnapping and torturing?
is beyond the pale, I agree! And the police are even worse! I expected no help from those incompetent fools, but these charges they're making, they're utterly ridiculous!
Of course they are.
To think they want to pin 5 murders on him!
Okay, now hold up. Okay, alright, okay, hold the fuck up. Alright, wait, hold on. Wait. 5?! Did you say 5?
Yes! 5! It's absurd!
I can only take credit for 4 bodies.
Acting so high and mighty, so affronted, so eager to blame us for the death of one of their officers.
A dead cop? Is this what those mercs were advertising themselves with? What do you mean, one of their officers? Was there a UC or...
No. They made the ridiculous claim that he killed some uniform while resisting arrest. As if a member of our house would fear prison.
Oh, fuck. How do you even navigate the situation? Okay, officer. Okay, jury, judge. He didn't kill those 4. Don't ask me how I know how, but he definitely killed that fucking cop. What even is... What are you gonna be... Oh my god. I should never dare to think I got lucky here. Those circumstances sound very complex, Makoto. And the police take the death of one of their own very seriously. What makes you so certain of this man's innocence?
Because this man's name is Sosuke Ikaria?
The Hound! So awkward, I'm legally representing the guy who was supposed to, take the goods off of the people I killed, and I kind of just robbed them after I murdered them. Awkward! So this is really fucking awkward. I kind of stole your shit, dude. I've
known him all my life.
All 3 or 4 years of it.
There's no individual more honorable, more devoted, more trustworthy. And not once have I ever known him to be...
Violent?
impulsive. He didn't do this. I know he didn't do this. But proving that is your job.
Okay, well, you see, about that... I haven't actually accepted the job yet, Makoto.
But you will. If for no other reason than because we shall pay you. More than you customarily receive for a contract. Considerably more.
Not everything's a question of money.
Yes, your meaning is taken. It needn't be silver and gold. You'll have no complaints with your compensation. The favor of House Ikaria can go a long way in this city. As can our wrath.
I don't appreciate being threatened. I don't find it funny, even coming from a kid. However, if the state thinks whoever killed those 4 blue bloods also killed a cop, I can't afford to sit this hand out. They'll go every centimeter of that building. One wrong move, one hair out of place. If I lose here, I lose, period. But if I win, throwing an Ikaria-sized wallet in the pot beforehand is all upside. I understand, Makoto of House Ikaria. I'll take Sosuke's case.
You say that as if it were ever in doubt.
A true prodigy. But he might be right. Maybe it never was. I chose to put that gun into this Sosuke's hands when I could have just plunged that knife into his temple. Maybe the line drawn from that moment to the razor's edge I'm walking right now is perfectly straight. A line drawn from one point to another is always perfectly straight. A better metaphor would be a bullet's trajectory. For all the talk of wind resistance and breathing patterns and the Coriolis effect and chaos theory, you can't exactly act surprised when your shot lands right where the crosshairs were pointing. Morgan's my last name, by the way, before you start writing any checks.
You should have enunciated.
Okay. What the heck? Hey there, boss. Of course I'm fine. What did you think I was gonna happen? Yeah, all good news. I've got quite the paycheck coming my way. Maybe bad news for you if you get a large crowd tonight. Yeah. Tell Sarah to meet me at the police station address I'm about to send. I've got work for her to do. There'll be quite the paycheck indeed waiting for me, assuming I can win. But can I afford to accept it? Oh my god, witch! Hey. Were any of those jokes around the office about your clients being connected to organized crime true? What? Is this some kind of honeypot? Trying to get a grasp on something. Okay, now I know you're baiting me. World's easiest, that's what she said, layup. I'll still basket that shit, though. I don't give a shit. Why do you make everything so hard? Come on! Like, come on, Freckles. Low-hanging fruit. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Obviously.
Why are you asking me about mafia shit, though? I'm working a case for the Ikaria. Whom I assume you've heard of. Definitely. Under circumstances that are probably vulgar. Absolutely. Which you'd be happy to brag about to me. Anytime. But I'm not well positioned to turn down the job outright. So I'd like to know whether they'll be resistant about parting ways afterwards. Why? Do you not like getting paid lots of money? I don't like being chained. Fair enough. So you're like, just asking for my advice? The aura loss is incredible! I'm not going to attempt to parse that. I love you! Cause God knows Morgan needs more aura loss. She can't keep farming it. She's fucking monopolizing that shit. Give it to other people. Oh my god. I doubt you ever could. My generation's sense of humor is practically impregnable. It was a very basic non sequitur, Auntie. It just wasn't funny. Not even. A non sequitur would be, what's the charge? That's just getting back on topic. The charge is homicide. 5 counts. You're probably fine. All the stuff you hear about mobsters being clingy with their lawyers. It's because they don't want anyone who's been through their underwear drawers running around. Telling tales. Whatever poor fucker they pinned multiple homicides on. Is obviously not anyone important. I don't think he was framed. Not by his own people. Not pinned as in stuck with. Like a chore. Powerful people, mob or no. If they get lawyers, it's for tax evasion and conspiracy charges. Dirty work's left to the pawns. And the whole point of a pawn is you don't have to think twice about trading them off. Alright. Guess I know the rumors are true then. Yep. You uncovered my cool fucking secret. Listen. Actors, singers, celebs, they all like expensive things and being the center of attention. Mobsters have money to burn and want the cologne of legitimacy. Everyone wants what they can't have. Okay, chill, F. Scott Fitzgerald or whatever his name is. Great looking Gatsby ass. I still pine for thee, motherfucker. What? All I'm saying is there are mutually beneficial arrangements to be made between the rich and famous. And the rich and infamous. So you bet your ass I was in those rooms. Negotiating appearance fees. And taking my 30%. 30%? You really are shameless. That's what she said. Alright. Thanks, as always, for the sage counsel. Hey, if you're really feeling grateful, do me a solid and call your rents. They say they never hear from you. And I know you can't be that busy. If you're bored enough to talk to me. They're the ones who are busy. Oopsies! Oh yeah, wasn't she emotionally neglected as a child? Obviously, I wasn't sure what would happen after I left that crime scene. And I wasn't sure what I'd find walking in here to speak to my client. But I definitely would have bet that the next time I saw this man alive, he'd actually look worse. Oh, hey, man. Did you not hear me? I said I'm your lawyer. Oh, I heard you. I'm just not interested in wasting my breath responding. I'm sorry, is there a misunderstanding here? I did so much research. She was that her teacher? More like her aunt? That was her aunt, right? Not at all. I understand exactly what you are. You and all your fellow... Your companion is staring at me very intently. Sarah, blink. You're embarrassing me in front of the Yakuza. That's a very dated word. You'd really prefer I call you an orca? I'd prefer you give up and leave. What are you talking? I'm sure they told you I'd been soft enough, that they'd broken me and I'd be ready to sign whatever you put in front of me. Sorry to disappoint you. But the Hound of Ikaria doesn't heal. Cool. Sosuke, I'm gonna repeat myself plainly, and slowly, because you clearly have multiple head injuries. I'm not a lawyer. I'm your lawyer. Right then. Very, very good. Thank you for coming. I apologize if I misspoke just now. I'd misspeak too if I'd lost as much blood as you. Morgan, Esquire. I'll be representing you from here on out. Sosuke, of House Ikaria.
Sarah, paralegal and bartender.
You're very young to have 2 jobs. Or 10 bar.
Well, it is only part-time.
All right.
So, tell us, Sosuke of House Ikaria, what is your routine? You look very fit.
My what? Are you asking about... Do you not have me on file? Sorry, which firm are you from? DDD? MPM? I'm in private practice. You mean you're not... a mob lawyer? No, but please don't hold it against me. Everyone has to start the path to corruption somewhere. There are serious risks involved in representing a man with my background against charges like these. It's very sweet of you to... They say I killed a cop, miss. I realize I may look a sorry state at the moment, but I've not fallen so low that I'd sully the house's name by dragging a civilian into... Makoto thought differently. The young master! You've seen him! How is he? Where is he? Is he unharmed? He was sitting pretty atop a literal throne surrounded by armed guards last I checked. Thank you for that. No one's told me anything, and if the young master has spoken on this matter, I won't go against his judgment. But I do hope you understand what you're getting into. I'm already in it, Sasuke. How will I understand what I'm in is something I think you'd be able to help with. Very well. What do you want to know? Okay, yeah, so what is your routine? Because last I saw you, not that I saw you or anything, your tits were out. Not that I know that you have tits, but, like, I could just see that. I could just, like, take a look at you right now. You have a crazy, like, shoulder-to-hip ratio. So, like, what's your routine? So far, all I know about you is your first and last name. It's a very important last name, but I take your meaning. And in truth, the first thing you should know is that I'm not worthy of it. Why? You disqualified due to pre-existing conditions? I was born Sosuke Hayakawa, fourth son of a distant branch family. The only reason I bear the name of Ikaria is because I was adopted into the main house as an infant, in exchange for lifelong service to the main family. Sounds like a great deal.
Lifelong? How did you serve the Ikaria as an infant?
There are various tax benefits if you have exactly 2 children. Don't be absurd! I'm what you call a bodyguard. From the time I was able to walk, I was trained to be of service to the house by protecting the air with my life. Okay, Peko Yama. From the time you were able to walk, there are a lot of demands for toddler bodyguards. You would be surprised, Morgan Esquire. All that's ever been asked of me is I stand in the right place at the right time.
You mean like in family photographs?
Hold on, what did I get? Okay. There you go. Like in front of a blade. Even a child can manage that.
Gulp.
The house has given me everything I've ever had and taught me everything I've ever known. What meager service I can offer in return means nothing compared to the debt I owe them. You view your relationship with your family as a transaction? It's not something so cold, girl. It's a matter of loyalty. Right. So if you were standing before a judge and they asked your name and occupation, you would say...
My name is Sosuke Ikaria. I'm an eternal servant for a living.
I would say, my name is Sosuke Ikaria, and I work as a head of personnel security for the Ikaria Financial Group.
And what does that entail exactly? Hold on, I'm pulling up your files.
Alright, born August 23rd, 192 centimeters, damn. 97 kilograms, AB negative. Head of personnel security, Ikaria Group. Likes whetstones, paperbacks, matcha. Yeah, I bet! Sorry. Literal Japanese, man. Dislikes the opera Wasabi Insects. Favorite author, Alexandre Dumas, or whatever. Coffee, Cafe Americano. Default status, non-work related messages will be blocked. Oh wait, what was that? Victoria Masters! Oh my god, hi! Hi, auntie! July 7th, 166 centimeters. Depends on the time of day? Question mark? AB negative. Lawyer to the rich and famous, semi-retired. Likes waterfalls, manicures, macadamia nuts. Dislikes getting ghosted by my adorable goddaughter. Oh, okay, that's her godmother. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Drink. Cosmopolitan double. Collects favors friends in high places. Luck. SSR in the first pull. Okay, yeah. Okay. I'm the young master's bodyguard, and I lead all his security teams. Nice to properly meet you. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
And I'm Sarah. Paralegal. And bartender. Part-time.
Yes, I believe you already mentioned that.
It seemed like we were all doing it twice.
Well, thank you for your paralegal services, Sarah. And here, I had the impression you had no sense of humor. What do you mean?
It seems, in this particular instance, Adonai, it was you who misidentified his proper manners as being
Glad we've all broken the ice. Makoto told me this all started because you were taken captive yesterday. What happened? It was 2 p.m. The young master had finished a meeting with the VIP in Crane Tower, floor 108. 2 p.m.? He wasn't in school? I'll ask that you refrain from mocking the young master in my presence. He is a child. Anyone can see that. But you've no idea the pressures I've been placed on him. Whatever my client wants. As I was saying, it was just after 2 p.m. Me and the rest of my team escorted him to the elevators along our planned exit route. But our lift stopped suddenly in between floors 61 and 62. That was when I made a mistake. I had a bad feeling. Thought it best to get Makoto to the ground floor ASAP. So I forced the elevator open, crawled out, and pulled him out after me. But just as he got out, the elevator started up again, separating us from the rest of the guard.
It was a trap!
A 50-50 one? Staying wasn't safe either. If they could stop the elevator, it's not a stretch to think they could drop it too. He just lost the coin flip when he decided to exit. Yes, Sarah, it was a trap. Floors 60 through 70 were undergoing heavy retrofitting. The other elevators weren't responding, comms were jammed. I'd reviewed the entire building's blueprints beforehand. Not very useful information, obviously, for a floor undergoing renovations. But I knew that there was a construction elevator we could get to on the other side of the tower. I had to act fast. There was no time to doubt myself, and I I did something unforgivable. You left the kid? I picked him up over my shoulder.
Oh. Well, that sounds like fun.
House, forgive me. Everything the young master does for the sake of his name's dignity, and I... kids are tougher than you'd think. I think he'll get over it. So you escorted him to the service elevator. I take it that's when things... Yes. I'm sorry, but I only remember a few vague details about what happened next. But I'll tell you what little I can. After I have activated the lift, 2 assailants emerged from under a tarped doorway at my 7 o'clock. One tall, one thin. Tall was around 190 centimeters, and his weight, I'd say 100 kilograms with the mods. Thin was maybe 175 centimeters, that's slouched. Modded as well, but what I saw looked stripped down, so he couldn't have been heavier than 70 kilo. They had needle guns. Slow to fire and slow to take effect, a memorable choice. Taller one shot first, jerked his arm when he pulled the trigger. A bad habit usually favored by street singer punks who are used to compensating for the kickback of jailbroken zippers. He might as well have been aiming at the ceiling. Thin lines up his shot properly, laser sight dialed in on the young master's left trapezoid. I shift into a horse rider stance and deflect the needle with my weapon. The lift doors open behind me just as another shooter steps forward at my 3 o'clock. Or so I thought, but all they had was a laser pointer. Literally a cheap trick. But it worked. I hear a click from 8 o'clock, turn my neck, and feel a weight punch into my deltoid. A dullish kind of pain for an instant. I realize I'm already going numb. And that's when I sneeze.
Sneeze?
Squeezed? And that's when I squeeze.
Squeeze?
He's talking about mods. That's how I've always described it. Others say they flex or pull or hold. I squeeze. Akita Type 2 external thoracic booster? Some burst strength and pain-killing capabilities, but in short, it's a reflex enhancer. Make 1 second feel like 15, in hindsight. It makes feel like you ran a marathon during those 15 seconds once the kickback gets you. But I digress. I moved. Got Makoto into the elevator and wrenched the doors shut myself, taking 3 more needles to the back in the process. I remember saliva pooling in my lip, then cold concrete scratching my neck. Alright, Sosuke. Thoracic? Thank you. So you're guarding Makoto, these men laid a trap, targeted him with tranks, failed. Then they take you instead? Yes, to my great shame.
You were outnumbered and ambushed, but you still managed to protect Makoto. What's there to be ashamed of?
That I didn't see it coming. You're saying this has happened before? Dozens of attempts in the past year. Some headed off in the early stages, some sidestepped entirely, and some stopped with force. I knew their tactics, and I knew our vulnerabilities, yet still I failed.
Sosuke, that is...
Not incorrect.
Adonai!
Am I wrong? Shouldn't a bodyguard get at least 1 shot off before being taken down? Shot? What do you mean shot? You were not carrying a firearm? No. No one on the team had guns. How's that? None of us on the security team had firearms with us?
But you're a gangster.
I'm a head of personnel security for the Euphoria financial group. Walking onto an allied group's property armed to the teeth insults their hospitality and makes the house look insecure, or worse, impotent. And I'm not a security expert, but I do think there's some gray area between armed to the teeth and empty-handed. I mean, didn't you just say you deflected their attack? I was not defenseless just because I wasn't carrying a gun. Oh? I had my sword. So lame!
So cool!
You walk around town with, what, a samurai sword? You just assume that it's a katana. Is it? Yes. It is a signifier of my position within the house, and shows that I'm acting as a representative of it.
Is it ceremonial, then?
No, it is quite sharp. I can attest to that. Though it's probably in terrible condition by now, seeing how this city's police manhandle everything else they touch. Speaking of which, perhaps we should move on to the night's main events? They tried for Makoto, got you instead, and took you to the lower wards. Why?
I've been wondering that myself. aren't you essentially worthless?
As a hostage, she means. I know that. Thinking back, I was surprised myself to wake up at all, let alone in captivity. But it seems they had questions they wanted to ask me. What do you remember? Whatever they used on me, I can remember some things, but how much of it was real, what order it happened in, it's all... Just say whatever it comes to mind. Give me anything, sights, smells, voices. There are no wrong answers. That would be really awkward if he was still, like, coherent and heard Morgan's voice. Good thing he was drugged to hell and back and couldn't possibly have remembered Morgan's voice after she killed everyone, right? Ah! Ah! I was bound, my wrists bound above my head, tied to something that smelled like iron and rattled like old iron. Tiles beneath my feet, some kind of bathroom or decontamination area. Good guess. They asked me questions. I said things, loose lips like being drunk for the first time again. But I'm confident that other than vulgarities, it's all incoherent. Because there were shocks, the taste of blood. I must have bit my tongue during the spasms. And there were the beatings, of course. I wouldn't have guessed.
Adonai, do you need corrective lenses? Sarcasm is just how I grieve a lost opportunity, Sarah.
Lost opportunity? Yeah, it's a damn shame. From what I can see of it, a pretty face like yours would go a long way with the jury if it wasn't pulverized. Ridiculous! Is he blushing?
I agree about his face, Adonai, but I don't believe it is his only strong
Let us move on!
Really? Well, in that case, how did your captivity end? Do you recall escaping?
I was blindfolded the entire time, but my ears weren't boxed so bad. There was a door that squeaked and whined, so I always knew when someone was coming and going. One voice asked questions, mostly. It was light. Another voice grunted when he hit me. Heavy. Other voices came and went, and then eventually, there was talk. Through the door, I heard... They were all talking to someone else.
A new voice. Was it high-pitched or low? Loud or soft?
It doesn't matter. What's important is that it belonged to someone new. Someone besides you and the dead who was there last night.
Did you make out any part of their conversation?
Gulp! Gulp! Nope, not a word. But there was a loud noise. Gunshots, followed by shouting and ugly sounds. And then, a hollow pain in my skull as I lost consciousness again. Morgan, you can't keep getting away with it! When I next came to, I had something in my hand. In my hands. Something sharp. I didn't even think to ask what it was or where it came from. I just started working at the bindings. Rushed and clumsy, poked myself in the process. But I cut them loose, then took the gag out. The blindfold was so tight, I cut it rather than trying. The damn thing must have been acting as a bandage because when I took it off, between the light and the pain, I thought that my head was split open. It took me a long time to stand up. Felt like I could lie on that cold, disgusting floor forever if I just... But something was poking me. Something tucked into my waistband. The gun! The gun! Imagine my surprise. Checked the safety chamber reflexively, but only saw 2 spent slugs. I was too tired to be confused, so I just walked out that squeaky door and into red. Just red. And then I was blinking at an IV. Handcuffed to a stretcher in an ambulance, some cop reading me my rights, saying that I killed 5 people.
Gulp.
No, wait. Some judge or official said that later. When I woke up in the ambulance, all they said was that I was a cop killer. Omitting some strong language.
I don't understand. You were held captive, interrogated, tortured, but then you woke up armed and were able to escape?
The cops didn't ask me any questions, and I wouldn't have answered if they had. It's been nearly a full day, and I'm just now saying it aloud for the first time. It truly sounds absurd. This is your world, Sosuke, not mine. Do you have any theories on what happened? Only 2 possibilities come to mind. In the first scenario, 1 or more of my captors wanted to kill me but needed an excuse to do so they let me escape. They give me a knife and an unloaded gun, then wait for me to stumble out so they can miss me and be done with it. But the plan doesn't work. Somehow I limp out of that room and shoot, cut, stab, kill them all. Okay, well that would be quite the feat given the condition you say you were in. Yes, a tale for the ages. But it's not possible.
Why isn't it possible?
Even if he had the motive and they were stupid enough to give him an opportunity, he was still lacking... In the brief I read, 2 of the pod were shot to death. I'm sure you're highly qualified, Sosuke, but I doubt you can fire a gun without bullets. No, I cannot. As I said, the gun I woke up with had already fired both its shots.
So if you tell the police that the gun wasn't loaded, would that clear Sosuke's name for two of the murders?
There's no proof the gun was already empty by the time he got his hands on it. She's right. That gun was some kind of jailbroken mag rail. The only residue it'd leave behind is static. So long as my prints are on it, that's all the evidence they need to claim I fired it. How about that second possibility, then? The second possibility is that someone walked into that building, killed my captors, and then tried to frame me for it.
That...
sounds like lunacy. We've already eliminated the other possibility. Insane trumps impossible. Like it or not, this bad Samaritan theory is our best shot. What is it? I'm just surprised you believe me. You haven't even asked if I did it.
I never ask. It helps that I can usually tell.
A wise policy for the world you're setting foot into. Not as if it makes any difference here. Even I don't know if I'm guilty.
You were drugged and beaten. You're still injured, even now. And we just reasoned that you couldn't have killed your captors without help. What makes you think you might still be guilty?
Because I've killed before.
Nope.
A pale spark flickers at the back of my mind. My index finger rises slightly. My lips part. Was I expecting this, stepping into the criminal underworld? Looking forward to it? The rare opportunity to speak frankly with someone else who's... You mean... yeah? I was in the military. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. I've taken lives. Many times.
That doesn't make you a murderer. Soldiers are given orders.
Alright, okay, Sarah. We're gonna have to file we're gonna have to look into a bit of history over there, okay? I've killed people. Whether or not a superior asked me to doesn't change that fact.
But soldiers.
Are you a soldier, Sarah?
No.
So drop it. She is good at following orders. It can take years to acquire that skill. I imagine it comes easy for androids. Yes, I suppose that's... Wait, that's an android?! Did you miss the glowing barcode?
And ignore my self-introduction?
Look, I'm tired. I thought those were highlights or something.
Did my hair catch your eye? You have discerning taste. You see, each strand is actually...
Was there something you wanted to say, Sosuke? I've taken lives before, and so I know how I feel afterwards. Sin. And how do you feel right now? Right now, I feel... What is it? You remember something? Yeah. After I stepped out the door, I said I saw red. But I do remember one other sensation. I remember the feeling of gripping my sword. That brief you read, it listed all the charges, all the causes of death. The fifth man, the cop they say I killed. How did he die? Awkward! Ah! Sorry. Hi! Hi! Oh my god, I love arguing with Detective Reyes. Oh my god, I love arguing with you. Oh my god. Ah! Sorry. Okay, I need to blow my nose. She's gonna see that charm. No, the fuck she's not! I'm very good at hiding my personal effects. Oh, she's so cute when she's wrong. Oh my god. Stabbed her in the back with a sword! Skewered like a piece of goddamn meat! And you got the balls to ask us to carry him to a hospital? I don't think that's quite how I phrased the request.
I've been paying close attention. Would you like me to play back what you said?
Not right now, Sparky. Reyes, she's just doing her job. It's not like she's asking. Oh, save the lecture, gray hair. Gray? Come on, my hair ain't... It's graying, maybe.
In case I haven't made it clear, I've never liked you, Morgan.
But you can like me if you just give me a chance. Aw, you're breaking my... I hadn't noticed. But I never took you for a mob lawyer. Whatever my client's associations might be, he's a cop killer! Innocent until proven guilty isn't a phrase I coined myself, detective. It's actually somewhat important. Oh, don't worry about that. The proving won't take us long at all. Do you always take pride in rushing your investigations? We've all seen the same intake file by now, yes?
Oh, I want to see. Sosuke Ikaria was apprehended at the scene of the crime and placed in medical transport. Injuries noted at the time, blood from various sources across the anterior front of the body. Numerous bones in left hand, broken as if from impacting a hard surface. Slight laceration found in left hand. Internal bleeding throughout the torso and skull. Bruising and rope burns on both wrists as if bound. Numerous bruises on the anterior front side of the body. Others blood across the tops of feet and pant legs. Largest wound found on the crown of the skull, back of the head near the top. At the time of booking, numerous additional injuries were noted, including bruises to left eye, busted lip, broken nose, boxed left ear, blunt trauma to anterior front right side of the head. When or where these additional injuries were sustained is not noted. My client was in bad shape when he was arrested, but his wounds were treated in medical transport. Yet somehow, in between arriving at the station and his booking, all his wounds were reopened. And some of them had multiplied. Tell me if you can, great detective. How will we ever solve the mystery of the reappearing fractured skull? Your client was being moved between floors. He struggled, trying to escape. And then he fell down the stairs. Really? Was there a lawnmower waiting at the bottom? Look, we're all adults here. So let's just say it. Your coworkers kicked the shit out of him. Well, what do you want me to do about it? I want you to uphold the law. For some reason, I thought you cared about that. A police badge isn't a time machine. By the time we took custody, he was already... She's right, Tiger. What's done is done. You know, you've got a snowball's chance in hell of proving your client was assaulted while in police custody. And you'll never get charges brought against the officers who did it. So try asking for something doable. Don't go giving away all my best tricks. The door-in-the-face tactic is already fragile. I want him to see a doctor. You've got to be shitting me. That's a blooded KW in there with military-grade mods. He's not leaving this building. But we could have a doctor brought here. And give him the chance to take a hostage? He's not the 99 man, Reyes. He can't break his cuffs. Don't say 99 man. You don't know what it means. You're too old. Refers to a theoretical state of being in which a human has replaced as much of their body with cybernetic equivalents as possible, thereby becoming someone who's 99% machine and yet technically still a human. The term first appeared in the speculative fiction short story Carved Out of Marble by M.P. Smith, but it rose to prominence after the 2072 Paralympics, when middleweight track and field gold medalist Ayed Safran quoted the story as an inspiration after breaking the world record at the time for the 800 meters.
Since then, the phrase has been popularized as both a meme and a thought experiment, opening up discussions about transhumanism in sports, the business world, education, and beyond. Some social media influencers, athletes, or tech evangelists, what the fuck, have taken the 99 man as a challenge, modding themselves as much as possible with the explicit goal of approaching what they see as the current limit for transhumanism. Officially, the individual who has the greatest percentage of their body mass replaced with artificial analogs is an anonymous male adult living in the Eastern Hemisphere who is suffering from a rare and terminal form of bone cancer before signing up for an experimental surgery offered through How Industries' Theseus initiative. Okay, yeah, a bit on the nose, aren't we? How officially describes the patient as currently living a normal and productive life, though Theseus has never produced any consumer market products and has not published any additional research papers in the last 2 years, leading some to question whether the results are at all replicable. How about a medic who can't be taken hostage? A medical ad? Sure, great. Let's see if we can't negotiate his premium lower while we're at it.
Is that a refusal, Detective Reyes?
Oh, I didn't say no, did I? Great. He also needs a protective detail. Lady, I swear to... Counselor. Protective details are comprised of off-duty cops. I don't think that'll have the outcome you're looking for. No. But if my client is left unattended one more night, he is likely to be declared unfit to stand trial when he shows up to court with his head caved in. An outcome I genuinely believe you're not looking for either. We could keep him here. What, in the interrogation room? Counseling quarter. Table can't be moved, but if you slide out of the chairs out of the way, the floor is actually not that hard. How do you even know that? Given what other lodgings he's had in the last 24 hours, I don't think your client will mind.
So, if Detective Reyes and Detective London take shifts keeping watch...
Oh, now we're keeping watch! It is the homicide department's counseling quarter. You think I'd give a shit what happens to that son of a bitch? You think I wouldn't walk in there myself and... You wouldn't. What? It's not in your nature. What the hell is that supposed to mean? You either have it or you don't. Trust me, if I had the chance to take a swing at that son of a bitch... Yeah, you already called him that. A piece of shit, a bastard, a killer. But unlike every other cop I walked past to get in here, you've yet to call Sosuke an animal. So what? What the hell does that matter? It's the only thing that matters. I've got the outsider's perspective, so I know. Your average human can do anything to anyone. So long as that says... Oh my god. So long as they're not a person. Whatever. Think what you want, creep. Can they make out? What? Sorry, can they make out? Sorry, can they make out? Sorry. Well, so long as that's your only request, we should be able to... I need to get into the crime scene as soon as possible.
Vision tummies!
Alright, this calls for a hot cocoa break.
Here you go! Here you go! Yay!
Can I take this stupid red nose off? No? Okay.
Oh my god.
I love this track so much, bro. You've got to be. What, like tonight? She's not rushing more than anyone else, sunshine. Everyone up the line has been raring to go on this. Now that Sosuke's actually got a lawyer. Maybe if that son of a bitch hadn't clammed up all day, we wouldn't... She said it again. Whatever. Pick then, counselor. You can bully us into guard duty or escort duty, but we can't do both.
I need both. You'll have to split up. But I can help with that.
Or rather, Sarah can.
I can.
Of course you can. You can go treat Sosuke.
Adonai, I am not treated.
Oh, I love this bit. She's pretending she doesn't remember being registered as my medical ad.
Yes, I would never forget that unforgettable experience. But I've never done first aid before.
Well, watch a tutorial first. It uses lots of sanitizer.
Just hand her some bandages and she'll get Sosuke looking good as new in no time. Then you can plop her in front of the door and even 20 crooked cops working together couldn't get her to budge.
That much is certainly accurate. I have a strong core, so if I focus and lower my center of gravity...
Thanks for the sales pitch, but it doesn't mean shit. The crime scene's in the lower wards. If you think after what happened last night that any cop with the pulse would go down there without their partner... It's okay, sunshine. I'll take her down there. Is everyone else in here huffing Nirvana? London! It's in Blue Blood territory. Blue Blood territory outskirts, really. They lost the whole pod. They'll be swarming the place. You can't go down there without backup. Backup, huh? You know Mac from Contraband? Skinny guy? Kind of a perv? Yeah, he's skinny. Look, he's got crime scene analysis sweeps going over that place with a fine comb right now, and drones, probes, the works. They'll have eyes on us before we get within 5 minutes of the place. Whatever. Just keep in contact for once. I hope you're being generously compensated, Eve. Selling your soul to the mob. It'd be a shame if you didn't at least get a good price. Hey, you coming, blinkers? Gotta find where they store all the medkits in this dusty old piece of...
Go on. I'll be right behind you, detective.
Sorry about that. She's still new to, all this, really. Not old like me. She does seem to be on edge. More so than usual. It's her first time losing a fellow officer. I think she's taking it pretty hard. Maybe even personally? Did they know each other? Oh, right. You gather up all your things. I'll go bring us up a ride.
Great. Thanks for all the help, detective. You're a lifesaver.
Though this is the one occasion where I wouldn't have any trouble finding the place. Oh, I was just about to say I want to see the dialogue between Reyes and fucking Sarah so badly. What will these two talk about, bro?
Hold on. More tissues, that's It's just so much, that's Yeah.
Alright, let's see what these two motherfuckers will say. Really didn't take you that long to patch him up, huh? Now you just wait here all night. That clock runs pretty slow.
If you're not doing anything else, detective, might you be interested in answering some questions?
Oh, this is the prelude to the fucking her interview. Oh, that's cute. Oh, so that's when this takes place. Oh, yay! Once more into the depths. When I went down to the lower wards last night, I knew what I wanted to find, but I wasn't sure where to look. Now I know where to look, but I have multiple priorities to consider. It'd be nice if I can prove Sosuke's innocence. It won't be easy, given that they think he killed a cop. But it'd keep me on the Ikaria's good side. That'd be nice. But what is essential is that I figure out what the hell happened after I left. And whether anyone found any trace that I was ever there. Everything else is second... Sorry, I guess I should have asked before I decided we'd be sharing a cam.
I don't mind.
But I am surprised. Did budget cuts take away your shiny patrol car? Patrol cars are shared, counselor. Any cop can step into any other cop's car, sync their credentials, and drive.
Convenient! Shame you can't personalize.
Yeah, no more dice in the mirror.
Is that why you're in a cab, then? Personal taste?
Police cars are full of bugs. Thought you might appreciate the privacy.
Auto cabs are full of bugs, too.
True, but there are ways around them.
Are there? I didn't know that.
Yeah, plenty. Can be easy as flashing a police badge.
Go! Something you wanted to discuss in private, Detective?
I was asked to get in contact with you and pass along a message.
A secret admirer?
Certain interested parties and all that. You know how it is.
I'm not sure I do. Does this have something to do with my client's business affiliations?
There would be a lot more blustering if I were to repeat it verbatim, so I'll paraphrase. Focus on getting the best outcome for your client.
More of a reminder of what my job description is in the morning.
And don't broaden the scope of your investigation any more than strictly necessary.
Well, I always appreciate kind words of advice. But Detective London, that almost makes it sound like you're on the take.
That's the city, Tiger. If you don't take a little, they'll bury you. Alive if need be.
Oh, they will. How conspiratorial.
It's not a joke, Morgan.
Did they threaten your wife with Tommy guns if you don't comply?
It's got more sophisticated than that. Well, maybe sophisticated isn't the right word. Complicated might be more accurate. Or you could just call it a quagmire. Or even a shitstorm. If you can't get along to go along, even other cops won't trust you. You'll end up shot in the back, friendly fire. A tragic newspaper clipping.
You're exaggerating. You're telling me the entire police force is corrupt?
Corruption would be one thing. You could, in theory, root it out. But above and below the canopy, it's all intertwined. Every tree stabilizing every other tree. What do they call that? Not parasitism.
Commensalism.
There you go. The state pays criminal informants to rat on their peers and lets them keep their positions in charge. Orcas buy judges and politicians to keep their men out of prison. Status quo, balancing act, the cycle. Stable as any gyroscope.
Forgive me if I find that hard to believe. Crime is at an all-time low.
That's not a contradiction. People hate crime. But what gets people killed is chaos. And the opposite of organized crime is...
So everyone's playing nice with each other. Even Detective Reyes?
She's...
What about the man they think my client killed? Did he play nice?
He was a special case. You got the brief. You recognize his last name?
It's a big city. I don't put too much stock into last names.
You'll need to break that habit if you continue to work in the underworld.
Sosuke said something similar.
Tarek Chopin. What the fuck?
Chopping? I'm chopping? Chopping up these ingredients? Tarek what? Tariq? Chopin? Chopin. Chopin. Chopin? Chopin. There's Chopin. Chopin. Tarek Chopin, a son of Miguel and Dominic Chopin.
The power couple? Why would the son of two of our city's most prominent council members be working as a police officer? You want the full story?
Always. So who is this Chopin, really?
An idealist? Wrong line of work, then. You're only half right. When he entered the academy, everyone assumed it was a political move. First step in his career to become a senator or whatever. Maybe it was, but anyone who met the guy could tell you he would have made a lousy politician.
You're saying he was honest?
Wouldn't tell a lie if his life depended on it. Guy couldn't do small talk, much less make friends. Talking about cleaning up the city, cleaning up the police, cleaning up everything.
If he was so unpopular, why was he kept on?
No one on the force wanted to risk insulting his parents by firing him. Just got passed around from department to department, detail to detail. He did a lot of community outreach. Community outreach? What, like bake sales? Like giving talks at school about saying no to drugs until you turn 21. Oof, must have really loved his job to put up with that. Or he just wanted to prove a point that bad. Don't you try to save lower wards patrols for the more seasoned, better armed officers? We do, yeah. How'd you know that? By going to the lower wards and looking at the cops you send her, of course. I read about it in Watch magazine last month. Oh. If Chopin was the son of such powerful men, why did he end up in the lower wards last night? That... I don't know. You don't know? By all accounts, he and his partner should have been at least 2 patrols removed from that area. Must have been following up on some other lead. His partner, who is that? The hero who finally arrested the Hound of Euphoria, that's who. I'll have to send him a congratulatory fruit basket. Huey Rogers. Pretty bare bones record, but maybe that'll just add to his legend. What legend? Taking your client alive. Whacked him on the head with his sidearm, knocked him out cold. Guess it is a small miracle that Sosuke wasn't just shot dead if they thought he killed a cop. Maybe, but it wasn't pure luck. Only thing that did stick out to me in Rogers' record was his shooting score. 41. Out of? 100. You need 40 to pass. I think someone took pity on him when tallying up his score. So he was only whacked on the head because it was too bad of a shot to avenge his partner? At least Rogers knows his weaknesses. I keep hearing that name, the Hound of Euphoria. I cringe every time. No one actually calls him that, right? Sorry, but I've definitely heard that name circulating around organized crime before. Must be one hell of a bodyguard to have earned a nickname for it. He's a bodyguard. Yeah, must be pretty good. Of course, hound dogs are known for other things besides guard. Sorry, that was crude. Aw, don't be sorry. I don't even get enough of the joke to be offended. Okay, that all makes for some interesting food for thought. But Detective London, if you are working for the Blue Bloods... I never said I work for the Blue Bloods. It's more of a gig worker type thing, Tiger. I'm friends with everybody. If you are working for the mob in general, then how do I know you're even taking me to the right place or not to... Whoa. I may pass a message along here and there, but I'm not. Damn, hell, no one else is either. Whatever you're imagining is not that exciting, I promise. Not that exciting. That sounds about right. Isn't it like this in every city? Handshakes and gentlemen's agreements behind closed doors? You disillusioned? The state has a great deal of power, Detective London. It makes countless rules. Now, I'm a big girl. I know that those rules don't apply to people equally. And I understand the value of criminal informants and the possible conflicts of interest that arise in trying to keep them around. What I don't get is why the state has all this strength and it won't use it to just wipe the underworld off the map. That's pretty cold logic. I'd expect my state to be far colder. Hey, you ever heard this one? A politician, a CEO, and a mob boss all walk into a bar. Sorry, wrong joke. They all say ow. Wrong joke. A politician, a CEO, and a mob boss are sitting at a round table with a gun in the middle. Who are you betting on? Same guy is probably the answer, I'm not gonna lie. Politicians are limp-wristed when it comes to... limp-wristed is crazy when it comes to their jobs, but they act faster than anyone when it comes to protecting their neck. They'd grab for the gun fast and wouldn't stop pulling the trigger till it clicked. Not a bad pick. We'll make a patriot of you yet, Tiger. But it's a trick question, of course. Rock, paper, scissors has no trump card. The politician can bring the heavy arm of the law down onto the mob boss if he doesn't shoot the CEO for him. The mob boss can have the CEO's family killed if he doesn't blow away the politician first. And the CEO can turbo change the campaign of whomever the politician's opponent is if he refuses to miss the mob boss. Yeah, it seems like you could make the argument to go in the other direction too. You could. So the point of the riddle is meant to teach us this. Whoever convinces someone else to pull the trigger comes out on top. Funny. So in the parable you've set up, the gun on the table, that's the police? A blameless tool with no will of its own? Yep. Though it was older men than I who set it up. Didn't realize this country's police were so powerless. However, do you manage? We used to have a partner that helped us out. A tiebreaker. Cause all three of those powerful men would be screwed if a journalist told the world they were meeting together. Ain't that nice? Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be nice? Some things are just fiction after all. I've got good news for you, detective. Journalists still exist. I could introduce you to one. You could even take a photograph. Oh, I know they're not extinct. People always write. It's just that no one wants to pay them to. Sorry, didn't mean to talk so much. Maybe it's nerves coming back down here. What happened the last time you visited? Something up? Didn't put you to sleep, did I? No. Actually, your 3-seat table reminded me of an even older thought experiment. If God is omnipotent, why does he allow the existence of the devil? Ah, even I know that one. To preserve free will or whatever, right? Yeah, that's the answer most people give. But now I'm wondering if it isn't a rock, paper, scissors deadlock like the one you just described. Was it a title drop? Oh shit! Oh wait! I didn't even realize! Ah! Oh shit! Is she stupid? Oh my god. God lets the devil be, so he'll terrify man. And man will always need God's warm protection. And God needs man's faith, which can't be compelled. Of course, most people would say that God's long dead in the 21st century, but we're still around. So that leaves the devil in an awfully strong position, doesn't it? You always picture 3 men in that room, don't you? Huh? Oh, yeah, yes I do, sorry. Do 55 feminist rosaries for your penance. Okay, alright. Okay. She's so fucking funny. How many times am I gonna be mad at her being funny, bro? Should I start saying that to you guys? Not very woke of you, chat. Time for another feminist rosary. This today will bring out... I don't even read enough feminist literature to make the bit. Oh my fucking god, she doesn't read books. Fuck my life. Oh my god. Detective London? We're definitely not alone down here. But when you reassured your partner that we'd have company... I didn't think you were including blue bloods. Ah. You know, I know I'd forgotten to mention. What? Well then, she's a liar, babe. Oh! Because I never said that. No, I never said that. Oh my god, you have a fidget tubby keychain? Oh my god! Oh, come on, babe. That's what she's like. She likes for fun. Because that's what I call you, babe. It's a pet name. You like it. No, don't hang up. Don't hang up, baby. Don't hang up. Of course I do. We gotta get to work, hon. I'll have to call you back, babe. Something just came up. London? What is this? London, who is this? Counselor Morgan, this is Adelaide, hon. Jeez. Are they both blushing? Immediately asking, hey, who the fuck is this? She's a blue blood. Hey, I'm a perfectly legitimate career woman. You're speaking to Cyanus. Oh, Sia? Cyanus security site manager. If you need anything, miss, please don't hesitate to reach out. What a winning smile! Oh my god! A real business card. It even has a watermark. You're not funny, Morgan! I'm not familiar with Cyanus. We're a private security investigating firm. We provide bouncers, armed escorts, we catch cheating partners, find runaway debtors, run paternity tests, that kind of stuff. Sorry, but have we met somewhere? No, it can't be. I never forget a beauty like you. She's the Hound's lawyer, hon. Seriously? She works for those copper-headed scumbags? So we're mortal enemies? That sucks. Another life then, huh? But I'll still play nice if you will. Right. So you're private security and you're currently securing this crime scene? Yeah? What's with the tone? What you're hearing is genuine bewilderment. London, why are the police letting Blue Hoods contaminate the crime scene where a cop died? Come on, we don't have cooties. If this wasn't the location where a cop died, we'd have already turned full control over to them. What? The police contract out the security around crime scenes to private companies all the time. And around here, the private company best suited for the job happened to be Cyanus. Letting them conduct their own side investigations is a small concession to keep the peace. A small concession? They're probably in there destroying evidence as we speak. We have the arcs to preserve the crime scene. They could burn the building down and we'd still have a pristine copy. London Bridges is trying to save face. The police couldn't keep this crime scene off limits without our help, and he knows it. Gremlins would be smashing their shiny cameras and popping their expensive tires around the clock if we weren't here. Lower Ward's kids take out drones by tossing shoes at them for fun. Is that why you see shoes hanging off wires? No, I don't know why that happens. It's just a thing teens have always done for fun. Mystery solved? Fine, maybe the cops and the Blue Bloods are all consummate professionals who never even bicker. But what kind of impartiality can I expect coming here to defend an Ikaria? Well, you might get some ugly looks from those with less chivalry, but no one's gonna get in your way. We know how defense attorneys operate. We know damn well how you usually win. No one's gonna do anything that'll let you worm the Hound out of his life sentence on a technicality. You sure you would prefer that? To have him back out on the street so you can take another shot at him? Oh, so flattery! That's how you flirt? What does that mean? You think we'd ever manage to gun down the Hound of Ikaria in the street? Shank him in a holding cell? Blue Bloods took him alive just fine the other day, didn't they? Yeah, and look what happened to them afterwards! So you won't tamper with this crime scene just because you want to make sure the state lobotomizes Sosuke for pentuple homicide. Yeah! I mean, we also literally get paid good money to do these kinds of jobs, and we have a reputation to maintain. Rate us 5 stars when you're done looking around, okay? I'll be sure to leave a glowing review. So this is the main entrance? Front door looks about as heavy as I remember, but it's unlocked. What's that? How's this door found? Chopin and Rogers were the first officers on the scene, responding to gunfire. Someone heard that. Good thing I cleaned up fast. Woo! Checked the area, then entered through the front door. The door was definitely locked when I arrived. But I didn't lock it behind me when I left. I didn't have any keys. Admiring our handiwork, this is a CNS installation. Who else would Blue Bloods trust to secure Blue Blood buildings? How does it lock? You never used a key before? I want to know how the lock functions. Does it lock behind you automatically? That's a good question. You looking to buy? Because I could set you up. It is a good question, hon. Why don't you answer it? Yeah, this model locks behind you by default. You need a key to get in if someone doesn't unlock it for you from the inside. A physical key? Physical keys can't be hacked or overridden by a police badge. Some people consider those useful features. Is that why the door is ajar? It looks like the lock's been destroyed. Was it found like this? Yeah, for as long as the ark's been up. Really? The front door entrance. I feel like I could just read these all when I'm before the trial. Oh shit! Wait, I wanted to read that. Sienna Security is a trusted partner in your business ventures, offering a suite of private security services. Oh my god, she's so hot. Services including but not limited to bodyguards, convoys, bouncers, private investigators, paternity tests, family history research, and shipping insurance. Answer a few questions about your needs in our portal below, and we'll get you set up with the peace of mind you've been searching for. Your browser may prompt you with a security pop-up when interacting with some of our features on our site. You can safely disregard these messages as they are related to a legal matter that has already been settled out of court. We apologize for the disruption of your site's experience. Ready to get started? Augmented reality crime scene. We already know what that is. Okay. Wait, what else do I have? Oh, shit. Oh my god, hi! Hi! Wait, are these new? Like sneakers, volcanoes, the Paralympics. Dislike scalpers, hoarders, anise. Favorite TV, civil engineering documentaries. Shampoo. Don't know, conditioner's more important. True! Undefeated at volleyball. Oh, she plays volleyball. I want you so bad. What? London likes duct tape, mascara, and oak. Yeah, I bet you like mascara. Dislikes parking lots, ties, and honeydew. The best at finding new restaurants. Commendations, none displayed at his workstation. Wardrobe, more expensive than it looks. Okay, Gucci, Prada. Han, born April 16th, 183 centimeters. Okay, 75 kilograms. Oh, negative. Site manager, Santa Security. Likes new furniture, silk clothes, dimples. Dislikes clingy types, jealous types, needles. Plays pickup games. Avoids laundry day. Least favorite chore, throwing out dead flowers. Okay. Okay. Chopin. Oh, shit. That's what you look like? Born August 9th, 176 centimeters tall, 72 kilograms, A, positive, patrol officer. Likes 24/7 news, calligraphy, and late dinners. Dislikes gray hairs, untucked shirts, mint. Education, Bachelor of Science in Applied Philosophy. Awarded Senatorial Commendation of Bravery. Posthumous. Awkward! Survived by fathers Miguel and Dominic Chopin, city councilman. He looks like he could be a Disco Elysium character. Is it because he's French? Probably. Okay. It definitely wasn't locked when me and Reyes arrived, which was around 10:20 p.m. Hang on, you and Reyes? What, were you the second officers on scene? That's right. We weren't far when the 10999 went out at 10:15. Really? 10999 is an emergency response code utilized in municipal systems around the nation, most frequently used to signify that one or more first responders' lives are in danger. Most police departments' standard issue suite of biomonitors allow for this code to be sent out across emergency networks automatically when cardiac activity is disrupted or blood pressure changes rapidly. Due to the non-negligible chance that moderate exercise could be misinterpreted by biomonitors, leading to false alarms, some departments make it a priority to avoid enabling the automatic alert function. Long way for precinct 254, isn't it? We were in the area. Awkward. You want the tour then? Actually, I'd like to check out the alley first. You know the crime scene's on the 3rd floor, right? Yeah, but it has a window that opens to the alley, doesn't it? I just prefer to start from the bottom and work my way up sometimes. Sure, we can start there. Just be careful where you step, if you like those boots at all. I just rolled the Praetorium. That just means you can spend more time spacing out and watching the Eimi Isami stream, right? Right?
hold on. Oh man, that's so much. So much snot, Desu! And I'm running out of tissue, Desu! Alright, that should be good.
I'm running a hunt train right now, yeah. What are you hunting? Babes? Sorry. Yay, article! One problem with blue bloods and cops running security. I don't know who to blame for leaving their shit here. I'll give the moral high ground to whichever part of society learns to pick up after themselves first. Bombing ruled out in university fire. I'm sorry? Panic abounded last week on campus when the computer labs at Nortechnica University were set ablaze in the early hours of the morning. Students and faculty skirted the campus in anxious, hunched postures as federal agents descended on the lab's vicinity searching for signs that could point to a culprit. But as of today, the fire has officially been ruled as an accident and successfully traced back to a cooling system failure in the basement's main server hub, a freak accident that has provided simultaneous relief and confusion to the community. When the fire was first reported on, many were quick to point out its similarities to other fires and bombings recently reported as sweeping eastward across the nation, dubbed by some members of the press as work of the Witch of the West. Each incident appears to have targeted data infrastructure, hitting state, corporate, and academic nerve centers, and leaving behind significant financial grief in the aftermath. Hundreds of thousands of files related to student debt, all of it non-recoverable, said one anonymous campus security specialist after their university's student registry records went up in literal smoke. We're reaching out to alumni as quick as we can to try and piece their records back together, but frankly, a lot of them have been less than eager to speak with us, and we may have no choice but to re-examine payment plans for our current students' tuitions. Federal investigative officials have no formal comments at this time, but some local law enforcement officers have described seeing federal agents frustrated with the so-called witch. Criticism of the response has begun to surface from the political realm, with Senator Colt now formally calling for the Director of Investigations to testify as to the progress, or lack thereof, in the search of the serial arsonist and other notable. Hey, we don't have your ID. If you just give us your information, we can give I feel like I've heard stories about bombings out west the last few months, but I didn't know they'd all been attributed to one person, or that they're now calling them the Witch of the West. There's no mention of victims, only data centers being targeted. But clearly this witch is hitting someone where it hurts if they somehow got feds involved. Cyroxis mentioned. Most national security agencies were absorbed into the military police complex decades ago. That bureau survived, but it's a mere fraction of the size it used to be, and very different in its function. Their modern reputation is that of attack dogs, deployed by the Senate to make examples of political targets. I can't say I like the idea of them being out there hunting for serial offenders. Gulp. This fire escape will lead right up to the crime scene, assuming it doesn't come crashing down once you step onto it. It's missing the ladder that will connect it to street level. You're violating fire code with this tetanus trap, hon. Building inspection's not my department. Besides, who'd want to climb up into a burning building? Firefighters? You're funny, Bridges. Even a copper firefighter wouldn't risk getting singed to save a lower ward's property from being burned down. Oh. Clankers cannon! Clankers cannon! A derogatory word for automated dependents, particularly ones licensed by or operating under the authority of the state. Interested parties in automated dependent industries have, on more than one occasion, lobbied for copper and other terms like it, clanker, chrome dome, microchip breath, to be classified as hate speech, arguing that anti-mechanical sentiment constitutes as an expression of prejudice, were considered a form of hate speech. Incidents of destruction or corporate property where such terms were used in prior communications would qualify for additional severity and higher fines paid toward the damaged party. Under all but the most radical interpretations of hate speech law, however, prejudice can only be directed towards sentient living things. People, animals, or corporations. If you feel that a corporation you know has been the victim of a hate crime, you can report it at our confidential portal here. Ugh, fuck. I'm gagged every time I read that. An ad could probably make the jump from here. Ads are heavy. If an android leaped onto that, the whole mess would probably come down on top of them. Yeah, modders are heavy too. Hey! Looks like the only way into the building is through the front door then. It was much darker last night than it is now, and I only took a quick peek. But even so, this... Looks like it's been moved, huh? Yes. Was trash picked up last night, perhaps? Checking the model number on the side. Looks like dumpsters of this make haven't been picked up by the city in a decade. I didn't realize there were DRM on trash cans. Hey, it's a heavy model, tough to lift, even if its wheels weren't broken. And designed for containing industrial waste. How it ended up here in a residential district isn't that hard to puzzle out, is it? It was cheaper for the mechs to dump their shit on us than it was to haul it into a landfill. Is that why I could see markings on the ground there from leaks? Aw, you really are a tourist, aren't ya? I've been in the lower wards before. But only at night, right? Rain's dirty down here. Stains the ground whenever it falls. Acid rain? Like from the history books? Not quite that bad. Just smog combined with precipitation combined with the charms of the city to make dirtier rain. Like I said, lower wards, spring water. There's a shot named after it. Tequila and pickle juice. Ugh. So is the dumpster empty? Let's see. Hey, grab a glove if you're gonna... Yeah, it's mostly empty, except for a bunch of scrap metal at the bottom. Explains why I can't get it to budge. Careful, you're gonna get your toe trapped under there. Don't look at me to help you in case just cause I'm modded. Are you saying you couldn't budge it either? I could if a girl was cheering me on. Okay, London, thanks. Don't know what I was expecting to find, really. Now, just watch it so you don't... Let the lid slam. Sorry. Alright, I'm done back here. So I think I've seen everything That's right. I was standing here last night when... I completely forgot. It was dark and foggy. The kid was too far off to make out my face. Weren't they? What is it, Tiger? Nothing. Thought I saw someone out the corner of my eye, that's all. Yeah? Around here, maybe it was an unlisted. Those are real? Keep to themselves, obviously, but yeah, they're unreal. I've met some. They inform, sometimes, on what they've seen. Never come in to testify, of course. You'd think they'd stand out dressing like that, but... if their camouflage didn't work, they wouldn't be unlisted, right? What do you mean they keep to themselves? Don't they work with any of the gangs down here? Sorry, have I gotten your hopes up or something? Trust me, you've got better chance of winning the lottery than running into one. Right, forget I asked. Term for individuals who are not actively registered in any state's database. An informal designation given to individuals, often missing persons or unhoused, who are not being tracked in any government database. For much of the 21st century, individuals of this description were most often undocumented immigrants. Following shifts in immigration patterns and implementation of the Military Service Citizenship Program, aka the Minutemen Bill, undocumented immigration was sharply declined. While many non-citizens do live and work within the country, they are tracked through immigration monitoring and services or as part of their military service agreement until they either leave the country or fully naturalized at the end of their service. Today, unlisted mostly refers to small groups of seasonal workers who travel the country in migrating caravans to find work undercutting corporate contracts on various agricultural or fungal installations. Some anthropological studies have described groups of unlisted living in urban, generally poorer areas that as what are effectively homeless communities. Unlike most homeless people, the overwhelming majority of whom are unhoused for less than 2 weeks, these unlisted actively refuse state housing assistance or assistance of any kind. Concerns about malnourishment, illiteracy, extreme poverty, and rampant mental illness within unlisted populations has, at times, spurred outreach programs attempt to contact them, but at their very nature as unlisted, actual data on their quality of life or cultural practices is virtually non-existent, making most politicians hesitant to commit resources towards these causes. Huh. You ready to go inside? I think so long as...
No, I'm not with anyone else. It's just me here. Because she's shrill, princess. And delusional. You know that.
I'm sure she'll catch up.
How many women?
So you're saying, this used to be an apartment building?
Somewhere between that and a long-stay motel, yeah. Blue Bloods didn't deviate far from that model when they took over. They call rooms like these vaults, places to stash away a lover, witness, debtor when there's too much heat.
You've gone through all these vaults, I take it?
Telling yourself with that last night, yeah. Bringing around master keys, clearing out every possible hiding place. Didn't find a redhead killer hiding anywhere, did you? Sorry, no.
So this is the Blue Bloods' forte then? Securing people, places, and things?
You could think of it that way.
Guess I always assumed gangs made their money through drugs.
Well, the Blue Bloods do deal here and there. But narcotics has been a rich man's game ever since the CDCA rolled in.
A series of laws passed. Oh my god, stop swinging those things around! Oh my good. A series of laws passed in the 2060s that decriminalized all narcotics use and established the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight to administrate the production, licensing, distribution, and taxation of drugs across the country. Overwhelmed by civil unrest and eager to replenish government coffers, the CDCA were intended to reduce the backlog of criminal cases across the country and provide much-needed tax income, while also incentivizing immigration with the promise of amnesty. In what was considered a domino effect, other major nations around the globe passed comparable laws to build up their own depleted war chests and revitalize their local economies. The so-called white wave of global amnesty overturned the international drug trafficking market in just a few short years. The gray wave followed soon after as money-starved criminal organizations waged economic and literal war against multinational corporations for dominance of this new gray market. Fierce competition for government licenses to produce classic narcotics emerged alongside a race to develop new, more powerful designer drugs and to monopolize on their sale in the months it would take the government to identify and legalize them. While rates of addiction and overdose deaths have dropped since their peaks in the last 2 decades, the dangers associated with untested designer drugs and drug distributors' eagerness to earn new customers has continued to fuel debate over the legacy of the CDCA and the white wave as a whole. Huh. I can turn down phone transparency?
Wait.
Oh. Hi. Hi. Hello.
Okay, we're looking away. If you have the funds to ride the gray wave the way the house Ikaria does, you can make a killing. They've got the markets cornered from black to gray to white to pure green profit. The Blue Bloods hate that they have to make do with all the scraps and eggs in the house don't bother producing en masse.
Professional jealousy! How ugly. Why can't these underworld overlords just bury the hatchet, get together, and screw over the consumer like reasonable people do?
They've tried, if you believe the rumors. About a year ago now, there was some kind of meeting, an olive branch from the golds to the blues. Apparently, the Blue Bloods had a product that the Ikaria wanted to distribute.
The Ikaria sell legal drugs now, though. And what kind of product could the Blue Bloods have that the Ikaria could manufacture?
Not sure. Maybe that's why it went south so fast. Blood was spilled in less than an hour.
The Ikaria aren't the type to keep negotiating after being spat all like that. And so the blue buds remain firmly planted in their low rewards niche. They might not like having to take low end, but they are filling a gap in the market. And that's every proper capitalist's calling, right? Besides, the workers certainly appreciate their protection down here.
Workers hire blue bloods for protection? But that's... all that stuff is legal so long as they're licensed, isn't it?
Legal? Yes. Respectable? Most would still say no. So, household name security megs consider it too high risk to be seen in the company of workers. Sex worker? Oh!
Worker is a shortened form of the term sex worker, generally used to refer to individuals who are legally licensed as such, as opposed to those who are engaging in sex work outside of legal guidelines. Sex workers operating in high-end establishments, generally in specifically zoned municipal districts with high median property prices, cloud districts, and catering to only specific clientele, may be more commonly referred to as courtesans.
Huh. Doesn't help that their average board member is easily pushing 60 years old. You aren't that far from pushing 60 yourself, aren't you? Matter of opinion. Besides, I'm a very modern, forward-thinking man.
Did you finish those 50 rosaries already?
Right.
She's actually so funny. And the Ikaria, they don't, compete in that market?
No. People at the Ikaria's heights might patronize a courtesan or two in the Cloud District, but they never lowered themselves to work alongside one.
Hypocrites. That much I understand perfectly. The hypocrisy is the appeal for them. The rules don't apply to me. You couldn't ask for a more pure expression of power.
Damn. Worse than I remember. Like a demon tore through the place. Seriously. What the hell happened here?
That's what we all get paid to find out, right?
Yeah. I've definitely got a head start on the rest of you, though.
Shall we bring up the arcs?
Sure, I'll patch you in.
Allow me. If you're needed on the phone, Miss Han, please don't let me keep you here. Nonsense, I've got all the time in the world for you. Everyone's treating me like royalty today.
The ARC system is set on fucking Unity.
ARC's augmented reality crime scene system.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Where shall we start?
How about the tall, dark, and mysterious in the middle of, yeah?
That's your client. He was found standing over Chopin's body by the arresting officer.
Rogers, right? And then he knocked Sosuke out.
Correct.
So, why is it this artistic rendition of Sosuke and not a capture from Rogers' body cam?
Well, it seems like at the time, their body cam was off? Seriously? Hey, I'd show him out myself if he was here with us. It's department policy to have all sensors green when responding to an emergency. But did all this not qualify as an emergency then? Chopin and Rogers were responding to shots fired. That's not uncommon in this part of town. For two inexperienced officers first on the scene, might not have come to mind. At least, Chopin could use that excuse. Rest in peace. But apparently, Rogers requests replacement body cams nearly every week.
Okay, if he's that big of a klutz, take away his gun once the city's done throwing him a parade.
I'll, put in a request.
Right then, who's next? I love. Sorry to burn your eyelids for a minute. Just like, oh, okay. I love that effect. But I'm gonna check literally everything else first. Windows open to the fire escape in the alley below. There's a thin misting of blood across them. Got a good guess as to who it belongs to. This is where we found Creek, leader of the pod. Ballistics tells us the shooter was standing in front of the disc. Near where my client was found. Oh, ZKN! Hi guys, I saw a notification of Amy playing this game and I immediately tried it and was hooked. It's so peak. Anyways, bye. Yes! 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 Yes!
Another one! We got another one! Yes! 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 It's so awesome. Your words, not mine. Nasty slug burst in his chest, blew blood back onto the windows behind him. The open windows. Hell of a spread. Yes, it is. Did someone open these, or...? Nope, they were open when we secured the scene. I already bought the other episode. Yes! Yes! You only just played the prologue? Have you... did you finish episode 1? Not gonna lie, I'm very tempted to buy this game. Ooh, you want to buy this game so badly. Ooh. But I've been eyeing BlazBlue. Does BlazBlue have a story? I thought it was just a fighting game. Gulp. Plenty on the handles here from Creek and his pod. That's where the handles are? Something wrong? Definitely, but how the hell could I explain why I know that? No, sorry, I just... It's VN heavy? It's practically a VN with fighting game? I never knew this. I never knew this, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. I now have a better opinion of BlazBlue. I guess I'm wondering about the keys around his neck and the RX. Oh, well, one was a master key, could unlock any other door in the building. The other key, we eventually paired to a small safe in his desk. Empty, though. Suppose that's all irrelevant, since he apparently died with the keys on his person? Yeah, they caught my eye too, to be honest, but not every detective's instinct pans out. So who was this guy? I cannot continue this stream because I want... Okay, yes, get out of here, get out of here. It's good, it's good. Get out of here. Curious? Only professionally. I don't care what he was before I killed him. Criminal record dating as far as back as it goes, sealed when he turned 18. What makes you so sure he has a juvenile record then? The more experience these guys get, the more time in between their arrests. Pattern I'm seeing, he was pretty damn experienced by the time he was of age. You trying to compliment him? I wasn't trying to insult him, huh? Anything you'd like to add? Nah, nothing I want to say in front of you two. If you want to say a few words, the detective and I could step... Only words I have are for his killer. I'll deliver them in person. Or not at all. Fair enough. Do you have any idea why someone might want to hurt this Creek fellow? That's not funny. That dog you're defending. It's a fair question, hon. Give it fair consideration. Besides the Ikaria, the Rust, or our city's finest? No. Creek was charismatic and driven. Plus, he made us a lot of money. No true blue would want him gone. The bloodthirsty Ikaria soldier he was interrogating, however, probably wasn't a huge fan. What about family? This is getting old fast. Younger brother's listed as next of kin. Leave his brother out of this. Hell, leave me out of this. Rooting through a person like you're picking at zits. Well, CMC is out of town anyway, taking summer lessons at Hal Mariner University. That's a good school. An expansive school. Younger brother has no listed occupation. Also no priors and no juvenile record. TAD at his age? Poor kid. Pills for that cost an arm and a leg. Creek must have been sending him. Detective. Did you just leak the confidential medical data of a non-suspect to a third party? Hey, you don't have to... How about I buy you an ice cream or something? Bribery, too! You're digging yourself pretty deep. Is it still bribery if I'm the government official? Okay. These guys are goofy. Creek's fine wood desk. He seemed particular about it. Cherry wood. Maybe in no small part because it had a priceless no mask hidden inside it, but... I assume you've been through this data pad here? Front to back, but we didn't find anything we didn't already know. Seems like Creek was smart enough to use it for payments and nothing else. How do you manage that? Even gangsters need spreadsheets. Hence the paperwork you see scattered about. They really did everything by hand? PPP is what they call it over in organized crime. Paper and pencil protocol. Helps the orcas keep their books off the books. Or at least in a format that's easier to destroy should push come to shove. Did you run checks on this credit card that's jammed in here? Ah, not surprised you don't recognize it. That there's a dark card. Wow, tell me more. Wow, tell me more. It's an untraceable wallet in the palm of your hand. Hold on, I really got all the... Right onto the dark card. Officer, oh my goodness. Hold on, I just really gotta get this out. It's the closest thing on me, I gotta assure you. But the evidence! Ah, God. Okay. It's an untraceable wallet in the palm of your hand. I would hope any wallet could fit in the palm of your hand, detective. But you really can't find the owner? Can't trace any of its transactions? Most we can tell is the datapad registered calls to dark card networks at around 9:40 p.m., but it timed out. What does that mean? The transfer didn't go through. Either someone got cold feet or they forgot their password. Happens to the best of us. Okay, yeah, I'll look at evidence before trial. And probably because if we're getting to a trial, I'm gonna probably stop the stream and do trial tomorrow. By the way, why is this cloth being flagged? Oh wait, sorry, I gave you an accent. Not sure, forensics didn't find any blood on it. Who flagged it? Lady Rockford herself. Oh my god! Hi! Hi! Hello! Oh my god, she was here! Oh my god! Oh my god, Emma! Miss Emma! Oh my god! Ah! Could be that she fathomed it. Yeah, I'm sure it's nothing. Papers scattered all over his desk. Suppose I'm partially to blame? I didn't exactly memorize his setup before I started searching for the mask. What's this? What'd you find there? No? Looks like Creek's handwriting from the other files I've seen. M. Icaria. Looks like M. Icar... Yeah, actually. He's dead, London. I was gonna let the spelling mistake slide. Right, sorry, but that's gotta be Makoto, right? You know Makoto? I know he's a Karia's heir, parent. From what I hear, is an appropriately frightening young scion. He's really quite something. But why would his name be on Creek's desk? He was Creek's real target the other day. Sosuke was some kind of consolation prize. Bagging the hound was a consolation prize? These punks had their sights set high. Yeah. Like no one taught them not to stare at the sun.
Oh boy. I love pixel hunting.
The screen. I turned it on to distract Tanks long enough to grab his gun. And I remember choosing not to turn it back off. Interesting setup. Powerful setup. Was blaring when we arrived. The sound system, I mean. One of the CES techs is a real audiophile. Said it broke her heart how loud they must have blared the speakers all the time. Wears it out, she said. I wouldn't count on orcas to value the longevity of their tech purchases. Guys, I'm getting hungry. Uh-oh. The big one. He made a strange face when I shot him, and a loud slam when he hit the floor. This one. Real long rap sheet. With a short ending. Buckshot to the torso. Died instantly. Flexware and his mods put his time of death around 9:44 p.m. Killed by his own weapon. Comes up a bit short of poetic justice, but doesn't look like he was in any kind of struggle for it beforehand. But how had someone managed to get it off his hands? I mean, it wasn't any great feat, I assure you. Text identified it as a double-barreled Mag-US, and... Hey, how'd you know the gun was his? He's still wearing the holster in the arcs. Was I mistaken? No. Oh my god, fucking Morgan, you're giving me heart attacks. You're being too sloppy, Morgan! About a week ago, Tanks here was stopped and frisked by a patrol unit, and they found this here gun on him. They found this gun on him, and they just handed it back to him? He bought and paid for it above board. So this gun isn't jailbroken? You have tag data from the murders? No, we don't. Strange. According to the text, the gun is jailbroken. What happened between last week and the last night that he'd get the tag stripped off? Something that made him think this piece would see action soon. Okay. Through this door is where they were keeping Sosuke and where I left him off the leash. Let him off the leash. I'll leave that for after I finish in here. I advise you to brace yourself before opening the autopsy photos for this one, counselor. Yes, this is sufficiently obfuscated. A lot to take in. The skull was crushed? Yes, but the cause of death was blood loss from a laceration across the neck. He hit the floor and bled out in seconds. Everything else you're seeing here is post-mortem. Overkill. Not the word I'd use for this kind of shit. Oh, calm down. I didn't do it for the fun of it. In this specific instance. This victim had modded eyes. Seems to me like someone just didn't want to take any chances. Bullshit. No one in the lower wards would get optic mods with recording functionality. You wouldn't be welcome anywhere. You gonna claim the Hound of Euphoria didn't know something that fundamental? Nah. He bashed his brains in for the fun of it. I'm sure to a law-abiding citizen like yourself, we're all scum of the earth who deserve... I'm pretty scummy myself, hon. Defense attorney, remember? Who the hell deserves shit like this? Deserves? What does that have to do with anything? I take it that this bat is what did the deed? Matches a splinter found inside his wounds, if you had any doubts. There's nothing here about Sosuke's fingerprints. You think we got anything but partials off of that? It's practically splinters. Makes sense. I was the one who actually swung it down, and I was wearing gloves by then. Whoever did this, they were damn near enthusiastic. You know how hard they'd have to swing to crush a skull? To break the bat itself? I can't imagine. There's some faint blood that's been smeared here. Did it belong to the victim? And Sosuke. I wonder if maybe the bodies hadn't moved around for some reason, but... Your client's legs and feet were soaked in others' blood when he was arrested. And you would have had to sneak up on Chopin in order to stab him in the back. You think he slid his feet across the ground to avoid making noise? Does he say otherwise? I'll let you keep guessing on that one. No cards? Don't want to play cards? Okay. Blood loss from the neck, even I can tell that much. Stabbed with the bladed weapon right near the carotid artery. Very efficient. Not the kind of kill someone could make without prior experience. My client's a humble bodyguard. Come on now, I know you've got a job to do, but you'll shame him if you don't let him take credit for this one. Miller was no joke in the fight. To take him out with one clean stab to the neck using his precious signature katana? The Hound must be itching to brag about it. I'll defer to the medical examiner on this matter, thank you very much. What do you mean? Sato said the same thing. I forgot about Sato! Oh my god! Carotid. Katana to the neck and not so many words.
Is Miller's blood even on the katana?
Even if it is, why would a medical examiner assume the katana was used here when my knife was a much better fit for...
My knife. Where is it?
Where?
I gave Sosuke the knife before I left.
It should have been found on him when he was arrested. It should have been somewhere in the arcs. You looking for something, Tiger?
If they haven't found the knife and I ask about it anyway, that'd mean admitting I know it's missing.
If I tell Sosuke mentioned a knife that only the killer would know about, I'd be ruining my case before we even entered the courtroom. Or worse, pointing the police in the direction of the knife's real origin.
No, I just...
Was anything found on my client's person when he was arrested? Besides a gun, a sword, and a bunch of blood that did and didn't belong to him? No, not even any lint in his pockets. Why do you ask?
No reason.
Sometimes you gotta shake the tree to see what falls out.
Or so they say.
Oh, you were blindly guessing. I've been there.
Something must have happened to that knife.
It couldn't have just disappeared, not from a crime scene locked down like this. I'll need to find it, but I can't just go looking for it. Is this what it feels like to play with a handicap? Gulp. Is there anything else I can look at before I look at the big boy? Okay, I guess we're looking at the big boy.
Who the hell are you really?
Why are you lying there dead? Right in the middle of my crime scene. That was Tarek Chopin, as you might guess. A patrol officer and the son of two loving fathers. Who've strongly emphasized to the chief of police their desire to see justice done. Reyes wasn't exaggerating about how he died. Run through from behind with a sword.
So he would have been standing in front of the desk, then he was impaled. Then he collapsed to the floor face first, and the sword
got stuck in the ground.
Bad luck for the attacker, I suppose.
Yeah. Dr. Sato's noted in her report that the stab wound was, in her words, jostled.
Pardon?
Like, the attacker tried to pull it out, but it was stuck, so they
had to jiggle it around?
Hey, it's probably what saved Roger's life. Kept your client distracted and disarmed her long enough to give Rogers time to rush in.
Allegedly. Not where I left you, that's for sure.
And according to Sosuke, the one thing he does recall after I passed the baton to him is gripping his sword.
You're not giving me much to work with.
Fingerprints on the grip match your client's right hand, by the way. Oh wait, that was Han, my bad.
Here I was getting my hopes up. And it definitely wasn't suicide, because no one else's prints are on the damn thing. I ruled out suicide once I saw he was stabbed in the back, thank you. There are papers scattered underneath his body. Did I knock them off the desk at some point? Maybe when the tall one hit the ground? Or maybe when I was swinging that bat down. Hang on. What kind of paper is this? I can't read a word. Really? You should get that looked at. My vision's 2020. What am I looking at, Miss Site Manager? Those docs are internal business, ma'am. Nothing to worry your pretty little head over. How do you know they're internal business if you can't read them? You really never seen red ink before? Never heard of it. It's a corporate information security protocol. Files with special flags trigger specific print commands if you try to make physical copies. Makes it use some kind of special ink. Try to take a photo of it, it comes out a bright blur. Paper special too. Too much heat, humidity, becomes illegible. A corpse bleeding out on top of you is a lot of heat and humidity. So these documents contain confidential data that the Blue Bloods wouldn't want getting out? What do they say in the movies? I can't confirm nor deny that. And if I subpoena the data? Do your worst, we've got lawyers too. And unlike your client, they've all got the time in the world to stall. Besides, you and I both know exactly what the Hound's motive was. And it isn't written in those pages, it's written all over his busted up face. Sure.
But you won't mind if I copy down whatever I can anyway, right?
I wouldn't have any legal reason to stop you if that's what you're getting at. Okay. Looks like that's everything in here. Well, I don't envy either of your workloads. It's a mess in here. It's a lot of blood, that's for sure. I'm impressed you haven't gotten nauseous, miss. I'd be right at home here if you weren't all poking your noses around. Shoo, I just remembered. I'll never hear the end of it if I don't check in with my partner after saying I would. You too good to keep going if I step out to make a call? A call? Is your partner your mom? And is your mom blind? Send a text. Thanks for your understanding. Maybe he was the one with this weak stomach. You be sure to let me know if you're feeling faint. I can keep going. We're nearly finished anyway. I'd stick to the arcs if I were you. Nothing behind that door that's better seen in person. You've been a gracious host up until this point, Miss Han. Why the cold feet now? It's ugly in there. Uglier than this? Different kind of ugly, then. It's all in the eye of the beholder. Ooh. They got the evil green aura. I warned you. Don't worry, I can stomach it just fine. So long as I can understand it. Why did Creek's pod torture my client? I don't know that they did. Sosuke told me they electrocuted him, Han. They probably just grounded him. Low-grade currents applied every few minutes stops most mods from rebooting. So no SOS pings, no adrenaline bursts pulled out of his ass. And the pliers, hammers, and syringes, what purpose did they serve? They could have just killed Sosuke when they failed to nab Makoto. Instead, they dragged him down to here. Why? To try and get info on Makoto's itinerary? Get enough intel to make another run at him? If there are any answers for me in here, I'll need a grout scraper to find them. Bucket! Bucket! It's water. Cold enough that condensation's on the outside of the bucket. Is that water for sponge baths? Just a simple way to keep a guest from dozing off. Temperature shock makes caffeine look like a sleep aid. This coming after you claim you don't know if Sosuke was tortured. You know what that other bucket's for then? I know you said you got a weak sense of smell, but do you really need a hit here? But then this last bucket here is... What is that, trash? Cloth and rope. Bindings. Or bandages! See, they were nursing him back to health! I'll run your theory past Sosuke next chance I get. This must be what's left of what they were keeping Sosuke tied up with. They would have had to use something, yeah. This door doesn't even lock. Not after I moved the bat, barring it from the outside, lol. So he was brought here, tied up, questioned. Then he breaks out, bursts into the next room, cuts up 2 of his captors, blows the other 2 away. That's what you think happened? That's what it looks like. And then what? Chopin runs in and turns his back on the violent criminal? Don't strain yourself trying to make it sound improbable. Cops are dumb. If the hound crouched in a corner, he'd have his chance soon enough. Hell, he probably just played dead. Walking into that scene out there, you'd think some patrol officer would go around checking pulses? Why would my client go to all that trouble to get the jump on an officer? Why not just run away? Hell, why not ask him for medical treatment? Because he was standing in the middle of the 4 men he just killed? I know that Sosuke had no logical reason to attack Chopin, but so what? Even Sosuke himself says he would have been acting on instinct. Would instinct tell him that Chopin was in between him and his escape? Bucket! Toilet! Just these 3? Okay. Hypodermic needles. Probably not packing anything healthy. Sosuke better hope they were at least sanitized. I'm not sure Sarah can treat an infection with gauze and rubbing alcohol alone. But those needles there... The design of these needles seem a little odd. Well, someone will tell you sooner or later, so... They're projectiles. Load them into a gun and fire away. Sosuke was captured by men wielding needle guns. Does Siena Security have any peacekeeping tools they'd like to disclose as having recently gone missing? You're cursing up the wrong pipe. Creek would find tools all on his own. We're not that kind of operation. An operation where the right hand doesn't know what the left is doing? More like the right hand's just been washed, so if you have to handle some garbage... Seeing this, is that legitimate? Why aren't all the blue bloods working legal jobs then? Not enough positions available. You gotta earn like hell to be considered for a job on this side of the fence. Creek and his pod weren't bringing in that kind of money? They liked Creek's pod where it was. Who's they? Upper management. And did upper management like Creek? I'm just a humble site manager, miss. I wouldn't know. Sure. So do all these needles contain anesthetics? No. There's also stimulants and barbitocene? Oh shit, another one. Hold on, we'll do barbitocene first. Originally developed as a hypnotic sleep aid drug for active duty military personnel, barbitocene is currently prescribed through rarely as an anti-anxiety and anti-seizure medication, often depicted in popular culture and some drug manufacturers' promotional materials as a truth serum. Barbitocene has never been shown to function as such in a controlled setting. When compared against a sampling of liquors ranging from 40 to 80 proof, barbitocene resulted in truthful confessions only 0.2% more often, and no subjects admitted to providing information that they were not already comfortable with divulging. Users also frequently searched for how to tell if someone's cheating, where to buy lie detector, who has been muted on social media. Oh, okay. Red Ink Tech. Red Ink is an information systems security protocol whose name has become synonymous with anti-dissemination technology in general. While different organizations will make use of different technologies to achieve their data security goals, the original system's core principles are still widely taught and practiced in business administration courses around the globe. First developed in the mid-21st century amongst widespread concerns about hackers' newfound capabilities after the third netcode leak, Red Ink emphasize the vulnerability of digital systems and espouse the relative reliability of physical documents, printed or even handwritten information that cannot be changed or stolen except through in-person action. More broadly, Red Ink systems are designed to minimize the time that critical information spends changing hands. Critics of the teachings thus claim it is antithetical to cooperation between peers and leads to siloing of the information. Red ink is also commonly used to refer to any kind of printed text material that incorporates anti-piracy measures. Common examples include anti-photocopier machine gloss, paper that degrades outside of extremely narrow moisture conditions, cipher-encrypted text based on extinct indigenous languages, and sleeper marks, printer machine codes left on corners of documents that are invisible to the naked eye but are unique to individual printers. Oh boy! Like the truth serum? You can get sued for selling it as such. It makes you talk. Doesn't make what you say the truth. So they wanted Sosuke talking, but what did they ask him? If your client can't remember or isn't willing to recall, there's really no one else alive who would know, yeah? Okay. The big blood stain in the back being like, address me. Hold on. I want everything. Okay, whatever. I'm addressing you. Has all this blood been tested, Miss Han? Enough of it as it has. Besides Sosuke, who else would it belong to? That's a bit lazy, but it's not as if there's more here than the last time I visited. Sosuke really did lose a lot of blood. By the time he stumbled out of here, a stiff breeze should have been enough to knock him over. Is he really such a badass that he still managed to take out a police officer before he'd even notice? It's not as if I feel nothing look at someone else's handiwork, the product of their violence, but it's like an artificial sweetener. No complaints for that first instant, then the aftertaste comes. Empty calories. I'll just be hungrier again, later, faster. Best to say, disciplined. I'm getting a headache, but it's not from anything sensory. I should know more about this crime scene than anyone. Why can't I piece it together? If I can't piece it together, the cops will never trace any of this back to me, right? So why do I feel so ill at ease? Okay, thanks for your patience, ladies. Did I miss anything? Nah. Oh. Would you have felt better if you had? I'm gonna head out now, actually. I've got a long day tomorrow. You're going back by yourself, then? Are you sure? I could get you a ride out of the neighborhood. I'm sure Miss Han here has already made sure that we'll both get out of here without any trouble. That is her company's area of expertise, isn't it? Of course. Well, at least let me walk you out. Sure, why not? Safe travels. Gulp. So, Detective, there's something you didn't want to talk about in front of the professionals at Sinus Security? Thanks for picking up on that. Reyes will be upset that you never checked in. Yeah, right after this, I will. This room. Are we directly underneath the crime scene? Yep, same fire escape right here. Same type of window, too. Has this room been scanned into the arcs? Yeah, but no one found anything noteworthy. Except Sinus being sloppy. So what are you actually doing when you left Han and I back there? Something Han said earlier about how no true blue would wish harm on Krieg. Her phrasing stood out to me. Because it implies the existence of false blue buds? Because it reminded me of one of the first things I learned in this city. There are no monoliths. Meg's Orca City Hall, there's always factions. And among the blue bloods, the party lines are all especially visible. So I made a call, not to Reyes, and confirmed some things. And I figured I owe you a little hint or two considering the tone of the last message I delivered. That message warned me not to broaden the scope of my investigation. Getting hints from you might be self-defeating. Not these hints, trust me. So what faction did our pal Krieg belong to? The Young Bloods. Opposite end of the compass from the old guard. The conservative blue blood leadership. All of them older than 70, some of them pushing higher than 90. Han said Krieg was too useful for anyone to want dead, but my sources don't agree. Krieg talked. Said things aloud that others only whispered. Ambitious, charismatic, up-and-coming, and young. Could easily see him being very unpopular with all the wrong people in the old guard. That's interesting info, Detective, but it doesn't exactly flip this case on its head. I already know who killed Krieg. The police have already decided it's Sosuke. Learning they had some occupational hazards will hardly convince the jury or otherwise. My client's the one standing accused, and everyone already knows why Blue Bloods and Ikarias would want to kill each other. Do you? They're rival gangs. They hate each other. Do you know why? It's the same reason all the Blue Blood leadership is ancient while all their muscles made up of orphans and delinquents. 30 years ago, the Ikaria betrayed their peace with the Blue Bloods, started killing them. And they didn't stop for days. By the end of it, every single member of the leading Blue Blood families under the age of 40 was dead. Well, I can see how their kids would grow up to hate the Ikaria, yeah? You're not getting it, Tiger. Their kids didn't grow up at all. If that's the case, how are the Blue Bloods still around? For one thing, the Ikaria had bigger fish to fry. This was right before the Red Decade. They spent every second of the next 10 years positioning themselves so they could come out the other end as nobility. Second, what remained of the Blue Bloods found a new niche to fill, taking in delinquents furious at a country driven off a cliff by adults before they could even get a chance to vote. Blue Bloods swelled their ranks to new heights by looking out for little guys during those years, in exchange for favors down the line. Lastly and most importantly, they survived because they still had hope. Are you serious? I am. It's a powerful weapon. Hope for what? Hope that the Ikaria had missed one. That they'd fled the country. Hope that a promised heir would grow strong and return one day. A triumphant little lord with overflowing riches and overwhelming power. Sounds like a fairy tale. Those endure for a reason. Well, now you know. A warning to watch where you step isn't exactly worth much if you're fumbling around in the dark. Fairy tales and warnings. What's up? Fuck. So, there's this... But the dialogue! Oh, Eimi, the dialogue! Oh, the dialogue! Oh, the dialogue! I wanna see! I wanna see! Oh, but it's stupid, Eimi! It's stupid! It's stupid! There's no reason Morgan should know either of these. Well, maybe Red Hood should she could get away with it, but... I'm doing it. Hey, Hey, did you or your pals in OC ever hear about some kind of blue blood hunter? Like a bounty hunter? Or huntsman, maybe? Where'd you hear that? Sosuke thinks he might have overheard talk of something like that while he was in captivity. Does it mean anything? Nope. I don't like the hesitation there, detective. Just an urban legend. I would have said the same thing about Unlisted before this afternoon, and yet... Fair enough. If you see a huntsman and live to tell the tale, I'll buy you as many lotto tickets as you want. Hey, have you ever paid attention to any of this graffiti down here? Scrawling is about Labo and the cyberpunk and HBK increasingly. I haven't seen that myself. I was gonna say Red Hood. Why are you asking? You feel a chill down your spine? But except for HBK, that's all old news. Ghost stories and campfire tales. There are a lot of campfires around here? Lots of places to start fires. But Red Hood, haven't heard of that in who knows how long. It's one of the oldest. Rough story. It's based on a real event? Nothing worth recounting. I'll take your word for it. But what's gotten into you that you're feeling all superstitious? Guilty conscience?
You mean about working with the mafia? A psychologist would call that projecting.
Ouch.
Too far?
Nah, didn't feel a thing.
I know why I asked, really. Guess I just had an odd feeling all day.
Like deja vu? You've been in this place before?
Oh no, I hate that feeling. It's whatever the opposite of that would be.
The unnerving certainty that you're in uncharted waters. Scary stuff.
Oh boy! Okay.
Morgan's apartment. I think this is a good scene to stop for today, right? After this one, probably. Ikaria, Blue Blood, Megs, Orcas. Dirty cops and criminal informants. Lines drawn back and forth across a battlefield like a spider suspension bridge. Dizzying in its complexity, frail along any given strand. But one wrong move and you're completely ensnared. Priorities. The Ikaria don't care about who tore through Creek's gang, but they would prefer Sosuke didn't spend life in prison for killing a cop. The Blue Bloods want to tear Sosuke's throat out, but if Han's taken at her word, they're settling for 5 counts of murder. Can I take Han at her word? Is she a young blood like Creek, or is she with the old guard? Could I have asked London that? If I had, could I have trusted his answer? Because it turns out, Kasim London is much, much harder to read than I anticipated. And I can't even trust my client to act in his own self-interest. The man's a bodyguard by trade and a zealot for his house. The trial starts tomorrow. Do I still need more information? Is there time to find it? No, what I need right now is a nightcap. If I can't fall asleep, then I'll know I'm in trouble. Until then, guess sleep will have to wait. It's unlocked!
Pardon me for dropping in at such a late hour, Counselor Morgan. Standing there in my doorway, she cut through the light like a blade of spilt ink. But twice as sharp and not nearly as familiar. It is outside of normal consultation hours, miss. She purses her lips, like lily petals shying away from the moonlight. What's a smirk by any other name? Please, call me Mide. Any last name, Mide? The question floats in the air like curling cigarette smoke. I could tell she was used to the smell. I will leave that up to your imagination. Self-assured and unapologetic, the unspoken family name loud as a signature, written in blood. You're from House Ikaria. Might I step inside? She blinks. Her head turns a millimeter. A forked tongue testing the temperature of the air. She wasn't asking for permission. Just you?
What about your friends in the hallway? She raises an eyebrow but keeps staring at the floor. She's surprised at my perception of the unseen threat, but not quite impressed. I don't think they need to join us. Do you? She was the kind of woman to make you remember. Smoking could kill. How can I be of service, Mireille? You're already being quite accommodating, both to me and my family's interests. I came here tonight to be of service to you. I understand that you're somewhat new to this underworld of ours. I'm grateful for the offer, Mireille, but inexperienced as I am, I've gathered that House Ikaria didn't come into its fortune by being generous. Would you like to know how House Ikaria did come into its fortune? I know you operate a lending corporation with a significantly diversified portfolio. Yes, the good old IFG. The public face of the Ikaria criminal empire, clean-shaven as it's become. And? I know you founded a pharmaceutical company and profited immensely when it went public. And before that? I know your family became the nobility during the years of civil unrest. No doubt by being well-positioned when the time came to reprivatize our nation's industries. Yes. And before that? I know you slaughtered the Blue Bloods 30 years ago. Very good, Counselor Morgan. You've acclimated to our waters remarkably fast. What I don't know is why Makoto Ikaria has been the target of multiple kidnapping attempts over the past year. You can't fathom a guess as to why the Blue Bloods might want to ransom the family's heir? That's the only guess I can make. It strikes me as shallow. Nothing more dangerous than waters you don't know the depth of. As you said, 30 years ago, the Ikaria cartel, an unrecognizable band of brutes and drug smugglers compared to today, massacred the respectable Blue Bloods and left their geriatric leadership to die on the vine. But we thrust a knife much deeper than that. You went after their heirs? And their entire future. Are you familiar with genetic factor authentication? Using DNA as a password? Blood, specifically. Easier than memorizing a string 3 billion characters long. But GFA has fallen out of favor, hasn't it? Genetic factor authentication is a password security system wherein a live blood sample is provided in combination with a username and passkey in order to complete verification. GFA can only be conducted in person with the sample acquired by a trained on-site professional. Because of the physical realities of the verification process itself, GFA is considered cryptographically secure. It cannot be bypassed or hacked in any traditional sense. While some security systems and cryptographic algorithms incorporate biological elements in one or more ways, GFA, as it was originally developed, has gone largely unadopted throughout the business world. Few corporations are interested in trying information or resources to specific bloodlines as opposed to specific groups, and the verification process itself is inconvenient for most while totally unusable for anyone working remotely. GFA is still offered, however, at some of the most prestigious and secure banks in the world. And families with particularly long lineages have been known to favor GFA for what are effectively symbolic reasons. Because GFA remains accessible to any past or future offspring of the initial registries, it is sometimes offered as a wedding or baby shower gift for couples intending to set up trusts. Users also frequently search for how to change lost password fast. Okay.
Connie! Hello, butter cookies. Your presence has alerted me to a very much needed hot cocoa break. Here you go, have hot cocoa. Hot cocoa. Yum, 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 yum. Yay! Have a hot cocoa break. Yum, 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 yum. Yay! Yum, 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 yum. Yay! Yay!
What the fuck are you guys saying? What the fuck are you guys saying? Radish? What the fuck are we doing? Oh, Shido was in sim mode. Oh my god. Okay, you reminded me. Okay, what the fuck? Fuck. Oh god. I have a red nose right now because of Hina. Okay, I wasn't gifted anything. Okay, cool. Sometimes laying low is the key. For the whole stream.
Redguard, thank you.
Thank you.
Sakura, kaboom, kaboom!
That sounds so good.
Well, I'm in the middle of playing a mystery crime mystery and if you couldn't tell by the very scary looking lady on the right and the lawyer on the left. So if you want to stick around for some miscellaneous image noises, you can. But I am gonna be reading this, and I'm in episode 2 of the series, so it's there's a lot of context you're missing and world building. Yay! So, just letting you guys know. No hard feelings. Yum.
Episode 2 of Peak, by the way, but
You don't want to hear from me. You wouldn't want to hear from me.
Gulp. A detective and a lawyer. Oh no. This is the lawyer, okay? The crime mystery part. Okay, well. How would you guys go about trying to defend someone for a crime that you did? You think you've got the case in the bag, right? You think you've got that shit in the bag. But suddenly the cops show up and suddenly your client, instead of 4 people that you know you killed, actually your client killed 5 people and you're like, what the fuck? I only killed 4 people. So that's the situation right now. Also, I'm like balls deep in the Yakuza. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, whatever. The Blue Bloods made ample use of it back then. A bad. They already had all their offshore accounts, business titles, property deeds. The Blue Bloods thought they had already won. Thought they were establishing a dynasty. So as they made their political marriages, they bound their alliances in fortune and literal blood. GFA was both a financial and symbolic laundering of the Blue Bloods' past. Their children, now married, clean-cut, and perfectly respectable, would prosper alongside wealth no longer tainted by ill-gotten gains. So that GFA registry became the Ikaria's checklist. We went through and crossed out anyone that could have accessed those funds. Now all of it sits untouchable overseas in encrypted digital warehouses in some of the oldest, most austere banks in the world, collecting interest that will never be claimed. Does that answer your question as to why they target Makoto? No, and you know it doesn't. Because if they thought they could lock you out of your coffers by killing Makoto, they wouldn't be trying to take him alive. You're paying attention. I like that. We don't use GFA. Makoto is the heir to House Ikaria and the Ikaria Financial Group. He'd never be tied to our legitimate banking information. Why not? What if he wants to buy a lollipop? A lollipop would be provided for him. The family's black market proceeds and its white market holdings must never mix. You divided your house right down the middle? Pardon the expression, but how can you stand? Atop the backs of many. And you all take this division that seriously? That seriously. That is our family's rule dating back centuries. Either you serve the house or you serve its interests. Never both. So you're assigned to either the criminal organization, what's registered as the IFG, or to managing the family's legitimate business holdings like Renogen. But that means you are nearly as much as an outsider to the Ikaria financial group as you are. Nearly is doing a lot of work there. Who do you answer to then? Who controls Ikaria's legitimate empire? Until Makoto marries? His mother. And I take it Makoto isn't solely responsible for the house's affair at his age? Makoto wields great authority as the heir, but yes, the house is led by his father Raphael, and more directly his grandfather, our patriarch Daisuke Ikaria. I see. But that puts me back where I started. The Blue Bloods want to hold Makoto hostage to gain leverage on the likes of Daisuke. How can I put this? Had things gone even slightly different 30 years ago, the Blue Bloods would be the ones shaking their hands at politicians, marrying ambassadors, and sitting in boardrooms. Some of them believe it can still be so, if the right match were made. They want to marry into House Ikaria? But Makoto... that's a baby! And all the real Blue Bloods are older than... They'd find an age-appropriate adoption. You're missing the point. They need Makoto alive and well to negotiate that kind of reversal of fortune. So they've been trying to capture him for the past year. But every Blue Blood I met today seemed to care a lot more than getting revenge for their dead men than kidnapping a preteen. How many of them do you think Sosuke's cut down in the last year he spent repelling their attempts? Is that a source of internal conflict? If the old guards are throwing young bloods into an Ikaria shredder en masse to trying to capture Makoto just to elevate themselves. Ooh, I suppose that all might total up to enough motivation for them to torture Sosuke, yeah. I'd heard Sosuke was wounded. No one informed me that he had been tortured. You know him, I take it? As you've gathered, Sosuke deals in matters unrelated to my side of the family. But he is still family. Speaking of my side, I have a duty as a representative of my wing of the house to stress that we do not want this trial to be prolonged. So the bean counters don't care for the extra attention, that makes sense. Do you care about the outcome? A win is always preferable, but not a necessity. Makoto Ikaria hired me to prove Sosuke's innocence. If he's the one signing the checks, did he say why he hired you? He hired you for 2 reasons. Reason 1, his options are limited. More limited than he suggested, no doubt, to keep a strong front. The entire house is currently being audited by the state. Our usual legion of lawyers and accountants are already billing hours as fast as they can, so he wouldn't have his pick of the litter. So one half of the family can't talk business at the dinner table with the other half, but you share a pool of lawyers? Lawyers could be trusted to be discreet, can they not? Yeah, we can read between the lines. So then you'll understand reason 2. Whatever lawyer he did find through Ikaria's usual connections would, like me, do whatever's best for the house as a whole. And not what's best for Sosuke. I'll make an amendment. 3 reasons. Makoto knew that if he didn't assign him any lawyer, Sosuke would just stay silent as the state dragged him off to be chained, rather than inconvenience the house any further. Well, yeah. I've known Sosuke for less than a day, and even I can tell he's never seen a cross he wouldn't jump at the opportunity to bear. That explains why Makoto would hire someone without connections to the Ikaria. You slow-rolling another addendum that clear up why on earth my name came across his desk? Littered with crayons and timetables, as I'm sure it was. I hope I've been able to elucidate matters for you, Counselor Morgan. Masterfully subtle way to say we're done talking! Now, I might ask you a small favor in return. Pass this message to Sosuke. If you see a way out, take it. Do you understand what you're asking him to do? Even if Sosuke took a plea bargain, even if I somehow got the other charges reduced to manslaughter, self-defense, the state thinks he killed a cop. The message is for Sosuke, not you. Your interpretation of it is irrelevant. End of conversation. As she reaches the exit, she turns back to look at me. lingering in the doorway like the warm buzz of a strong, dark cocktail.
But your assessment is correct. If this were just four dead blue bloods, our dim little underworld could balance out the ledger unassisted. If that cop hadn't showed up last night...
Do you know something about the late Officer Chopin?
City in mourning after death of city councilman's beloved adoptive son in the line of duty. All I know is that his funeral dirge will make those four boys' deaths sound like a disinterested sigh. By the way, I must admit you have a lovely apartment, counselor. Changing subjects as subtly as a bullet train hopping its tracks. Quite spacious for a defense attorney. Yeah, place wouldn't sell after the tram route got diverted. I negotiated down the rent and then installed all the soundproofing myself. Can't open the windows without being treated to the sounds of the city then? There's always a cost. That's one mystery solved then, isn't it? Enjoy the rest of your quiet evening, counselor. The door glides to a close behind her, easy as a question left unasked. I'm left here hanging on a single-held breath of stillness, listening as the deafened thud of her honor guard's implied violence stomps down the hallway behind her. Jeez. I was still leaned back in my chair, staring holes into my ceiling long after the scent of her expensive tobacco had faded into null. Savoring it while it lasted was beyond me at the moment, my attention's elsewhere. This case is knotted and twisted like a gnarled oak. Just when I think I found my rhythm, the blade runs dull. Carving is an exercise in patience and vision. You need to start with a clear picture of what you want. I want some answers! But for now, I'll sleep. Tomorrow, in court, I'll just have to keep whittling away at the wood until I fashion something halfway usable. And, well, if that doesn't work, I'll use a chainsaw. Yay! Oh, hey, cool kid. Yes, you, trying to look all stoic, staring out the window. A little late to try and look detached after that thing you pulled the other day. So that wasn't a joke? Making that announcement in front of the class? You trying to start a detective club or something? What mysteries? Disappearing cleaning supplies? Books not getting returned to the library? Sounds lame. Well, not like it's your fault. Everything's lame. Good luck finding members. Everyone around here already knows what they're gonna do after school. And tomorrow. And next year. They're all staring down the barrel of a lucrative career in telling other companies how to provide web services. Or whatever the hell this school is supposed to train us for. A lawyer? If you say so, cool kid. The Megs will probably have robots doing that by the time you graduate, but sure. Law school's supposed to be hard to get into. You'll need a record that doesn't suck. Getting the club you started shut down because you couldn't get anyone to join probably won't help. Wow, so confident. You really are a cool kid. Alright, it's a new day, so I'm putting the game down. State building! Oh, we're at the fucking courthouse, bro. Floor 48. Hold on. Morgan, please, this is... Hold still and relax. This will be over soon. I thought you were joking about the makeup! Of course I wasn't joking. A face like yours is invaluable in the courtroom. And you think covering me in concealer and blush and applying eyeliner would help me appeal to what demographic exactly? You know the names of all this stuff? I'm a modern man. I know the names of many things, including makeup. Is that your eyebrow gel? Yes. It's cakey. Do you want to do the rest?
I think some of the jury might find that his wounds make him look rugged. And furthermore, from an aesthetic perspective, leaving some of his buttons undone will...
Excuse me?
You're clearly a very devoted martial artist, Sosuke. You should be proud to display your well-defined collarbones as a fruit of your efforts.
Just hold still. Alright. Okay, I'm okay with ending off that. Alright. That's good. Okay. That's a really good note to end on, I think.
Yay! Yippee, yippee, yippee! So... Is it me, or did the... It feel like it went by so fast. I feel like so much happened in episode 1 before the trial. Maybe the trial is gonna be a real doozy. Wait, is it gonna be a multi-day long affair? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I hope I don't have to. Oh god. Gulp? Gulp? Preliminary hearing? Yeah, I don't know anything about legal proceedings, Desu. There was the whole introducing everything and everyone. Yeah, but... Okay. Well, I had a good time. I hope everyone else had a good time too, Desu. So tomorrow has a high probability of running really late. So... This is probably a good point to stop now, Desu. And... I will raid into Malice's 10-hour Christmas stream. We're being jolly, Desu. We're being hella jolly. Okay. Oh wait, what? Is she not live anymore? Why can't... Why can't I... Hello? She's live, right? She's live? Okay. Wait. She is live, right? Is she going good night? Wait, I'm confused. Hold on. Started 5 hours ago. Okay. Okay. Alright, we should still be good. It's only been 5 hours for her. I'm just trying to lend a hand. I streamed for 6 hours. Under 6 hours today. I'm giving her my energy. I'm giving her my energy. 10 hours is just a Danganronpa stream for Amy. I'm so sad about this information. Yeah, laugh it up. Oh fuck, I want to play Antebellum Lockdown Chapter 2 so bad. I keep getting spoilers on my timeline, bro. Nothing really, like, substantial. Just like results of the polls. But like, whatever, man. Whatever. At least I anytime I see any unfamiliar like artwork, I scroll past immediately. So I haven't retained anything in my brain that could possibly be like an actual load bearing spoiler. Yay! My body's not ready for when 2x2 comes out and you endurance stream it. Yeah. Now the question is like, how bad of an endurance is it gonna be? Like, am I gonna have a 24? Am I gonna have like 11-hour and 55-minute streams and I maxing out the VOD time and I have to make new waiting rooms and stuff? Is it gonna be that kind of? Is it? Are we gonna sleep on the stream? We're gonna have Nagito Komaeda with his new live 2D physics, like jiggling his breasts on the screen while we have a little nap. And then we wake up, we're like, okay guys, wake up! Wake up, it's time for more Danganronpa!
I might give a pass if that's the route you take. I don't know what I'm gonna do, man. I feel like I have to do something like that. Cause there will be spoilers. There will be so many spoilers. Oh my god. I'll have nightmares. Please no. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Like, if I spend all my waking hours playing 2x2, then I can't get spoiled, you know? Unless some motherfucker comes in here in chat to spoil it for me, but I'll just make it so, like, you have to be sub for at least, like, a day to chat. Maybe 2 days, even. A week, even. I don't know, it should be fun. Wait, spoiled. It's a new story? You haven't heard? You haven't heard? It's a new story! It's like, it's a different route. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's gonna be a whole phenomenon. I didn't know that part. Wait, yeah! Dude, like, a fucking... It's a divergence, so it's still the same Super Danganronpa 2 setup, but like something changes and the entire story is different from the actual Super Danganronpa 2. Is Komeda finally gonna get with Hajime? I think it's better for everyone involved if he doesn't. So I can have Hajime to myself. What? Huh? What? Huh? Hey, is there anyone in Japan that can get me the Danganronpa Lawson collaboration goods, specifically the Hajime Polaroid? I just want the Hajime Cheki. I just want the Hajime print. I need him so bad. I don't want the acrylic standee. I don't want the keychains. I don't want the shirts. I just want the Polaroid. Does she know Hajime isn't a girl, lol? Do they know I'm... Chat, do they know? do they know? Well... Anyways. Alright. Good night. Good night. Good night, guys. And as a last check, I fulfilled my duties of wearing this fuck-ass red nose all stream. So I should be waking up tomorrow with 300 more points? 400 more points? Right? 400 more points? So it's 100 as a given, 250 for the stream, and then 50 for doing the task. So yeah, I should have 800 points tomorrow. Yay! So we'll have time to do 1 tier 3 and 2 shitty pulls. Yay! Yippee! But maybe I should just save up my points since I'm streaming the game and do all the pulls on Christmas, where the real shit happens. I don't know. Anyways, I'm out of here. Good night. Jolly. Jolly. Everything's jolly. 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 Everything's jolly. Hottie. Like a bag of Takis. I'm the shit. Oh shit. Anyways, so since you our group cover of Gnarly by Cat's Eye, it's a shitty song, but we ate, so it's okay.